We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
Wareham cracks it away through the offside, picks the gap and extra cover. And that'll be 4 off the bat of Georgia Wareham.
Sweep attempts, it pops up in the air, catch taken by Beaumont.
Gardner around the wicket, angling into the leg stump, and she's bowled it.
Bowls again to Jones, full sauce and absolutely clattered to the right with a pull shot before.
Gardner into Duncan, comes down the wicket and she's bowled.
Flights it up, full toss, get the treatment, Heather Knight just goes whack. Over long off for 6.
Bowls it short, it's pulled away by Sophie Eccleston. It's high, it's far, it's 6.
Around the wicket, Healy. Eccleston, 2 wickets in the over.
Brown driven away through the offside. That's a lovely piece of time.
Grandstand cricket.
The Women's Ashes. On your radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio
and the ABC Listen app.
Hello and welcome to the beautiful Bellerive Oval in Hobart, Tasmania for the third and final one-day international of the multi-format Women's Ashes. The 26th series between Australia and England. Australia currently lead the series 4-0 following a dramatic 21-run victory in Melbourne. Australia defending 180 thanks to 60 from Elise Perry and 4 wickets from Alana King. Australia claimed Game 1 in Sydney by 4 wickets. Since 2013, the Women's Ashes has been a multi-format series, so Australia chasing a 6th straight Ashes success, containing 3 one-day international, 3 T20s, each worth 2 points, and then the test at the end, a historic day-night test at the MCG worth 4 points. To win the Ashes, a team needs to claim 9 points. Last year in the Ashes, the two sides finished on 8 points, and Australia, as the holders of the trophy, were able to retain the title. I'm Matt Clincher, ABC Sport and the BBC, to be joined in commentary by Henry Moran, Chris Rowbottom, former Australian opener Sarah Elliott, former Australian left-arm quick Kirsten Pike, and England World Cup winner Alex Hartley. Rick Finlay, the best scorer in the land, is also with us this afternoon. The toss is taking place between the two captains. And the toss of the coin, the Australian captain Elisa Healy has won the toss. Welcome, Midge. What have you decided to do today?
Yeah, we're going to have a bat. Obviously, it looks pretty dry surface already. They've been on the roller for 6 days maybe, but hopefully get out there, get the best of the conditions with the new ball, and then hopefully rip in with our spinners later. So far, so good from your point of view with this series. What have you decided to do with your 11 today? Yeah, one change. Georgia Wareham's come in for Darcy Brown, obviously knowing how dry the surface is, and leg spin's been quite effective. So hopefully with the two in tandem later on can do some damage. What was sort of the emotion at the end of the Melbourne game? Happy to get out of jail defending 180, but no, there's probably elements of your team game that can still improve throughout the series. I think there was some real positives to it. I mean, the resilience we showed and the way that we were able to hang in there and force the result to go our way, quite remarkable, but we know we weren't at our best and there's a few areas we want to tidy up on. But I mean, the fact that we created more than 10 opportunities on that wicket and to keep ourselves in the contest was pretty incredible. So we know we can rely on that if need be, but hopefully today the batters can get out there and get the job done. Have you been a little surprised about these Australian pitches and how spin friendly they have been? A little bit. I mean, I'm not sure what messaging we're giving to the groundies, but look, it is what it is. It's this stage of the summer, right? The wickets have been quite heavily used, so we kind of understand that, but at the same time, both teams have got a pretty decent spin attack, so it's been a good challenge for the batting groups, and I think it's been a good contest. Elisa, good luck. Thanks for your time. Thank you. Elisa Healy, the Australian captain. Heather Knight comes and joins you on ABC and BBC. What would have you done if you had the choice today?
Yeah, I would have bat. I don't think it was a simple one. Obviously, it's a used wicket, so it's had a little bit of cricket on it. And I think it might be a little bit turning for the spinners, but I also think it's a little bit tacky. So if we bowl really well, we can create chances early up. And if we continue to do what we've done the last 2 games in our bowling performances, hopefully we can keep them to a decent total. Obviously, the series hasn't gone according to plan from your side of things. Any changes to your 11 today? No, we've stayed the same. Obviously, there was the potential chance that we could get Kate Cross in the team. She's come down, but we felt it was a little bit too close for her to play, and we've gone unchanged. I think our bowling unit's been brilliant, and our batters are really clear about how we want to go about things today. So what's the right balance in terms of the frustration and disappointment of not getting the result in Melbourne, not being able to chase down 180, but also having to look forward, and this series keeps moving, in 72 hours you're here in Hobart and you're at it again? Yeah, I think we can take a huge amount from the few games we've competed brilliantly. It almost felt like it was our game that we lost the other day. So we know if we bring our best cricket, we've got a really good chance of competing and winning against this very good Australian side. So yeah, I think a little regroup. We had a training session this time, which was not the case after the first ODI. So yeah, we're really clear on how we want to do things as a batting group in particular.
And finally, you said to Henry Moran after the game in Melbourne, you wanted your batters to be a little bit more braver. What does that look like in your eyes today?
I think it's different for every batter, but I think it'll be different on the surface. We have to adapt to what's in front of us quite quickly, work out just ways to manipulate the field a little bit more. I think they bowled really well at us, and we didn't find a way to put them off that. So just finding a way to do that in our own individual ways, trying to manipulate the field and create space for us to then be able to really extend those partnerships. So yeah, it'll be different for every batter, but we're pretty clear we want to go out there and play the way that we want to.
Heather, thanks for your time. Good luck.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
So Australia have won the toss. They've decided to bat first, and the one change taking place, Georgia Wareham comes in to replace Darcy Brown. So Alyssa Healy at the top of the order alongside Phoebe Litchfield, Elise Perry, Beth Mooney, Annabelle Sutherland, Ash Gardner, Tali McGrath, Alana King, Kim Garth, Megan Shute and Georgia Wareham. Meanwhile, from an England point of view, the same 11 in which we've seen so far. Joined by Sarah Elliott and Kirsten Pike. Pike, have you down in Tassie? The sun has come out. It's around 16 degrees, the top of 18. So the stage is set for hopefully what's going to be another enthralling game of cricket.
Yeah, thanks, Clinchy, and really great to be here. It's a beautiful day, beautiful blue sky, and it blends in nicely at this stadium here. But yeah, look, a real good game of cricket ahead of us, I think. As you said, it would be interesting to see how this pitch plays. Has had a little bit of tear on it, so the spinners will probably come into their own again, like they have in the first two games. But look, a wonderful opportunity for the English women to go out here and try and put a dent on the scorecard and get that 2 points.
So for England, Tammy Beaumont at the top of the order alongside Maya Boucher, Heather Knight, Danny White, Hodge, Nat Severbrunt, Amy Jones, Alice Capsey, Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccleston, Lauren Filer and Lauren Bell. Sarah Elliott, good morning and welcome to you once more. We talk so much in cricket about the mental side of the game, the psychological side of it. How much of a challenge is that for England, knowing the chance that slipped through their fingertips in Melbourne?
Oh, Clinchy, it's a terrific challenge. It's a hard one. They've had two, I'm going to say poor losses. Their batting side, it's a batting group they've made 204, 206 they got bowled out for and couldn't chase down Australia's, really low total the other day. They haven't had much time as a group so it's not skill, it's going to be a mental battle. You're absolutely right. So hopefully they've been able to get their heads around and they've got a positive frame of mind. From an Australian point of view, I think it's great that they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. The Australian players, a batting group hasn't been able to put things together either just yet. So there's a lot of hungry, I guess the risk is there's a lot of hungry batters for Australia. We haven't seen the best from Australia, but they're still 2-0 up in the series. So England, a big job to do with the ball up front.
We wrestled in Melbourne about why the spin was playing such a prominent role. 7 of the Australian wickets fell to spin. Pikey, the decision to bring in Georgia Wareham at the expense of Darcy Brown. So the leg spin options of Georgia Wareham and Alana King, who bowled so well with the shadows of the Shane Warne stand behind her at the MCG, at the Junction Oval, to bowl Australia to victory.
Yeah, look, what wonderful people to have on your roll to actually be able to call up a Georgia Wareham to come in for a Darcy Brown. I feel a little bit sorry for Darcy Brown. I thought she bowled quite well, only got the 3 overs in that second game, but she's a wonderful performer. But it's a luxury that the Australian team have to be able to still have, your quicks in Garth and Shooter and rely upon Sutherland, McGrath, Perry if you need to. So unfortunately for Darcy Brown to go out, but look, it's going to be terrific to see them out there and to see Georgia Wareham, to see what she can do. She's a big turner of the ball, so if there is any turn in this wicket, she'll be able to get it.
Obviously, playing in Australian conditions, Sarah, offers another challenge for England. They were so close in the Ashes series in the UK. The series was locked at 8-all. Australia retained the Ashes as the title holders, and yet they come out to Australia. They start against Australia in their preferred format, the one-day international system, and then every Australian pitch has been slightly different, from North Sydney Oval to Junction Oval to here at Bellerive. So as we have a bit of a look at it, there's a bit of tinge of green about it. There's been big bash games that have been played here. Traditionally, it flattens out, but what do you think we're going to get today?
Oh, look, I think it's going to be a great batting deck, really. I think we're going to see a lot of runs, hopefully, from Australia, and I don't think it'll play too differently in the second innings. Will be favourable to spin. I think both sides are strong in the spin stocks. The English spinners did a terrific job equally at the Junction the other day. So I think it's going to be a good contest, and I think it's going to be a deck that plays well.
How much do you think the events of Melbourne would live with Amy Jones, knowing she was there at the end trying to get England home, the conversation between her and Lauren Bell, the 2 no balls from Annabelle Sutherland above waist height, which is a whole different conversation, but taken out of the attack, and Tali McGrath had to bowl that last ball. But for Amy Jones, she would think what could have been, but so much of the top four left all the responsibility up to her to try and get England home.
Oh, there's such a big conversation in all of that, Clinchy. Amy Jones batted well, but for me, she almost batted her side out of the game, and not to put all the responsibility on her equally, because I think it probably started with Siva Brunt, Heather Knight. I feel like they knew it was a low total and they just batted themselves into a hole. They didn't look to score, and all of a sudden the run rate decreased, and then both of them went out, and then there was a big job left to do. Australia, at the start of that innings, they thought they had to take 10 wickets to win the game, but in reality they probably didn't need to. The run rate within the last sort of 4 overs, the run rate was well above what they needed. So poor Amy Jones, she batted well, she made 40 odd, she's in reasonable form, but I reckon her mind would have been going double speed over the last sort of 24 hours processing what happened and how she might have played it differently.
And Sarah, England have been positive around their bowling effort so far. Lauren Fiedler and Lauren Bell have done their job at the top of the order. No Kate Cross, unfortunately, again this afternoon, and we know how dominant Sophie Eccleston is as the number one T20 bowler in the world. They got good return out of Alice Capsey in the match in Melbourne, picking up 3 wickets alongside Eccleston's 4. It's their batters, their senior players, Tammy Beaumont, Nat Siva Brunt, Heather Knight herself, even Danny White-Hodge, who's been around this England side for a while. Surely the pressure has to mount on them to try and keep England in this series. Otherwise, if they go down today, it's a long way back.
Oh, absolutely. They can't afford to be 6 points down at the start of this series. They did in England, they came back, but I think Australian conditions are very different. You're right. There's so much experience in that top 6 batting lineup. We're not talking about an inexperienced England side that we have out here. We've actually got a very, very experienced side. We keep hearing them talking about competing. For me, I don't want to see them just compete today. I want to see them come out and be brave, challenge themselves, and actually team that they can actually win.
What's the change rooms like, Pikey, when you're in this sort of environment where you're down in an England sense, 4 points to 0? The series is slowly starting to slip away from you. Australia have been pretty good in the test format, so really before we get to the T20s, England desperately need to win today to keep the series alive.
Yeah, I think, very different change rooms, I imagine. Australia's obviously up and about after that win, and you could hear Elisa Healy talk at the toss as well, and just how they were really pleased with their performance and their ability to create those opportunities and still get the win. And I think that's what Australia do well. They can get themselves into a bit of a tricky situation and manage to pull themselves out of it. And if you look at the English side, you want to hope that they're in there and they are up and about, and probably not dwelling too much on the past 2 games. And yes, they've been there and thereabout. And as Sarah said, they need to go out there and not just compete, but really take it to them and be aggressive and work out how they can actually get on top and play with that mentality rather than just be comfortable with being okay.
The other 2 players, I guess, who are under a little bit of attention from an Australian point of view have been Talia McGrath and Beth Mooney in terms of their form. Beth Mooney averaging just 17 in her past 8 one-day internationals. It's been such a long summer, though, when you think about it for the Australian girls. Straight out of the WBBL, the series, all of a sudden, straight off the back of that, then they travel to New Zealand. It's all of a sudden in a women's Ashes, and there's going to be ebbs and flows. So this Australian side has been so consistent for so long, you'd imagine their senior players, they're going to back them in for a bit longer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at Beth Mooney, and she's been a wonderful performer for so long, and I think, she almost gets to this point in time, and hopefully we'll see her go out there today and get a big score, and you can never really kind of count her out, and she's always there or thereabouts with a big score. But look, she's pretty hard on herself, so she'll be out there wanting to rectify that and come out and get some runs and probably just be selfish about it. But for Talia McGrath, I'd like to see her do a little bit more. I think she's had a real lean run of form, and I think that continued as well through the WBBL campaign as well. So she'll be keen to get out there and probably as well see if she can get some more overs with the ball. I think where she's at her best is she is batting and bowling, and I don't think she's getting that many overs with the ball, so it kind of puts a lot of pressure on that other skill set with your batting.
Do you think we might see her bowl a little bit more today, Talia McGrath, given no Darcy Brown today? Elise Perry hasn't bowled a lot either. She hasn't been required. A leading run scorer in the Women's Big Bash, so continues to reinvent herself at 34 years of age. But for Talia McGrath, will she want more involvement with the ball to try and work her way out of this little form slump?
Oh, I think you have to, don't you? Like, if you're someone like a Talia McGrath that is very strong in both facets of the game, she'll want ball in hand because it makes you almost irreplaceable if you can do both really, really well. But the luxury that the Australian side has is they've got so many all-rounders. Even Georgia Wareham coming into the lineup, you see her bat up high, and she's been known to come in. She can open, she can come in at 3 in the T20 format. So she's got that skill as well. So, they're really lucky and credit to the system that they've created to allow all these great all-rounders. I'm going to call them all-rounders because they are very good at both facets of the game. So, look, I think Talia McGrath will want the ball in hand and see if she can kind of show where she sits with that skill set as well and make her irreplaceable.
Matt Clinch alongside Kirsten Pike and Sarah Elliott. Australia have won the toss. They've decided to bat first. The umpires, Phil Gillespie and Eloise Sheridan, are just to our right, and the Australian opening batters aren't too far away from making their way out to the middle. We're down at ground level here in Bellerive Oval in Hobart. The sun is beating down, Sarah. We couldn't ask for a better day. You know Georgia Wareham well. It's a tough role, isn't it, when you're sitting on the sideline desperately wanting your opportunity. She gets it today. How does she try and make the most of it with the ball?
Oh, she's going to be up and about for the opportunity. I'm just thinking it's one thing to get picked in the side, but then you've actually got to get overs, don't you? I mean, Darcy Brown only bowled the 3, so she'll be hungry to get an opportunity with the ball. She's probably going to be the third spinner still in line. That said, she's a terrific fielder too, so she's a great asset. She will just love and thrive for the opportunity to play in today's game.
So the crowd has made their way into Bellerive Oval. It's sort of around 1,000, maybe a little bit more at the moment. Most of them are on the Ricky Ponting stand side of the ground, although quite a few have made their way towards the the Derwent River side. And it's a good place to sit with the picnic rugs this afternoon, the big screens behind you as the umpires make their way out into the middle. So, final thoughts. I know a lot of our BBC colleagues, Henry and Alex, have spoken a bit about England talking the talk. It's now about walking the walk. What would you like to see, I guess, from England first up with the ball?
Well, their openers have bowled well, so it'd be great to see them come in, hit the deck hard, and try and pick up a couple of wickets in the first 10 overs. Really set the tone with their fielding as well, just making sure they're really sharp on hunting to cut off the singles and really put some pressure back on these Australian batters.
And Pikey, from an Australian point of view, Alyssa Healy, who obviously didn't keep in the series against New Zealand, barely played in the Women's Big Bash. So much responsibility on her shoulders as she is about to lead the Australian opening pair out in the middle, and to think that she's physically been able to get through, and now the challenge is to try and continue to put the pressure right back on England from the outset.
Yeah, look, she'll go out there, and one thing she does do, she plays so aggressively and just her ability to take on the attack. So she'll look to go out there and do that again today. But it's really just great to see her back out there playing, being behind the stumps and leading this great Australian side.
You can hear the applause there as the Australian openers Phoebe Litchfield and Alyssa Healy make their way out to the middle. The England players are starting to get in position, so it's time for us to head up to the commentary box. It's a very good morning to Alex Hartley and Henry Moran.
Thank you very much indeed, Clinchy. What a scene is in front of us. The sun is shining, the River Derwent in the distance, with a few little waves breaking across it, but it is pretty much a perfect day in beautiful Tasmania for this third one-day international of the Women's Ashes, with England not mathematically needing a win, but you would say if Australia can make it 3 from 3, well, the prospect of England winning that Ashes trophy for the first time in over a decade seems a very distant one indeed. They have talked the talk, as Matt Clinch says, Alex, but it is now time to walk that walk.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And for England, they've got a point to prove, haven't they? They've got to win this game. They've got to stay, or they've got to keep this Ashes series alive. I've seen a few of them this morning who say that, they have more to give. They do have more to give. We've seen them play better than this on a number of occasions. So England have got to start well. Bowling has been their strength throughout this Ashes series. So maybe it's a good thing they've got the ball in hand first, but it is a used surface and it does look more India than Hobart.
Interesting. Okay, more Hyderabad than it is Hobart, is what you're saying. Right, well, we shall see the extra spinner for Australia as Lauren Bell at the end of her mark, who has had a really excellent series so far. 1 for 25 in that first ODI, followed up with 2 for 25 in the second. So she's had a good time of it, good economy. And she'll be looking to try and get the wicket of Phoebe Litchfield early on today. Litchfield, who has yet to be dismissed by Bell in the series, but it's been the pressure put on by Lauren Bell that has helped create the opportunity for others. We've got a fine leg in place in the form of Tammy Beaumont, who stands with her hands behind her back, and then Lauren Filer grazing down to our left beneath that huge floodlight pylon at deep third. So the crowd applauding the Ricky Ponting stand and on the grass bank, and we're ready to go with a slip in place. The left-handed Litchfield on strike as Lauren Bell bowls a full delivery, which is patted into the offside. Stopped by Maya Boucher in the covers, and we are up and running. So the task ahead of England, Alex, is a daunting one, given the series. I'm going to chuck in, after one ball, a stat of stats.
I love stats.
I know you do, and I know another man who does now.
Live, laugh,
Rick
love
Finlay,
stats.
who's with us today too. And it is this home record of Australia. Here's Lauren Bell once again, rushes in. This is onto the pads of Litchfield, who comes forward to meet it, clipped down towards fine leg. And there's the first run of the morning, the crowd up and about for that. And the score, one without loss, as Litchfield tucks it down the corner towards Tammy Beaumont. So Australia's domination in ODIs. Of their last 29 at home, they've won 26. That's going back to the start of 2019. Just 2 losses, 1 no result. Overall win percentage of 92.9. The next highest is England at 70%. So 23% better than any other team.
Yeah, and it probably has shown over the last 10 years or so, that really, hasn't it? I know that's only since the start of 2019, but Australia have been dominant for such a long period of time.
Very straight approach from Lauren Bell. She runs in now to bowl to Elisa Healy. First ball is defended by the Australian captain, who's looked in excellent touch on her return following that injury that saw her World Cup come to an end. 70 in the first game, 29 in the second. And she defends the first ball back up the track. So a day since that last one day. Much to be discussed, much has been discussed. What's your feeling? I'll get you to ponder that after this ball. It's going to be bowled by Lauren Bell once again from the far end, left alone by Healy outside the off stump.
What's my feeling? That's a great question. Disappointed a little bit with how the game went as a England fan. Do I believe England can still win the Ashes? Yes, but they have to play better. And for me, they have to win today.
Yeah, it's not, as I say, mathematically imperative, but it is. At that point, you have got basically no room to move.
Yeah.
Running in is Lauren Bell once again. Driven in the air, dropping just short of cover. It was a firm push from Healy. Feet didn't really go anywhere. And it wasn't too far away from the hands of Alice Capsey at cover. The feeling for me, Alex, a little bit, is we've heard quite a lot of, we'll play positively. It's our brand of cricket. We're going to show what we can do. And at some point, you sort of need, it's a bit like saying, we'll do the washing up. You're going to have to do it. In comes Lauren Bell. Help round the corner. Is that a catch? Now, Amy Jones likes it. Shake of the head from Eloise Sheridan. England are going to ask the question as to whether Elisa Healy has strangled one down the leg side. I think this might be quite tempting for England to go upstairs and ask the question of Claire Polisak, and it is exactly what they're going to do. It's either pocket or it is glove. You're saying pocket.
Well, England have had one of these in the first ODI, and it came off.
Umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out.
Okay.
The feet, it's a fair delivery. You go to front on vision, please.
It came off backside of, I can't remember who it was, but very similar. So, for me, I think this is pad.
Well, Healy looks entirely unperturbed, it has to be said.
But Amy Jones was convinced.
Well, she was. Here we go. The first viewing tells us that it is... Well, it's close to the glove.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this is closer than I think.
But it's also close to the pocket. And it is telling us that... Yep, the noise, and there was one, was that pocket of Elisa Healy. And so I can see why England have taken the chance, but it is in the first over a review burned. So that's one of 2 gone. You're grimacing at me.
Not ideal, but you can see why England went upstairs. But to me, it didn't feel out.
End of the over, just the one from it. So England have one more unsuccessful review. It's the sort of one where it's a difficult call, isn't it? Because if you get Healy in the first over, it gives you such an opening, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it really sort of gets you into the game, but equally you do then have 49 overs with just the one review to play with. So there we go. Hobart, a picture in front of us. Expected high today, 19 degrees. Not much breeze about. As we see Lauren Filer running in to bowl the second over, and she's into Litchfield. That's a good ball first up, which is defended into the offside. Her footing is maintained on this occasion, and We have reason to believe she might have got some new spikes.
She has. She's got a different brand on today, and you can tell by looking at them.
But there's a bit of an issue with her falling over. She spent more time sort of picking herself up off the floor, it felt, than she was actually bowling, and you could see how much it was affecting her. She runs in now to bowl the second ball of her spell. It's a full delivery, and again she comfortably stays on her feet as it's defended back up the track by Phoebe Litchfield. If you want to get in touch today, by the way, tms@bbc.co.uk. On the email, on the SMS, 0467 920 222. In Australia, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport via the ABC Sport digital service, the ABC Listen app, 5 Sports Extra, and across BBC Sounds as well. This is a shorter ball this time, punch towards backward point, and Danny Wyatt-Hodge, no run.
Yeah, good start from England so far, and they've been good with the ball actually throughout this series. It's the batting that have almost let the side down, but Lauren Filer, positive, as you say. 2 balls in, 3 balls in. She's not been on all fours once.
This is encouraging. Filer rushes in once more. Mid-on and mid-off are up as Litchfield waits and drives towards that mid-off fielder, who's Nat Siverbrunt. Greetings from Falkirk on the email. Now you remember, we had an email the other day. There's somebody who didn't want us to read their name.
Oh, yes.
But I read it at the start of the email.
Yeah.
But he actually didn't mind. He said,
Yeah.
I'm not Doug, really. And he says, greetings from Falkirk. I think we're okay. My boss is off work tomorrow, so I can listen all night. I saw Kim Garth play for Ireland in Dundee when they lost to Thailand. This is onto the pads. Worked into the leg side by Litchfield. There'll be a run there, possibly a couple. And she's up and running. The crowd applauding enthusiastically as the New South Wales-based Phoebe Litchfield from Orange picks up a couple of runs. 3 without loss. Now, I saw Kim Garth play for Ireland in Dundee when they lost to Thailand in a qualifying 2019. Email finishes, still not Doug. Here's Filer. It's a better looking ball on off stump, driven towards Nat Siverbrunt at cover, and this has been a solid start from England and Australia. They've not looked troubled apart from that one shout that was reviewed, which was off the pocket rather than the bat. And the second over comes to an end with Australia 3 without loss. Andy emails, well, I'll remain hopeful. I see Alex has had to borrow Henry's suit again today. Mine's the same. Alex, we don't follow the fashion, we set the fashion.
We do.
Andy, in Reading, still virtual cycling around the world. Now, this intrigues me.
That really intrigues me.
What does that mean?
And how long have you been sat on your bike for?
And where's the bike? Just in the front room.
Do you stop for snacks? Where are you in the world?
Take a photo of the view. Lauren Bell running in to bowl to Elisa Healy. It's onto the toes and nudged away into the leg side. Bouchier will scamper around to her right in the sunshine. 1 run taken. Every run applauded by the Australian fans. 4 without loss. Have you just sent an email to the TMS inbox?
I was intrigued to see if it would go directly to you or if it had to get filtered. So yeah.
No, I am the filter.
Today. I see. Yeah, I've never done it before.
What, emailed the inbox?
Yeah.
That's really weird behaviour. Here's Lauren Bell to Litchfield in the air and out of the reach of the fielder, Alice Capsey. And the ball goes whizzing away square for the first boundary of the innings. And for me, she could do better there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd like to see the camera angle from side on. So from where we are, it looked like the ball was close to her, but I'm not actually sure if it was or not. Boundary for Phoebe Litchfield gets her up and running. She had a little bit of a sticky innings in that first ODI.
How close was this to Capsey? Because her feet seemed to get stuck.
Oh.
She didn't really get off the ground.
Fingertips, wasn't it? Very close. Very, very close. Phoebe Litchfield thought she was out.
Oh, is that an edge? No. Well bowled by Lauren Bell. Australia 8 without loss. I think that was half a chance, you know.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Josh emails, what's a par score, Alex?
Oh, come on. I mean, 180 was defended the other day, so I've got no idea.
But it wasn't a par score. Par the other day was 230, 240, surely.
I'd have gone slightly higher. But yeah, I don't know.
That's what we pay you the big bucks for, Alex. In comes Bell, and forward advancing to meet it is Litchfield.
But if you always get that 240, it gives you something to bowl at. Even if you get 240 on a flat surface, you know, you feel like you're in the game. The 240 to 260. But we haven't seen a wicket like this series yet, and we've had some sticky ones, some tacky ones, but they've been green and they've nipped around a little bit. This one, there is no green grass on it. It's quite patchy out there in the middle, and they've like almost got like shavings out on it.
Okay. Running in is Lauren Bell again. Litchfield, ooh, it's a little bit of a tangle there, trying to pull the ball away out towards the Ricky Ponting stand, and it comes off a toe end, almost sort of snooker cue style, and drops away to the offside.
So par score wise, I think it's going to be tough to know 3 overs into the game, to be completely honest.
Henry, this is the 6th game here. The top 3 scores, first inning scores, have been 268, 252 and 231.
Okay.
There you go, 260-ish.
Thank you, Rick. There we are. You're so annoying. This is hit down the ground beautifully. What a good shot that is. Phoebe Litchfield had enough of the prodding and the poking. Comes forward to meet it and chips it away over the fielder at mid-off with a lovely piece of timing. And it goes trickling away out towards the David Boone stand and the River Derwent beyond. Lovely shot, and Australia 12 without loss.
Yeah, that's the sort of bravery that I guess England are talking about, isn't it? Can you navigate the swing of Lauren Bell? She's bowling away swing to Phoebe Litchfield at the minute, and then she'll try and get one to come back in with the away swinger to the right-hander, in swing to the left-hander, and she comes down the pitch, makes it into a length ball, hits her over the top. And we saw Litchfield in that second ODI almost stick in for longer than she normally would. It was quite a sticky innings, very un-Phoebe Litchfield-like, didn't take the game on. And she looks to be in better form today. I hate the word form, I can't believe I just said that. Better touch, more confident.
Why don't you like form?
Because I don't believe in it. I don't believe in form.
The statistics do rather bear out its relevance.
But the word form, I don't like the word form. Every single person in the world has ups and downs.
Yeah, but the form element is how long those last.
But then what? Someone gets a few zeros.
Here's Filer, and Healy gets 1 down to fine leg, 13 without loss.
Someone gets a few zeros and they go, oh, they're a bit out of form. Next game they get 100. Oh, he's back in form. No, he's not. He just had 100. A couple of low scores. Might get none again tomorrow.
You're basically trying to undo the entire history of cricket analysis.
Bring it on, Rick. It's just the word.
What would you prefer? Touch?
No, I don't know. I thought about that.
Filer bowls to Litchfield with a lovely drive down the ground. The on drive, one of the finest looking shots there is. And that is a really lovely version of it from a player that plays such elegant strokes. Down the ground it goes. And Litchfield looks in excellent form, I have to say.
Yeah, she really does. It's a lovely shot down the ground, slightly too full. What? I wasn't listening to you.
I said she looks in excellent form, and you said, yes, she does.
That just proves I don't listen to what the commentator says. Like, ever.
Oh, so good. You agreed with me.
Well, I was just talking about the shot. I thought you should have said something like lovely shot down the ground. Yeah, it was. Oh, how annoying.
17 without loss. Litchfield waiting, trying to help the ball down the leg side. And there's another of these appeals for a little noise, which I also heard, but England won't be tempted to go upstairs, will they? Oh, it sounded woody, the noise. I tell you what's going to happen here. They won't review it and it'll be out. They are reviewing it. Right, so Phoebe Litchfield, how guilty do you look? England, potentially within 4 overs, are going to burn both of their reviews, but they have got a sense that this might be another one of those strangles.
For caught behind. The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Could we go to front on vision, please?
It was quite far away from the body. That is the only thing I would say. And that will encourage England, because it didn't I think the Healy one was a proper sort of 20%er.
I think this one's slightly closer, isn't it?
Thank you. Ball passes close to the bat, gloves and body. Can we go to ultra edge when ready, please?
Well, she's walking off.
Oh.
Which tells me one thing and one thing only. She's nudged it with the glove, and she has. So she goes. And England do get a wicket. And had they left that alone and not reviewed it, it would have felt like a very, very long day was approaching. But they have got a wicket, England. And they get the wicket of Phoebe Litchfield, who departs. And yeah, you're right, form doesn't exist, does it? What am I talking about?
Exactly. She looked in fine form and then she gets strangled down the leg side.
There you go. Right, Filer gets her wicket for the second time of the series. Litchfield goes 15, a runner ball. Caught behind on review. England keep that review therefore. And Australia won for 17.
Yeah, it's one of the worst ways to get out as a batter, isn't it? Strangled down the leg side with a ball that isn't a great one from Lauren Filer, to be completely honest. Not good ball to a right-hander, not a left-hander. And you go to pull it into the leg side and you glove it through to Amy Jones. But England will have a sigh of relief having that one overturned, because if they'd have burnt their reviews in the first 4 overs, it could have been a long 45 overs for them.
Well, it could have been, couldn't it? Elise Perry joins the party. Perry, who scored 14 in the first game, 60 in the second, top scoring for Australia. She was in the nets first thing this morning when we arrived.
It was a funny old dismissal in the second ODI, wasn't it? She smashed her pad, and there was, I reckon, DRS were discussing it for maybe 3 minutes.
So Filer to bowl to the right-handed Perry, who plays with a very straight bat down the ground and towards Nat Sciver-Brunt. I rather got the impression when I saw Perry in the nets first thing that she might have been there all night, just getting her iron.
Yeah, I reckon, I don't know if she still does, but definitely 3, 4, 5 years ago, she faced so many balls, as in, like, was just in the nets 24/7.
Averages 49.8 in ODI cricket. Waits for Filer. Oh, is she gone? Big appeal for LB, for caught behind, forgive me, but no. England liked it. They're not going to go upstairs again, are they? It was far away from the body. If there's anything on it, it's bat. England loved it. Filer rests on her haunches. I thought I heard something.
Me too.
Oh, she goes for it. And Elise Perry, oh, goodness me, leans on her bat. Oh, she almost twitched and decided not to, Heather Knight, and then eventually thought, OK, yeah, I will. So England looking to try and overturn another one.
Well, I think there was 6 overturned in the second ODI at Junction Oval. And to me, if there was a noise.
I thought I heard, unless it's a creaky bat handle. She plays well away from the body, so there is anything. It is going to be off the bat. There's no question it's going to be one of those that's hitting the other part of the body. Here we go. Ultra Edge tells us it is close. It is close, but it is, I'm sure, missing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it misses the bat by about 2 or 3 inches. So England have used both of their reviews. They have got a wicket for a review, but now they have to do things the traditional way. Hope for the umpire's decision to fall in their favour. So, there you go.
Must have been the creaky bat handle. But England are going to have to do things the traditional way. And when the spinners come on, that DRS is so important.
So Perry said, I can see why they went for it. I thought I heard something. There you go. Perry apologises as Filer came running in, but she wasn't quite ready. I've got an answer from Andy cycling around the world, Alex. Oh, this is great. It really is. I'll tell you more in a moment, because Filer's at the end of her mark. She's turning below us in the sunshine. Australia 17 on the board for the loss of a wicket. And Perry is waiting, leaning on her bat as in comes Lauren Filer, and this is played firmly off that bat and stopped by Wyatt Hodge, diving to her left. And he says, I'm cycling 29,000 kilometres in a year on an indoor bike, home and gym for my local sight loss charity. I'm visually impaired myself, currently 2,000 kilometres in. We're only in mid-January. Wish me luck. I think I might be the first visually impaired person to try it. Andy in Reading. And yes, plenty of snacks, mushy pea sandwiches included.
Yes. Andy, what a man.
4 overs gone.
So, 2,000 kilometres in, 21,000 to go. Andy.
No.
What? 27,000
kilometres to go. So you don't believe in form, you evidently don't believe in mathematics.
No, I just can't do it. I can't believe I just had to do 29 minus 2. That's so embarrassing.
29 minus 2, 21. Here's Lauren Bell. To bowl to Healy down the leg side. 17 on the board, 1 wicket down. Kirsty's in Edinburgh. The joys of a Scottish winter. Cuddling up under a duvet, hot chocolate, hot water bottle. Listening to the commentary from sunnier climes. Well, Hobart can feel a little like Scotland in the winter.
Can it?
Gateway to Antarctica.
Feels like Antarctica sometimes.
Ooh, she's played at without the feet anywhere really from Healy and through to Amy Jones. Olivia, 15 years old, big No Balls fan, your podcast, Alex.
Yes.
Listening in Essex right now.
We're due another one, so I hope England win today, so Crossy's a bit chirpier. Otherwise, you might not be getting an episode for a month.
Well, Dan's asking the question, how is Crossy's recovery going? Here comes Lauren Bell to Healy, who's up on her toes and defending into the onside. No run, 18 for 1 still.
I have absolutely no idea, unfortunately. She's here in Hobart. She didn't travel to Melbourne from Sydney, so she's made the journey to Hobart, and whether she's fit or not, England have decided to either not change the team or not go with her.
Well, she's missing from action today. It's a real blow for England, but these two have done a very good job, actually, Filer and Bell, at the top of the order. They've been really impressive. Here is Lauren Bell, and defended into the onside, but into space, just a little tickle away to the right of mid-wicket, and a run is taken. Again, applause coming from the Australian crowd. 19 for the loss of 1 wicket. The grass banks filling up all the time in the sunshine. The young Australian fans in the green and gold jerseys scampering round.
Well, it got warmer as the day went on yesterday, didn't it? And we went out about midday, and it was quite cold, and then about 4 o'clock it was boiling.
An email from Chunky in Wiltshire. Come on, England. Simple message.
But effective.
It's an interesting email from Gareth from Bradley Stoke Cricket Club as well. Here comes Lauren Bell. It's a full delivery which is tucked away to mid-wicket, but there's no run from the bat of Elise Perry. I became increasingly frustrated by the terrible use of England, of DRS, not only by England women, but a lot of teams internationally. DRS introduced to remove the howler, not intended to be a just in case. Why are they wasting their reviews in speculative, oh, it might be out? They should be using it only when it's an obvious error. Only use DRS when it's obvious. Bell to Perry, who's playing off the back foot into the offside towards Charlie Dean. No run. I suppose England would say, well, I thought it was an obvious error.
Yeah, it would have been like, well, we thought it was out. But I'm not sure I agree with Gareth there. And yes, it was brought in for the howler. But equally, sometimes you can think something's out, you're not quite sure, you go for it, and you change it. You change the game by getting a wicket. Getting something overturned. There was quite a lot overturned in the second ODI. A few howlers.
Final ball of the 5th over. And Perry is defending. Hello to Brent, who's listening in Gifu, Japan. Great to hear Rick on commentary. Indeed, lovely to have Rick Finlay with us, bringing the stats and the numbers, talking through the form of the various players. And I am going to get out of the way. Alex Hartley, I'm going to leave you to your musings in the company of Chris Rowbottom.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra, and BBC Sounds.
Yes, Australia 1 for 19 after 5 here at a beautiful Bell Revival. There's blue skies, a good sprinkling of Hobart locals have turned out early in this one. It hasn't been a bad start at all from the visitors. The early wicket, Phoebe Litchfield. Oh, and another little dabble outside the off stump here, flying into the gloves of the keeper. And Lauren Filer is bowling well here, Alex Hartley.
Yeah, they've both bowled well actually throughout this series, but Lauren Filer is just getting a little bit of movement off this surface and not getting too much, so she is asking a few questions. It's more of the length with that delivery though, just trying to get Healy on the front foot. She's not sure if she should go forwards or back.
Filer in again, over the wicket to Healy, short delivery, pulled away, great shot, that'll be 4, through mid-wicket, is in the air momentarily, but a real chance of a catch, and it races away to the boundary.
Yeah, that one's slightly shorter from Lauren Filer, and Healy onto it in a flash. When you make somebody of her calibre ask a question, she often does bounce back with the answer, and not the answer you want.
And that one was there for the taking. She pounced upon it, added 4 to a tally. Australia now 1 for 23. And I thought you were somewhat vindicated in your theory about form, with Litchfield playing a glorious on drive and then getting out next ball.
Thank you.
I didn't mind it at all. Filer in again, another short ball. It's wide outside the off stump, a lash, but it's a wide.
Yeah, I just think there's too many variables when it comes to form and cricket. You know, you can get an absolute peach of a delivery, and you get out, you have a second low score of an innings, a series, and then you get strangled down the leg side when you look world class.
Conversely as well, you can see batters middle the ball but pick out fielders or get out in unlucky sort of circumstances too. Healy remains on strike. Filer's in again. This is wide outside the off stump too, so just losing her line a little bit here. Back-to-back wides. Lauren Filer talked her up at the start of the over.
I'm with you, Alex. If you can't quantify it, it doesn't exist.
Thank you.
Gee.
There's 2 on the board. Anyone else want to back me up, or you're just going to stay silent? Yeah, thought so.
It certainly has merit. A little bit of chaos theory, Rick.
I love stats too, Rick.
We don't want to put Rick out of a job, by the way, when stats become meaningless and trends and numbers and all that sort of thing just goes by the wayside. Healy's on strike. Filer's in again. He's looking to bounce back. This is driven into the covers for no run. How do you assess the opening 5.5 overs here, Alex?
I would say England probably on top a little bit, but then you look at the fact that they've burnt their reviews, they've got none left. Australia have both of theirs left. But I think the seamers have bowled well again today.
Filer strides on in again to Healy, who cuts and cuts hard outside the off stump. Wonderful bit of fielding at point. And there's a little attempt on the stumps at the non-striker's end as well. That was beautifully brought down. Prevents a certain boundary.
Danny Wyatt-Hodge at backward point there, and that's why she's there. There's always been a bit of a battle for backward point between Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Tammy Beaumont, and Wyatt-Hodge has just pipped her over the line over the last couple of years. And for somebody who has been playing cricket for England for so many years, she's still so athletic.
She won't be removed from the position anytime soon. Fuller delivery now, and this time it's driven into the covers for no run once more. So 1 for 25, the Australians. 1 to come in this, the 6th over of the innings. On the text line, Alex is right. So Ravi from Sydney, in all caps, what is a par score anyway these days? So there's another little bit of terminology that maybe is getting on the nerves of cricket watchers. Par score. Healy's on strike once more. Filer's in outside the off stump, but this one is within the legal bounds.
Don't get me started on WinViz or whatever it's called. Do not get me started on that. And I know it's chances and whatever, but I hate it. And also, when the TV put WinViz on and it's 80% Australia, 30% whatever it is, there's a sign in the crowd. I'll come back to that in a second. Everyone turns off, stops listening, because you go, well, Australia are going to win. There's 80% chance of them winning.
I think the Hobart Hurricanes in the BBL were 37% on WinViz last night, and you can guess what happened.
Canes won, didn't they? I woke up and was like, what a belter.
It was a terrific game of cricket.
Didn't watch it. I was asleep by 9:15. Tired.
Back into it here, and this is lofted by Perry. It just beats the fielder coming around it mid-on. It'll run away. It won't be 4. They'll pick up a couple here, the Australians.
So where's the Ricky Ponting stand? There's somebody down there with a sign with my name on it, which is wholesome. Is that a bit big-headed if I go over and be like, can I have a picture?
So Lauren Bell continuing here from the river end of the ground, or David Boone stand in. She's in again to Perry, who's just up on her toes and dropping this off into the offside. Yes, you've got some fans here in Hobart, which is great to see. You spent some time here with the Hurricanes in the WBBL going back a few seasons now, so not a place that's totally strange to you.
I think I could have been the worst overseas ever to play in the WBBL, to be completely honest. Tassie, though, I was flying. I reckon my Tassie stats were good, but WBBL, geez, no wonder they didn't ask me back.
Rick, there's a job for you. Alex Hartley, WBBL stats while with the Hobart Hurricanes, please. This is tugged away by Perry and it's out. Caught on the 45. She attempted to work it around the corner, but she caught it a little too well. It was in the air and gobbled up by Lauren Filer. Massive wicket for England. Australia lose a second, 2 for 27.
Yeah, that ball angling down the leg side. Perry could have flicked it anywhere into the leg side from mid-wicket all the way through to fine leg, and she's picked out Filer at short fine, who takes a pretty decent catch as the ball's flown to her. You can't often see the angle of which the ball's coming off the bat from short fine, but Perry could not have picked Lauren Filer out more perfectly if she tried. The ball was there to be hit, and England have got another one strangled down the leg side.
Well, that is a huge moment. Elise Perry goes for just 2 runs off 9 deliveries. She's coming off that 60 at the Junction Oval, but unable to capitalise here in Hobart. And England off to a flyer. Australia 2 for 27.
England will take so much confidence from this good start as well, having the Aussies 2 down early. Australia haven't been at their best with the bat throughout this series so far. Heather Knight saying she would have batted first because of the surface. I actually think England's best way of winning is to try and do what they did in that second ODI, is bowl Australia out cheaply and hopefully chase it down this time.
Yeah, absolutely. It started very, very well here as Beth Mooney makes her way to the crease. She's not in the best form of her career, it has to be said. She's coming off a 12-run innings against England, of course, at the Junction Oval, and she had 28 before that at North Sydney. She is and can be so destructive. Another text in, question for you from Jonah. Who is currently the fastest bowler in the women's game? Is it Filer, Brown, Vlaminick, Illingworth? Thanks for keeping me company while I work today. Our pleasure, Jonah.
Well, I'm obviously going to say Filer.
Bell's here in again, over the wicket to Mooney, who just dabs this into the offside. Fielded at backward point for no run.
I think Filer's been quicker than Darcy Brown in this series so far. She certainly wasn't one of the ODIs. Filer in the 100 last year was faster than... I'm firing blanks. The South African seamer, the little one, Ishmael.
Ishmael, yes.
Ishmael.
Shabnim, yes.
Who was the fastest bowler in the world for a while.
Again now with a flourish, Mooney plays this through mid-wicket. There'll be runs here. It rolls out to that deep mid-wicket region. They turn for 2 and they get there easily. So 2 to the tally.
So I'm actually going to say it could actually be Lauren Filer.
And what are we talking in terms of kilometres per hour?
We do miles an hour.
I know.
I think she's hit 123 in this first ODI. 123 kilometres an hour.
I need some conversion there as well, Rick, please. Miles to kilometres.
Times by 1.6, Chris.
I'm hopeless as well. Thank you.
I couldn't do 79 minus 2 before, Rick.
Filer's in again to Mooney, and again with a little flourish, a flick of the back leg. She tucks this fine. They're going to turn for 2. This will be a little tighter, but they'll get them easily in the end. 6 from the over, including the big wicket of Elise Berry. Australia 2 for 31. Completion of 7. Change in that expert chair as Alex Hartley makes her way down to the Ricky Ponting stand to say hello to a couple of big fans. Welcome Sarah Elliott into the chair. Hello to you.
G'day, Chris. What a great start here for England to be 2 wickets into the Australian side. Fantastic. They bowled well, these opening bowlers.
They certainly have. 2 big wickets too, Litchfield and Perry, who, as we know, can take a game away from the opposition very, very quickly. We're going to have a change of bowlers here from the Church Street end of the ground. That's Siva Brunt into the attack with Australia 2 for 31. Lisa Healy at the ready. Siva Brunt steams on in. This is just dabbed into the point region for no run.
I think Alex's fans in the crowd must be listening in because I saw them waving the signs that they'd done just before, so hopefully she'll be able to connect with them. I wonder how much he's paid them.
Teed up previously, do you think? Just slipped
No.
A couple of fans, a crisp 50s or something. Siva Brunt in once more to Healy, squares her up, defended. Into the offside once more. So good start here from Siva Brunt. A couple of dots. Australia 2 for 31. Into the 8th over here.
Yeah, great start. Just hitting the money straight away. Got a really tight offside field. Cover sort of in hunting, making scoring runs, getting off strike difficult.
Healy again. She goes large. She's in the air. She could be caught here. Oh, it was a tough chance. The fielder at mid-on. She lost it in the air, tangled herself up and was unable to take it. It was Lauren Fowler again who just lost her footing. And that was a genuine chance, though, for England to remove a 3rd Australian wicket.
Oh, that would have been a big wicket. It certainly was a chance. Just didn't quite read it and get back quick enough. Fowler, tall girl, did sort of get herself tangled up. Was unable to get those early steps in to get herself in a better position. A chance there for Healy. Could be pretty damaging, couldn't it?
Absolutely. So Healy's 8, Mooney is 4. And a chance goes begging for England. Gee, wouldn't that have been an early, or a bonus really, to have the Aussies at 3 for 32 so early in the innings. But alas, Siva Brunt is in here to Mooney, who turns this through the onside and cruises on through for a single.
Straying onto the pads there. The beauty of that right-left combination, not quite getting it right for Mooney. You see they've got some clear plans. They've put a fair bit of research in to Mooney, having a square, a cover in almost a catching position. Healy back on strike now.
Siva Brunt on the charge over the wicket onto the pads of Healy, who just pads this into the mid-wicket region where Heather Knight, another former Hobart Hurricane, comes up and does the fielding. She spent many a season here and made lots of runs too, did Heather Knight. Even captained the Hurricanes from memory. So she too familiar with Hobart. 1,120 through the gates at the start of play. That'll swell as the day goes on. Siva Brunt in once more, just drops this one a little wide of the off stump. It's cut away by Healy, but unable to pierce the field. So another dot, a good over from Nat Siva Brunt, just the 2 from it. From an England perspective, Australia 2 for 33 after 8.
Yeah, great over there by Siva Brunt. And is that the recognising key moments in the game in terms of the way Healy is going to take the game on? And this is what I think we've been talking about in terms of the difference between Australia and England, but being brave and taking the game on. So Healy has taken a big risk to try and hit over the top there and get some runs. Could have been her downfall, but I think that's the bravery that Australia play with, that see them keep pushing boundaries and keep winning games because they're happy to take on the challenge. And I guess that's what we're wanting to see from England when they bat. Not being happy to just settle with that 2 runs and over, but actually pushing and pushing. Australia obviously have the luxury of such a long batting lineup. Bringing Wareham in actually strengthens that lineup, I think.
Yeah, and Elise Perry spoke about that following the second game in Melbourne, about just being a little more positive despite the win. Mooney's on strike here as Lauren Bell continues from the river end. This is driven really well. Beats the infield. It races out towards the boundary. It'll get there as well. Beautifully struck. Classical type of shot through the covers. And that's 4 more for the Australians.
Just her ability to find the gap there, wasn't it? It was a great shot. It wasn't a big angle she had to work with. It's up to the challenge, and that's why Mooney's such a good player. Talked that she hasn't maybe been in the greatest form in terms of runs on the board, but such a classy player.
Yeah, she's been superb so far in the one-day series, going at just 2.85 and over, coming into today's clash. Just the 3 wickets, but the economy has been fantastic. So a rare boundary off her bowling. Mooney on strike again. Around the wicket she comes. This is angling across the body and down the leg side, so a wide.
And that's what happened. Your favour fortune's the brave, doesn't it? Mooney prepared to take on that shot. There is a short catching sort of square cover, but happy to take on that boundary ball when it was on offer. And then immediately it's followed up by a wide by the English bowler. And that's what happens when you're prepared to take the bowlers on. You find that more loose balls do come your way.
It's the 4th wide so far in this innings. Bell around the wicket once more. Straight a delivery here to Mooney, who's driving back down the wicket. She fields her own work and prevents any sort of run scoring from happening. A dot ball, so a good follow-up.
One of the dangers too for England is that you're going to have some very hungry Australian batters. Someone like Beth Mooney is such a competitor, will be desperate to make runs. When she's switched on and focused, she's sort of unstoppable. So I feel like we're going to see some real fight from her today, and I hope we do. I hope that translates to some runs on the board for her.
Yep, she's one of the most explosive batters in the world when she's at her best. She's out of form a little bit. Apologies to Alex Hartley, as this one's just defended into the offside.
Just having a think about that. Form means nothing. When you're hungry for runs, it's such a mental game.
Well, the statistics say she's out of form.
That's a good way to put it.
The numbers say she's out of form. The trend.
That's a good way to put it.
Gee, it's a beautiful day here at Bellerive. Just quietly as well. Perfect condition expected today. Bell's in again, around the wicket, full delivery, driven here by Mooney. Picks out the fielder at mid-off, will misfield. This will let the Australians in. They'll get at least 1. They might even get 2. They thought about it momentarily, but opted against it in the end. So just a little mistake allows the scoreboard to tick over to 2 for 39.
Little things, little 1%ers, aren't they, to add up? It's a really picturesque ground, isn't it, from where we're sitting, looking out over the Derwent.
Absolutely magnificent. Looks like a good old time to be had on the hill today as well. Lots of young families out there by the looks of things. The picnic rugs all unrolled. Looks terrific. Was going to continue here over the wicket now. She comes into Healy, onto her toes. It's flicked away through mid-wicket. Won't get to the boundary. They'll turn for 2, and they won't bother with a 3rd. Hauled back in from the deep. So just starting to get their eye in here, this pair. Partnership up to 14. Healy's 10, Mooney's 10.
Well, the cost just isn't it the single of that misfield, is it? It's the 2 that follow, because all of a sudden you've got the right or the left-hander back on strike, the right-hander on strike. It changes. It adds more value.
Healy on strike here, taps the bat, and Bell charges in over the wicket once more, lofted just over the outstretched palm of Bell, straight back down the ground. It wasn't hit with a great deal of power, so it falls well short of the rope. They get through for a single. So 9 from that over, and that is a little uncharacteristic from what we've seen from Lauren Bell so far in this series, going at 2.8, so slightly expensive. Australia 2 for 42 after 9.
It's terrific just seeing the Aussies take on that challenge. It's a good over for them.
Interesting to track Beth Mooney's career in one-day internationals. If you divide her career into quartiles, Average of the first one is 39.5, second one is 38. The third one is 95.6.
Wow.
And then the last one has actually sunk to 29.
Okay. So how many games she played?
81.
81, right.
82.
So in a 20 stretch. So she's a classy player. She plays 360 degrees. If that's what makes it really hard to set a field to. I don't think there's been a more consistent player in the WBBL over its history.
Yeah, so good at the top of the order. Siva Brunt continues here from the Church Street ends. She's into Healy, who's happy to defend back down the wicket. She's 11, but she doesn't add to a tally on this occasion. A dot. 0467 920 222, the text line. Hope you're enjoying coverage on Grandstand Cricket for ABC Sport, Sports Digital, the Listen app, BBC 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Siva Brunt in once more, and again Healy opting to defend.
The pitch seems to be, batters sort of look like they haven't quite got the pace of it yet in terms of some of the drives that we're used to seeing racing to the boundary. We've seen a couple of lofted ones have been a bit mistimed, even the drives along the ground. The sense it's not an absolute belter. It's a little bit hard to get yourself in on.
Siva Brunt on the charge once more, and again forward defence from Alyssa Healy.
That's good. The England field, they are all really hunting. The fielders in the inner circle are hunting, and Siva doing a good job bowling a nice tight line. It's no freedom to sort of free your arms and have a real swing, which we know that Alyssa Healy would love to do.
Siva Brunt, and this time Healy lashes out and goes all the way down to cow corner. Picks herself up a boundary. And after 3 dots, Alyssa Healy decides to open the shoulders and go for the rope.
Absolutely, that's the way that she plays. A little bit short of that delivery, not much in it. But Healy's not going to hang around too long. She's going to have a real crack. That's the way she plays her cricket. That's her role in the team.
Terrific shot from Alyssa Healy. Let's see what Siva Brunt has. This one's just dabbed into the offside. No run, so good response. Just 2 runs from the first of Nat Siva Brunt's overs so far this afternoon, and 4 from the second, including all 4 of those runs coming from that boundary, of course. So been good here. Healy's 15. Australia's 2 for 46. Siva Brunt fuller delivery, and this is lofted again. Chance for a catch in the deep, and it's out. She's been caught at deep mid-wicket. And Australia, they do lose a third. And just as Alyssa Healy started to get the tail up, she's holed out into the deep.
Wow. She wanted to have a go, didn't she, Healy? You could see that. Wanting to get on with the scoring. It was a good catch in the outfield by Beaumont. She judged it really well. A fair celebration too. She's turned around and shown the crowd the ball. Not sure how many English fans there are in the crowd today. Maybe she was showing it to the Australians. But fantastic for England. 3 wickets, exactly what they needed. These first sort of 10 overs to really put themselves in the running for this game.
Yeah, so a boundary from that Nat Siva Brunt over, and also the big wicket of Alyssa Healy, who goes for 15. Australia 3 for 46 at the 10 over mark. A short break here for drinks, but we might have a change in commentary as well as Nigel Sutherland makes her way out into the middle. I'll take a short break. On the other side of this, we'll be with Matt Clinch.
ABC Sports coverage in January is all about cricket and tennis.
Centre Court heats up when the best tennis players from around the world do battle in the 2025 Australian Open.
The next big thing is tennis has arrived.
Cricket.
He's giving it room and he's bowled. That's it.
And tennis. Hear it live and ad-free.
On ABC Sport Digital.
And take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes. On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listen app.
Just another manic Monday.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, 3 big wickets from an England point of view. Alyssa Healy out for 15, Phoebe Litchfield out for 15, and Elise Perry out for 2. So Charlie Dean starts a new over from the river end. Coming forward and defending is Beth Mooney. She pushes it down to mid-on and a dot ball to start the 11th over. Good battle, Sarah, at the moment.
Oh, this is terrific. Exactly what this series needed. England to come out and bowl well, and exactly what it's done. They put the ball in good areas, put a lot of pressure on the scoring of the Australians.
Dean comes around the wicket and bowls to Beth Mooney, who's back and cutting through the gap at forward point and takes a single as Mooney moves to 11. Australia 3 for 48 at the start of the 11th over. Matt Clinch and Sarah Elliott with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and through the BBC. Elise Perry, of course, was the one who carried the Australian innings with 60 at Junction Oval in Melbourne. Alyssa Healy scored 70 in the first Women's One Day International, so two of the thorns in England's side have been dismissed. So they will hope that if they can continue to bowl well, the Australian middle order, who lost 5 for 7 in Melbourne, are under pressure.
Well, absolutely. Questions on Sutherland. She's missed out in the first 2 games, but maybe this is the situation she needs, where the game's on and she just gets the bat.
Such a talented player as Annabelle Sutherland awaits her first delivery from Charlie Dean, and she defends back down the pitch.
Getting through the first thing, building a partnership here, getting yourself into the game, allowing yourself that time.
Sutherland with scores of 10 and 11 as she comes forward looking to drive, and it's fielded in the covers, trying to get off the mark as Tammy Beaumont does the fielding. Australia 3 for 47. Beth Mooney, having faced the 10 balls, the 1-4 so far in her 11. Annabelle Sutherland awaiting her third delivery. Dean comes in, a quicker ball, and she's trying to work off her pads and straight to Maya Bouchier, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
I thought Charlie Dean bowled really well at the Junction the other day. She didn't pick up a wicket. I think she was number 28 or 5 overs, but her last couple of overs were really, really tight, and it sort of gave her partner at the other end the opportunity. They were the ones taking the wickets.
Tammy Beaumont moves out to deep cover as Dean comes in. Sutherland's forward, trying to push it back down the pitch, but straight to the fielder, Sophie Eccleston, who does the fielding at mid-off. So pretty good over from an England point of view. Just the 1 run coming off that over from Charlie Dean. Australia 3 for 47 after winning the toss and electing to bat first. A beautiful day at Belrive Oval in Hobart. And good to see some of the crowd. Most of them are watching in either the Ricky Ponting stand or on the Derwent Riverside for this afternoon's clash.
It's such a great ground to watch cricket. I don't get the chance to get down here too often, but if you're out to the Derwent, got the chance to get out on a ferry yesterday. Hadn't seen the city from that angle before. It was terrific. It was a great follow-up over there from Dean. Take a wicket, and the next one, a really, really tight one. Put some pressure back on Mooney. They just need to worry about their game. You could look at England and say, well, what do we need to win this game? They haven't been able to make 206 yet, but that's not the way from an Australian point of view to look at things. They're going to stick to their plans and their sort of KPIs. They'll be wanting well over 200, 240 plus.
Siva Brunt hadn't taken a wicket in this series until claiming the Australian captain as she starts a new over from the Church Street end, and forward comes Mooney and just trying to open up the blade, and it's fielded at backward point. Start of the 12th over, Australian 3 for 47.
Just bowling with really good control. It's been what's been most impressive about the start of this English innings, and that's brought about the downfall and the wickets falling.
Siva Brunt around the wicket into Beth Mooney, who steps forward and defends into the offside.
I've seen a couple of shots being played over the top in the air, but just get the sense that the batters aren't quite as comfortable doing that on this wicket just yet. Especially not now they're 3 wickets down.
Beth Mooney with scores of 28 in Sydney. Hold out to deep mid-wicket. Was out LBW to Sophie Eccleston for 12. Nat Siva Brunt comes in. Mooney tries to open up some space on the offside, but once more straight to Danny White-Hodge, who does the fielding at backward point. Australia 3 for 47 in the 12th over. Mooney on 11. Sutherland yet to get off the mark.
What a great contest. This is what we want. England down in the series. They were disappointing, but they've come back here.
Siva Brunt once more to Mooney, who leans forward and pushes it into the offside, where Heather Knight does the fielding.
It talked about the mental side of the game beforehand, Clinch, and that first 10 overs was so important. It could have gone all wrong. Straight could have come out blazing away, and that really would have gotten the heads of England. But the fact that they've come out here, bowled really well, got some wickets, back in the contest.
And there's something about the multi-format series which just adds to the intrigue. Siva Brunt back of a length, and once more Mooney's just trying to work this on the offside, can't find the gap. There's 4 inside the circle on the offside. Danny White-Hodge does the fielding at backward point, so there's Heather Knight in the covers as well. Tammy Beaumont is now heading out to a deep point. Alice Capsey is fielding at mid-off. Sophie Eccleston is at mid-on. Charlie Dean at mid-wicket, and there's 2 out deep on the onside. 5 dots balls so far. How long will Beth Mooney stay patient? A full delivery which is driven into the offside. And a maiden from Nat Sibber-Brunt. 3 overs for her, 1 for 6. Mooney on 11. Sutherland yet to get off the mark. Australia 3 for 47 after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Matt Lynch alongside Sarah Elliott with you on ABC Sport. Also great to have Rick Finlay, as always, with us in Tassie this afternoon, providing all the stats. And you can get in touch with us on the SMS 0467 922 222.
I think from an Australian point of view, the players would love to have this Ashes Series won before going into the test, and then to go into that test and to be with the freedom to play, to absolutely take it on and to win that test.
Charlie Dean's going to continue a new over from the river end. Comes into Annabelle Sutherland, looking to get off the mark. She can't beat Bouchier, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
The players speak about, and Test cricket is still what they hold most dearly. It's that real privilege and the prestige, the pointy end of stuff. So they'd love to go in and make a show of that.
Dean over the wicket with her off spin. Coming forward is Sutherland, and just plays it down to mid-on.
But one thing at a time. They've got to win this. They've got to win a couple more games before that to secure the series. So 2 points for each win in the one-day format and the T20 format. 4-0 up at the minute.
Dean 4 or 5 steps and she's into her off spin. Sutherland's lost patience. Down the pitch she comes. Hits over the top of the infield and across the rope for 4. Mid-off was up. It was a calculated risk from Annabelle Sutherland to get off the mark. And Australia bring up their 50. They're 3 for 51 in the 13th over. And Annabelle Sutherland showing intent. She's been out for 10 and 11 so far in this series. So I know what a dominant all-rounder she is, and what a great last couple of months she's had as well with the bat from an Australian point of view. Back-to-back hundreds in the series against India and New Zealand. Sutherland 4 from 5 deliveries. As Charlie Dean comes in once more, back in her crease and pulls it, not quite timed, out to the fielder. And deep backward square leg. Lauren Bell does the fielding, and Annabelle Sutherland picks up a single to move to 5. 3 for 52 in the 13th over.
Just great to see Sutherland's game awareness, knowing her strengths. That's where she plays ever since she was about 15. I remember doing that in club cricket down in Melbourne, packing herself. It was there, it was in her slot. She hadn't scored yet, but taking the game on and playing that low risk for her.
Dean now into the left-handed Beth Mooney, who's able to work this off her pads and takes off quickly for the single, just wide of Alice Capsey, who throws a little wild. Mooney moves to 12. Australia 3 for 53 in the 13th over. I've seen Annabelle Sutherland open the batting in white ball cricket, so I guess the other part for Elisa Healy is trying to work out the right players in the right slots in this team.
Oh, it's a real luxury, isn't it? They have such depth in their batting.
Dean over the wicket once more. Forward comes Sutherland, beats Maya Bouchier at mid-wicket. Lunging to her right, just couldn't quite stop the single, and Sutherland moves to 6. All of a sudden 7 off the over from an Australian point of view. The Aussies 3 for 53 after 13 overs. Beth Mooney is on 12. Annabelle Sutherland is on 6. Thanks to Sarah Elliott with you on ABC Sport and via the BBC, and Kirsten Pike about to join you. Beautiful day, top of 18 or 19 degrees expected in Tasmania. We've seen some great BBL matches which have taken place in Tassie. The Hobart Hurricanes and the Sydney Sixers fighting for hosting rights of the Big Bash final, and good to see so many fans, especially the young kids, making their way in to the cricket today. Nat Sibber-Brunt is going to continue from the Church Street end. His partnership now up to 8 from 18 deliveries. Beth Mooney and Elisa Healy putting on 19 as the highest partnership so far. Hello, Pikey.
Hey, Clinchy.
Nat Sibber-Brunt starts a new over. Comes into Annabelle Sutherland, who's forward and with the full face of the bat, just pushing it into the onside where Heather Knight does the fielding.
It's a good period of play here, isn't it? Just trying to see where the balance is going to swing. Wonderful start by the English women. Nice controlled bowling. The Australian batters have been challenged.
Sibber-Brunt with 1 for 6 as she comes in, and Sutherland leans forward. and is happy to defend once more. I feel like Nat Sciver-Brunt has to play a big role in this series. Either with bat or ball, they need one of their most experienced, the number one all-rounder between the two sides here. Hasn't been able to fire with a defiant knot so far with the bat, a slower ball, and it's pushed away by Annabelle Sutherland once more. The score is 3 for 54 in the 14th over. Sutherland 6 from 11 deliveries.
And also with ball in hand, I don't think she's had the impact that she would have liked to as well. Went reasonably expensive last game. I think she only bowled a few overs and went for about 10 and over, was it? Up around that, so...
Hadn't taken a wicket previously to today as Sutherland leans forward, trying to drive, but chopped off out wide-ish mid-off. Charlie Dean quickly across to her right. Sutherland 6 from 13 deliveries, and another good over so far from Nat Sciver-Brunt, just bowling under 100 kilometres per hour, but her line and length has been on the mark so far. Sutherland will have to decide whether she wants to take a risk. Once more, back of a length, and this time she clips it off her hip. Backward of square, and this will race down towards the rope. Beaumont has to lunge, and she can't prevent the boundary. Well timed by Annabelle Sutherland. Didn't have to overhit it, really, just use the pace of the delivery, and such a good shot to bring up another boundary for the Australians. Sutherland moves to 10. Australia are 3 for 58 in the 14th over.
Really just leant on that one and dissected the fielders out there in the deep. It looked like Fine Leg was running the wrong way for a second. She might have just not been able to quite pick it up. I can't see who that is out on the boundaries. Is Filer out there?
Filer's out there, yep. Nat Sciver-Brunt in to Annabelle Sutherland once more. Wide of the off stump, and it's pushed into the offside and a dot ball. So just the 4 runs coming from that over from Nat Sciver-Brunt. 4 overs for her, 1 for 10. And Australia are 3 for 58. 8 boundaries so far in their innings through 14 overs. Beth Mooney is on 12. Annabelle Sutherland is on 10. Matt Clinch alongside Kirsten Pike with you on ABC Sport. Australia won the toss. They decided to bat first. Just the one change from an Australian point of view. Darcy Brown makes way for Georgia Wareham. So a very spin-friendly pitch so far for this women's Ashes. So Alana King to feature alongside Georgia Wareham and Ash Gardner, while England have gone with the same 11 which have featured in the first 2 women's one-day international matches. Alyssa Healy was out for 15, caught by Beaumont from the bowling of Sciver-Brunt. Phoebe Litchfield was caught by Amy Jones down the leg side from the bowling of Filer, out for 15, and Elise Perry was out for 2, caught by Filer from the bowling of Bell. Players are getting some refreshments and some drinks that are being brought out. We'll pause for the moment from Bellerive Oval with drinks on the field.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
R-E-S-P-C-T, find out what it means to me. R-E-S-P-C-T, take FTCC.
It's on the warmest day today in Tassie, only around 20 degrees, but the sun is beating down and the players will be thankful for the drinks that have been brought out. Matt Clinch alongside Kirsten Pike with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC. And you imagine, Pikey, the England camp would feel like 3 for 58. They've started with good intent once more. Their bowling has been on the money so far for this series, and if they can get 1 or 2 wickets here, the problem with, though, from an Australian point of view, is you get Beth Mooney or Annabelle Sutherland, then Ash Gardner comes out, then Tali McGrath comes out. Georgia Wareham's listed to bat at 11. I don't think she'll be coming in at number 11, Pikey. At the very least, she'll be above Megan Shute.
Yeah, you think so. And probably up above Kim Garth and probably Kingy as well. Like, Kingy's been great this series, hasn't she? She's been able to have some key contributions with the bat. But yeah, there's no reprieve, is there? You just kind of keep on going. And as a bowling unit, I'm sure the English are going, oh, goodness, in comes someone else. So, look, it's a key period, though, for this period, the time of the game. 3 for 58 after 14. A really good start by the English, but also that segment in time where you need to keep having an impact just to make sure that the Australians don't get away from you. And that's exactly what Sutherland and Beth Mooney usually do. They're happy to stay in, build partnerships, and they've got that ability to explode as well.
And that's what I thought Elise Perry summed up beautifully at the end of the second women's one-day international match at Junction Oval about Australia just withstanding the pressure as it applied. Low score, 180, but they knew their bowlers would go to work and just making sure that everyone played their role and really knowing that they've been in these pressure situations, and that's often what decides these Ashes series.
Yeah, and they're just so calm under pressure as well. You don't see them get, at least externally, particularly nervous around what they're doing and too flustered. So they'll play very measured innings, and we see spin come into the attack for the first time today.
Of course, lost 5 for 22 in that match at Junction Oval. Start of a new over as Beth Mooney goes back and pushes it into the offside from Charlie Dean. Picks up a single as it's wide of just in between Maya Bouchier and also Danny White-Hodge. 3 for 59 at the start of the 15th over. Beth Mooney moves to 13. His third women's one-day international match. After this, the series moves to the T20s. And then a historic day-night test match at the MCG at the end of the month. Just looking forward to seeing that, Pikey, as to what sort of pitch we have at the MCG after the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Dean comes in, Sutherland hits in the air and it's taken. The catch is held. Lunging forward, Eccleston's able to hang on to it at mid-off, and Australia lose a 4th wicket. Sutherland has to go for 10. The Aussies are 4-59 in the 15th over.
Yeah, big wicket there, wasn't it? Just looking to try and take on the attack straight after drinks, and I lied when I said spin into the attack. That's spin into the attack straight after drinks. So look, well bowled and just really good catch as well, nice and low, just able to get the fingers underneath the ball to secure it nicely. And a big wicket there for the English.
Annabelle Sutherland throws her head back in frustration, wanting to be aggressive and on the attack, and in the end just a mistimed shot which went straight to Eccleston, who took the catch at mid-off. Australia are 4-59.
And that's what
Gardner strides out to the middle.
Yeah, sorry, Clinchy, I was just about to say that's what the Australians would not have wanted straight after drinks. You can kind of just relax a little bit, can't you, as you come back and almost just need to be willing just to settle in. A couple of dot balls. Don't be too concerned about that straight after the drinks break and really try and settle back into your innings. And another soft out there by Sutherland. She hasn't had the impact that she would have liked to have had in these one-day series, obviously coming off some really good innings in the Indian series for the Australian women and also over in New Zealand.
So a lot of questions being asked by England at the moment as Dean comes in to the new batter, Ash Gardner, who comes forward and defends back down the pitch. Australia 4 for 59. Gardner with just the 2 from 8 deliveries in Melbourne. 42 from 44 in Sydney for the player of the match. As Dean comes in and Gardner looks to drive. Can't beat the 9, although they think about a single off the just wide of Sophie Eccleston. In the end, Beth Mooney wasn't all that interested, and Ash Gardner had to quickly turn around on her heels and get back in her crease. She was a quarter of the way down the pitch, so just a bit of communication between the two, and Gardner puts her hand up and apologises. That's the last thing you want, a run out. Dean over the wicket, comes in to Gardner, who just chips it onto the onside wide of Bouchier at mid-wicket to pick up a single to get off the mark. Australia 4 for 60 in the 15th over. Charlie Dean 1 for 9 in her third over. As the field adjusts for the left-handed Mooney. This is where Australia, when they lose wickets, Beth Mooney, the established batter, 13 from 18 deliveries as Dean comes around the wicket. And Mooney just plays it straight to Alice Capsey, who does the fielding at mid-wicket. The end of the over. 2 runs coming off it and a wicket for England. Australia 4 for 60 with Mooney on 13, Gardner on 1. Matt Clinch alongside Kirsten Pike with you on ABC Sport, and Henry Rand is about to join in.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Just another manic Monday. Wish it was Sunday.
Well, intriguing cricket, that much is for sure. England finding a way to get wickets, Australia finding themselves a little bit bogged down. It's not a surface that's been particularly easy to score on. Certainly, here comes Siva Brunt then, as a new over begins. Ash Gardner defends off the back foot. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen England getting wickets. You sort of sense this is the phony war before the real action starts in the second innings.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's been good, though, just their ability to try and build that pressure when, you know, at times it can get away from you quite quickly in this game.
Siva Brunt runs in once more and onto the pads of Gardner, whips it down towards fine leg. Lauren Filer scooting to her right. And ball is collected down there in the distance, with the score moving on to 61 for the loss of 4. Now, the stats have been rolling in, because we have seen in this series Australia put in positions that have been unusual in terms of dismissals, and how effective England have been with the ball and the pressure that's been put under Australia. Keeper up to the stumps, it's Mooney who's driving elegantly to Beaumont to the left at extra cover. Good stop by the England opener. It's only the second time Australia have lost 3 or more wickets in the first 10 overs versus England in 28 over ODI since the start of 2012. The last time that happened was the Women's World Cup of 2013, when they were 28 for 4 after 10. This is defended back up the track. No run there. Siva Brunt's been excellent today. 1 for 11 from her 4.3 overs.
Yeah, she's been really good, and I love what they're doing as well, trying to squeeze it. They've got the short catching mid-wicket in here for Beth Mooney. The drive's quite straight.
Siva Brunt again in the sunshine. Kicks off and bowls the ball, which Mooney is looking for a run into the leg side, which is ambitious to say the least. And there is no chance to get it.
Yeah, mid-wicket as well, squeezing nice and tight in for Beth Mooney. So you get the feeling that the pitch might be a little bit slower as well, just to have those catching positions in nice and short. Just see Sutherland as well, maybe she just didn't quite get to it.
Siva Brunt bowls a ball which Mooney just drops down on, as she's done so effectively throughout her career, working the angles, finding the gaps. Can't do so though. The over comes to an end with 16 having been bowled and just the 1 from it. So Australia 4 for 61. This is the third one-day international of the Women's Ashes. If you want to get in touch, tms@bbc.co.uk on the email. You can get in touch on the SMS as well, 0467 920 222. In Australia, Jeff emails from Birmingham, listening under the duvet. Visited Australia in 1996. Biggest regret not getting to Tasmania. Did, however, visit all the other states. Went to the Gabba, SCG and the WACA, all of which look pretty different these days from almost 30 years ago.
1996.
Go. Here comes Charlie Dean in the sunglasses. Bowls a ball that Gardner waits a little while for, then whips with a quick flick of the wrists out towards the leg side for 1.
What's your favourite ground out here in Australia, Henry?
Oh, that's a good question. You can't...
And if it's not the Gabba, where is it?
If it's not the Gabba, much as I like nondescript concrete bowls...
Harsh, I hope the government's listening.
I'm joking, obviously. In comes Dean. And round the wicket, Mooney looking for a single to mid-off. That's a good judge of a run, and a single is taken. 63 on the board for 4. I think every ground has its charm. But no, I love the sense of gladiatorials, the Colosseum nature of the MCG and the Gabba, the way you're surrounded at all times. I think that has its own, almost only Australian quality. Full toss, which is hit down the ground, and Ash Gardner is not going to turn down that sort of generous gift, as the ball is walloped over the head of Charlie Dean, and she doesn't even bother following its progress to the ropes. And the David Boone stand, as that brings 4 runs. Welcome runs for Australia as well. Boundaries hard to come by. 67 now for the loss of 4. I love Adelaide Oval. I think it's a stunning place, I really do. Here is Charlie Dean. A little bit quicker, flatter. Gardner nicely whips that away to mid-wicket for 1 more.
I think there's something nice in just looking out here at the Oval as well. Just having the hill, isn't there? That's quite special. Particularly here when you can see the ocean in the background. It's extremely picturesque, and for Adelaide Oval, being able to see the church as well behind, I think it's something quite romantic about it.
Charlie Dean round the wicket. Forward is Mooney, thinking about unwinding over mid-wicket. Can't do so. I think the grass banks you see in New Zealand and South Africa and England, and Australia, you can't get really in England because of the climate and the rain that you get. They turn into sort of mud patches quite quickly. Final ball of the 17th over is bowled by Charlie Dean. Not a good ball, and she gets away with it because the sweep from Mooney only finds the hands of Lauren Filer, and Charlie Dean's 4th over comes to an end with 7 from it, as Australia struggled just a little bit to find much rhythm on a slowish surface. England doing a good job with the ball. But Australia holding all the cards in the series, of course. 17 overs gone. Australia winning the toss, batting first. At a 4 for 68. I think there is a sort of majesty to the MCG, isn't there?
Yeah, it's such a big stadium, and I've been there at times when there's been hardly anyone there watching, and it makes it's got that different feel about it when there's nothing more impressive than having 80, 90, 100,000 people sitting in that stadium. It's just pure madness, and it's brilliant.
I think almost my favourite sporting event for its significance in so many ways was being lucky enough to be at that 2020 World Cup final. Just it felt so huge.
Yeah.
For women's sport and for everything else.
Oh, it was wonderful, wasn't it? And I remember walking into the ground as well and just seeing a number of the young boys and girls going in there and all kind of wearing different things. I think I saw some people wearing the Katy Perry outfits, some people wearing the Indian colours, the Australian colours. It was wonderful, and just to be able to see that come to fruition after so many months or years of planning to feel the G, it was pretty cool, and hopefully coming into the Test series as well, we'll see some good attendances as well.
That's the hope. Here's Eccleston into the attack then, the world's #1 ODI and T20 bowler. His first ball is pushed back up the track by Ash Gardner. So Eccleston, who is England's big threat. She's not yet bowled today. Bowls the ball to Gardner, having taken 6 wickets in the series and an average of just 12.2, strike rate of 20. I mean, phenomenal.
Oh, it's extraordinary, isn't she? She's just so good, so crafty.
Took a good low catch early on today as well. Eccleston moving in and just slightly looser for him. Might have tripped over the umpire there, possibly. Which is always nice to see. Eccleston whirling the arms with a slip in place. Round the wicket is in now. This has been hit down the ground. Lovely shot. It's going to be 6. Well, that's Ash Gardner at her absolute best. Brilliant shot from Gardner over wide long on, and the crowd absolutely love it. Well, welcome to the game, Sophie Eccleston.
Yeah, wonderful shot there by Ash Gardner. Really just had a small step down the wicket and gave an opportunity to step hit. Got nicely up and under it, and that one just sailed away. Kept on going.
Eccleston to try again, round the wicket. This is pushed back past her towards Siva Brunt at mid-off. And so always fascinating cat and mouse. Who can put pressure on who?
Yeah, I was just thinking that with Eccleston coming into the attack, the Australian batters will have a plan to her to try and see if they can unsettle her early, be nice and aggressive, but with 4 wickets down, there's probably a limit.
Clipped away off the pads into the leg side for probably a couple there, as it's Beaumont who runs around quickly to pick up. And Gardner, who's playing nicely here. He's got 16 from just 13 balls, and Australia move forward to 4 for 76.
Yeah, there's probably just that limit on how aggressive you can be, but Ash Gardner really only approaches the game one way, and that is with attack. So this will be a really good challenge and a great matchup.
Gardner on strike, waiting for Eccleston, who gives that a little more flight. It's defended back up the track. 8 from the over, her first. And she'll know that it's a battle lost, but the war very much continues. As England have done a good job so far, but Australia will know if they've defended 180, they'll very much feel confident that they can defend pretty much everything. Rick?
English listeners may be pleased to know that it's the first time since the World Cup in 2012-13 that England have dismissed Australia's 4th wicket for a score as low as 59, as happened today. So they're going back 12 years.
OK, well, this is encouraging from an England perspective. I do recall, however, that Australia ended up winning that game. So it was a low total and England fell away in a heap, as I recall. Charlie Dean at the far end. Derwent River in the distance. As Dean is in. Here comes Mooney down the track, and she's going to smash the ball back over the bowler's head for 4. Well, Charlie Dean has been targeted during this series. It's a clear plan from Australia, and Mooney, with a lot of bottom hand but plenty of aggression, gets a boundary to start this 19th over.
Yeah, going in the end of the last over, I thought they might have been looking to change it up from this end, and that might have been Dean's last over, but gone with her again. And you're right, it does look they will be trying to be a little bit more aggressive towards her. She was allowed to probably settle into a line of length quite early in the first two. Very, very controlled.
She will talk us numbers in the next delivery as this is defended by Mooney. 1 for 47 from 9 overs in the first one there. None for 28 from 5 overs in the second, so she's been going at an economy rate of north of 5, which for the context of the series is reasonably expensive. Here's Mooney. Oh, back past her and back down the ground, and Eccleston isn't going to stop it, and I don't think the fielder in the distance is either. Eccleston chose not to put in the dive. I think she perhaps could have done, but maybe that's a little harsh. But it is 2 boundaries in the over already, and this partnership has already moved on pretty rapidly to 25 and a run a ball. Australia 4 for 84.
Yeah, Mooney's just come down the wicket and turned that one to a full toss. Low full toss and well played. Nice and straight down the ground. The protection is now back at mid-off. A long off, I should say, for Beth Mooney.
Sweep attempted. Oh, there's an appeal for something down the leg side. That might be just trying to kid the umpires and giving that as not a wide, but it is signalled as a wide by Louise Sheridan. England have no reviews to try and have a look at anything they think might be out that's given not out. And so 1 more to the total. Dean again bowls to Mooney, dropping the ball, looking for that run to the offside, but Bouchier, who tends to be very good at getting to the ball, but then quite often seems to remember what legs do when she gets there and ends up in a bit of a heat. And she does stop it.
Looked like a bit of a crab crawl.
Here's Dean, and Mooney works the ball away easily into the leg side. Batting just suddenly looking altogether a little more straightforward.
Yeah, it's what the Australian pair do well, is they can just accumulate, and probably what the English women didn't do well in that last one day was really just try and manipulate the strike, get those singles. There's lots of gaps out here.
Charlie Dean again walks in towards us over the wicket to bowl to Gardner, who wants a single into the leg side. This could be tight. Bouchier's throw is a little bit tame, and I think it would have been a single in any case, as 1 to conclude the over that has 11 from it. And Dean, who did settle quite nicely into her spell, is getting a little bit of pressure put on her now. I wonder if, as you say, that might be the end of that little bit of work from Charlie Dean, who's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 28. The score after 19, 4 for 87. The partnership is just beginning to build for Australia here. Under blue skies in Tasmania, lovely, clearest of air. A few clouds overhead. The grass banks nicely occupied. The various picnic blankets over to our left. The Ricky Ponting stand where I wandered out earlier on. There's somebody with a huge Alex Hartley poster.
Yeah, I saw a photo of that, and I was trying to work out where they're actually sitting. There in the Ricky Ponting stand.
They're on this near end. Just near that England flag on the right-hand side. Holding it up now, and they're giving us a wave.
Yes, I
there
can
we
see
go.
that. Thank you very much.
It says,
It's a great sign.
I love Alex Hartley, and the heart bit is a heart, if you see what I mean. Which is a beautiful thing. They're locals from Tasmania, big fans of the No Balls Cricket podcast with Alex and Kate Cross that you can find on BBC Sounds, wherever you might be in the world. Occasionally even talk about cricket. Here is Eccleston starting a new over, driven by Gardner towards mid-off, and Lauren Bell no run. I think it's fair to say not an awful lot of planning and scripting goes into the episodes. Eccleston bowls, defended. That's a good line and length from Sophie Eccleston.
Protection in the deep as well here for Sophie Eccleston. We've got long on in place. Someone also, there's a deep backward square.
Eccleston whirling the arms, a little bit more flight this time, and defended back up the track by Gardner, whose feet are moving well. That's a good sign.
Yeah, it is. Going into that, probably the start of the series, Gardner hadn't really scored the runs that she probably needed to. Bit of a quiet WBBL series.
Eccleston again, round the wicket. Bowls to Gardner, who once more won't find a run. It's stopped by Dean in the covers. And another one of the Aussies as well. The two skill sets and her bowling's been superb. So she's managed to take how many wickets has she taken already this series and throughout the last campaign, particularly against India, she was great. Once again over in New Zealand, so for the Australians and just being able to lean on that skill. A little bit quicker and flatter from Eccleston, but a run will be taken to the 5th ball of the over. Down the ground to Siva Brunt to get the left-handed Mooney onto strike, and the field just switches round with a mid-wicket going out to the boundary, as does Danny Wyatt out to square leg. We'll see Nat Siva Brunt almost runs with a little bit of a hobble, it looks like to me, down below us at long on. She looked like she was running on the treadmill when she was chasing the ball before. It wasn't particularly quick across the ground, so I don't know whether she is carrying an injury or... Eccleston bowling to Mooney, dropped into the offside, and there is no run. So just the one from the over, 20 have been bowled. We'll keep a little bit of an eye on that. But Australia find themselves 4 down, but a partnership is building. 88 runs on the board. This partnership's now worth 29 runs. Coming at north of 5 runs and over. Kirsten, I'm going to leave and head out to sit in the sunshine. You'll be in the company in a moment of Chris Rowbottom.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra, and BBC Sounds.
I'm broke, but I'm happy.
Yes, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Australia 4 for 88. Lauren Filer at the ready, set to continue from the river end of the grounds. Interesting match unfolding here in Hobart. Gardner's on strike as Filer comes in over the wicket, turned away, backward of square. They'll cruise on through for a single. Kirsten Pipe, what have you made of things so far? England have been pretty good. They'd be reasonably impressed with their start.
Yeah, they will be. I think this is a pretty crucial period of time for them as well, just to try and maintain and control Beth Mooney. It's what she does well, doesn't she? She comes in when the game, when Australia might be wobbling a little bit, and she has that ability to really anchor an innings.
Steady hand and such experience, and knows how to score as she does on this occasion. Beautiful cover drive, races away to the boundary for 4, as if on cue from Beth Mooney. She has her eye in well and truly now. She moves to 27. Australia 4 for 93. This partnership now up to 34. Yeah, and just look like they're really doing it quite easily. They haven't had too many looseners from the English bowlers, so really just trying to rotate the strike. You can see them trying to assert their authority. Ash Gardner against Dean. Filer's in again here, over the wicket to Mooney, a little more tempered on this occasion. Driven down to mid-off for no run. On the text line, Brian in Port Macquarie. Given Australia's batting failures, shouldn't Georgia Vole be given a chance as opener with Litchfield to 3 and Talia McGrath carrying the drinks? Thoughts?
I do think I think that's a good thought, Brian. And to my mind, I do think that Talia McGrath is probably teetering. She hasn't had too many scores with the bat for quite some time now.
Filer in again, this time around the wicket to Mooney, and again with that flourish. She likes to lift the back leg as she clipses through that mid-wicket region. Won't go to the rope, she'll get 2. She looks fairly well set here, does Beth Mooney. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Georgia Vole, part of the squad, of course, had that big century against India and has piled on the runs in the WBBL for the Brisbane Heat.
I think the tricky bit with Talia as well is she's the vice-captain, so it's probably a little bit more difficult to make the move on a vice-captain than it is if you're just an ordinary player.
Filer and again to the left-handed Mooney, who just gets up on her toes and just drops this one into the offside. She's an expert at that, just being able to take the speed off the ball and work a quick single. She does so on this occasion. 8 from the over so far. Mooney's up to 30. Gardner's 19. Australia 4 for 96, approaching the team 100. Filer's in again to Gardner, full toss. Unable to cash in those. Gardner, she drives straight to mid-on for no run. And that is the end of the over. So just the 8 from it in the end. Australia 4 for 96. Mooney is unbeaten on 30. Gardner is 19 from 22 balls, and she has the only 6 of the day to her name as well. Magnificent conditions here in Hobart, which can be a little like England at times when it's sort of overcast and the wicket is green, particularly in the red ball game. So 35 runs from the last 5 overs here without loss, the Australians. So just starting to consolidate here after a really strong start to proceedings from England. Sophie Eccleston with ball in hand. She's going to continue from the Church Street end, the number 1 ranked white ball bowler on the planet. Sophie Eccleston. She's in here and getting forward is Mooney driving. There's enough time there to scoot through for a single. So they've sort of kept her up the sleeve a little bit so far this series, has England, sort of introducing her around the 15th and 18th over mark of the innings, and a little later here too.
I think they do it for the matchups, don't they? They don't like her bowling so much to the left-handers.
Right, yeah. She's got the right-handed Gardner here, who just slashes over the top of the infield. She didn't quite time it as well as she would have liked. He's able to pick up 2. Yeah, such a good bowler is Sophie Eccleston. She did some damage in the WBBL here in Hobart too. So not totally unfamiliar with the conditions. She gets so close to the umpire in her short approach. Driving now is Gardner. Slight misfield here at mid-off will allow a second run. And get through for 2, so that's well run by the Australians. It's a gentle applause from the Hobart crowd, and that's the team 100 up as well, so 4 for 101. Go the home team as the applause lifts around Bellerive. Gardner's 23, Mooney's 31.
You could just see that before the start of this over as well, it looked like she was having a conversation with the umpire and just working out where he can be standing to allow her to come in for a run-up. It did look like when she did kind of balk on, might have been the first over, that she might have brushed the umpire when she was going through into a delivery stride, so it gets in really, really tight.
And she's got that flourish of the arms before she commences too, which comes dangerously close to whacking the umpire in the back.
It's almost like a little bit of peekaboo. You can't really see her when she's directly behind the umpire.
No.
Surprise.
And it's not going to change anytime soon. She'd be well set in her ways with her little triggers and whatnot. This ball's defended back down the track by Gardner for no run. Eccleston top of her mark with that flourish. Tosses this one up. This is lofted high in the air. Chance for a catch here. It'll take some catching. A pair of fielders got underneath it. It landed safely in between both of them. And it was Siva Brunt who was probably best placed to take it. Couldn't quite get there. Tough chance, high chance, but a chance all the same.
Yeah, it does look like she's moving a little bit slowly as well. I thought she might have been wanting to put in a dive to see if she can try and make something out of that, but a little bit slower to the ball.
They get 2. Eccleston here tosses it up again, and this time a little more sensible from Gardner, who pushes back down the track. That is the end of the over. Just the 6 from it. Australia surpassed the 100, 4 for 103. The end of the 22nd over of the innings. Beth Mooney is unbeaten on 31 from 37 deliveries. Ash Gardner is 25. We welcome back Alex Hartley into the experts chair. She's no doubt been down to the Ricky Ponting stand, rubbing shoulders with some of the fan club down there. There was some suggestion that you might have slipped a couple of random punters a $20 note or something.
I actually made the signs. I made the signs and said, "You just carry these for me for the rest of the day."
I
haven't been down to see them. I've It's getting up these stairs back and forth. It's,
Yes.
From one end of the ground to the other. It would be easier if you were just allowed to walk around the outside of the field, because TV is the other side, which is inconvenient and selfish, actually.
Wait till you hear about the lift that we're not allowed to use.
There's a lift.
Fireless teams in. Mooney is up on her toes and gliding this one down to third. There's
a lift.
We've been banned, though. It sort of goes directly into the... You have to walk through the chairman's room at the top of the lift and then come up one flight of stairs rather than about 6.
I'm going to go down in it and see if I can get away with it.
You'll get me in trouble if you do that, because I was under strict instructions.
You haven't told me about the lift. I just knew about it.
We'll stick to that story. That sounds good. Gardner's on strike. Filer's in over the wicket. Gardner driving, missed time. It's square of the wicket for no run.
I think England will be pretty happy with where things are at the moment. Obviously got 3 quick wickets. Excuse me. Don't know if that sneeze went down the mic or not. 4 quick wickets and put Australia under pressure, but this partnership between Mooney and Gardner, they've really been on the counter-attack, haven't they?
They certainly have, and it's approaching 50, and Gardner looks comfortable as she just steers this one forward of square for a single. 4 for 105 go the Australians. She's up to 26 from 29. High score of 42, which came in the game at North Sydney. It was an unbeaten 42 as well from Ash Gardner. But coming off just the 2 in Melbourne. Here's Mooney getting forward and driving to mid-off for no run. So projected score at this rate is 232. That'll lift as the innings progresses, of course. We had one texter didn't like the term par score, but we're going to go there anyway. Sort of thought 250, 260, didn't we? But we've had a little bit of time to see how this pitch is playing now. He's in again to Mooney, who's able to just work the angle here, get it fine, and amble on through for a single.
Yeah, I think honestly anywhere above 230 will put pressure on. It's not an easy surface. We know that Australia have brought that extra spinner into the attack, and Georgia Wareham comes in for Darcy Brown, so things aren't going to be easy in the second innings as the sun's beating down on the surface. Might turn a bit more in the second innings.
Yeah, and it's only a top of 18 today, but the Hobart sun does have some bite. Gardner now, pull shot, lofted over the infield. It'll land well short of the rope. Pick up a couple of runs. And that was just sort of controlled from Gardner. Almost pulled out of the shot halfway through it, but gets away with it safely. Australia moves to 4 for 108 after 23 overs. Mooney's up to 33. Gardner is 28. This partnership starting to really build and become a little bit of an issue for England.
Yeah, which is exactly why Sophie Eccleston still got the ball in her hand. In her hand, sorry, I went real northern there. In her hand. In her hand, because she is the strike bowler.
You're in Tasmania, so that is absolutely encouraged.
Her numbers have been brilliant throughout this Ashes series, almost back to her world's best. She's struggled against Australia in the past, but this series she's picked up wickets at a decent strike rate, so she could do with breaking this partnership for England.
Here she is from the Church Street end. This is wide outside the off stump. That's not going to be bearing much fruit, but Mooney fails to cash in. She dabs it straight to the fielder at point.
Yeah, she's done that on purpose. Quicker, wider, flatter. Almost thinking Mooney's going to come out of a crease. Beth Mooney stays still. It looks like a rank delivery, but it was well executed for what she wanted to do there.
In again, over the wicket, straight a one here. Just clipped into the onside for an easy single. And so much talk around the spinners coming into this game. Australia have dropped Darcy Brown and brought in Georgia Wareham after Alana King cleaned up England. That is the 50 partnership between these two. Eccleston herself is pretty handy too, with 4 for 35 at the Junction Oval. She's in again here over the wicket. Rocking back on this occasion is Gardner. Bottom edge, chopping it down into the Bellerive surface. Unable to get away for a run.
This is the matchup for me. Eccleston versus Gardner. Ego versus ego. Both of them love to be in the battle.
Let's see how it unfolds. Eccleston top of the mark. Around the wicket she comes once more. She's got Gardner rocking back once again. Unable to penetrate the infield. Picks out the fielder and another dot. So just the one from the over so far. 2 to come.
You almost feel like, can Gardner just keep her head on, not come down the wicket and try and hit her into the leg side, which she has done over and over.
So a good battle unfolding here. Fielders crouched at the ready. Gardner sensibly just forward and driving into the covers. No run. So another dot. Eccleston and Gardner fighting out a 0-0 draw. Australia 4 for 109. Gardner up to 28. Partnership at 50. Fuller delivery here. Gardner thinks about setting off for a single, and she does, because she beats the fielder at short mid-on in Maya Bouchier, and she's able to get on through for an easy one. So just 2 from the over, 4 for 110. The Australians, after winning the toss and electing to bat first, that pitch certainly going to be drying out a little more than it already was, with this Hobart sun giving it a good old bake. A nice crowd in, a good sprinkling of locals coming to see this third ODI in this Women's Ashes series.
Your multitasking is really impressing me. You're scoring while commentating. We've got a scorer.
Rick does sometimes have to pull me up because I'll miss a ball or I'll put the wrong score down, so I've got lots of insurance here.
My notebook hasn't had any notes in it for about 4 weeks. I've got one with me, and I start writing notes, but I normally write catch-up, so if I'm not on air, then I'll write what's happening in the game.
Sure.
And because I'm running to the next bit, I'm like, I don't have time.
Flow state, you know, it's off the cuff, it's jazz.
It's natural.
It's great.
That's why it's a shambles.
Yeah. Organised chaos. Alice Capsey into the attack from the river end. Over the wicket, spinners continue into Gardner. He just clips this down to long on and almost walks through for a single.
Yeah, Capsey bowled so well in that previous ODI. Picked up 3 for 22 off 7.
You've got that written down. Go on to your notes there. Capsey around the wicket here. This time to Mooney. Gives her a little bit of width. She just glides this one down to deep cover point. The sweeper comes in off the rope, hauls it back in, and another single. So just a little period of consolidation or just building the innings here, the Australian middle order. 4 for 112. Gardner 30 not out and on strike. Mooney is 35 and 43. Capsey, first look at her so far today as Gardner just bunts it back down the wicket. Capsey gets down low and fields her own work. Capsey top of a mark. Just tosses it to herself and makes her approach. Tosses in a dart to Gardner, who turns this one around the corner, rolls it backward of square and picks up another single. So just ticking over the scoreboard here are the Australians, who moved to 4 for 113. England got off to a flyer. They had the Aussies at 4 for 59. But it's been Mooney and Gardner successfully going about the rescue mission so far. Now Mooney's down the wicket and driving down to long off. Another single. So happy to just work it around here and nurdle things, the Australians. 4 from the over, 1 to come.
Been a good over from Alice Capsey so far, just mixing up the pace of her deliveries. She's known for tossing a slow one up every now and then, trying to entice the batter to come down the pitch. I think if I was bowling to Ash Gardner, I'd try and take a bit of pace off here.
Gardner
pace on.
Down the wicket again as she throws in a quicker one, and she's able to work that away nice and easily for another single. So 5 from Alice Capsey's first over of the afternoon. The Australians moved to 4 for 115 through 25 overs. Beth Mooney is 36, Ash Gardner is 32. Good partnership building here on a beautiful day at Bellerive. We'll have a change in commentary. After this, she'll be with Matt Clinch.
Grandstand cricket.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, Alex. Crucial stage of this contest at the moment with Australia 4 for 115. Sophie Eccleston at one end, Alice Capsey at the other. Capsey, of course, got the wicket of Ash Gardner in Melbourne, was out for 2. Capsey as a bowler has been a pivotal player for England so far. They're needing once more to put pressure on Australia's middle order and try and have something in which they will feel comfortable chasing down, although after failing to chase down 181, that challenge remains. On the attack goes Ash Gardner as she hits high in the air out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Tammy Beaumont does the fielding. Australia 4 for 116 at the start of the 26th over. Gardner is able to move to 33.
If England can bowl Australia out for 180 again, they would snap your hand off.
Yes. Unfortunately, as is the case when you play a side like Australia, they don't tend to give you that chance twice.
Not very often. First time they've been bowled out for under 200.
Eccleston comes in to Mooney, who's back and pulling, mistimed as Heather Knight does the fielding at mid-wicket.
On home soil in an ODI since 2009. Makes me feel ill.
They get a run on the BBC a little bit over the last couple of days.
I keep saying it. I'm not over it. And we were on to do it again today. This partnership's a killer.
Yes. Mooney on 36 as she rocks back and looks to drive into the offside, but Tammy Beaumont does the fielding down her right. So Australia leading the series 4 points to 0. Is today, while technically not do or die, is it do or die in your eyes in momentum?
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt, because England have to win every game from here on, basically, anyway.
Eccleston 1 run off the over so far. Comes into Mooney, who's forward and pushing into the offside. It's fielded at backward square. Australia 4 for 116.
So if England win today and win all the T20s, they get to 8 points. So they just need to draw the test match. If they lose today, they have to win all the 3 T20s and the test match. So for me, they can't really mess up here now.
There is an element of the unknown with the test match. Day-night test, pink ball. Eccleston comes in. Back and across goes Mooney, trying to make space outside the off stump, but Beaumont once more to her right prevents the singles. Some good pressure building after a single off the first ball of the over. Sophie Eccleston on the money here.
No boundaries for 5 overs, Matt.
5 overs, Rick. Great to have Rick Finlay with us once more. Means we don't need too many notes, Alex.
Perfect.
You've got your stats, though. You're organised.
Love a stat.
Eccleston none for 19 and her 5th over. Forward goes Mooney. Defends into the offside. The end of another good over for England. Just the 1 run coming from it. Australia 4 for 116 after winning the toss and electing to bat first here at Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Beth Mooney is on 36. Ash Gardner is on 33. The one change in the Australian camp, Georgia Wareham came in for Darcy Brown. For the Aussies, Phoebe Litcher was out for 15. Elise Perry out for 2. Elisa Healy for 15. And Annabelle Sutherland last of all out for 10.
Had a little joke with Annabelle Sutherland this morning. I said, come on, mate, you do 100. Just put the mockers on her early, you know. She said, I know, it's been 2 innings. I was like, all right, here we go.
Alice Capsey is going to continue from the river end here at Bellerive Oval. Ash Gardner comes forward and it's in the air momentarily. Just lands wide of Nat Siva-Brunt, who was trying to move around from a squarish mid-wicket into a catching position. It landed a few metres in front of her. And Ash Gardner moves to 34. Australia 4 for 117. You played a season of the WBBL here in Hobart, didn't you?
Yeah, I just don't want to talk about it, to be completely honest.
You don't have to talk about it. Capsey around the wicket as Mooney uses her feet. The left-hander hits in the air over the top of cover and out to the rope where it'll be gathered by Maya Bouchier. They'll turn and come back for 2 as Mooney moves to 38. Australia 4 for 119.
I reckon I got 7 wickets in the whole WBBL. I'm pretty sure 4 came in a game. I must have been the worst overseas ever to have played the WBBL. I think I got 4 ducks in a row with the bat. I was on a bunch of ducks.
Capsey into Mooney, who's using her feet. Comes down the pitch and hits it along the ground out to the fielder at deep cover for another single. So Beth Mooney to 39 from 51 deliveries, including 4 fours. Ash Gardner is 34 from 40 deliveries.
But I didn't get signed to come over to play the WBBL. I was here playing WNCL. So I was playing 50 over comp. And Hayley Matthews got injured. And I was quickly reminded, Sally Ann Briggs, who was head coach, said, I'm here. And she said, pack your bags, we're going to Melbourne. And it was all downhill from there, really.
So who are you playing WNCL for?
Tassie.
So you're playing for Tassie?
Yeah.
Injury occurs.
Yeah.
Join the Hobart Hurricanes.
Ruined my career, I reckon.
Wish I hadn't asked now. Capsey into Ash Gardner, who's back in her crease and just working it off her hip out to backward square leg where Lauren Bell does the fielding. A single for Ash Gardner to move to 35. Australia 4 for 121. But apart from that, it was a good time.
Yeah, and I had to sign you get those are they called playing cards? What are they called? The cards that you swap. I had to sign someone's earlier. I was like, whatever you do, don't look at the numbers on the back of it. Please.
Beth Mooney on 39 as Capsey comes in, hits hard down the ground. Chant lands just short of Maya Bouchier, who for half a second thought she might be a catching chance, came running in from the rope, landed well short of her at long off as Beth Mooney moves to 40. Australia 4 for 122.
There'll be people at home thinking it can't be that bad, so I'm going to let Rick read my numbers out because it was horrific.
All right, stand by, Rick. 6 so far off this over from Alice Capsey. Quicker delivery into Ash Gardner. Works it through the gap, square on the onside, and takes off for the single, and that's all they'll get. Gardner to 36. Australia 4 for 123 after 27 overs. Matt Clinch and Alex Hartley with you, and now Rick Finlay with what was the stats for Alex Hartley's BBL career.
For the Hurricanes, at least. 7 wickets at 44, so quite right about that. You've got that down pat. I'm disappointed at the lack of batting opportunities you were given, though.
Yeah.
Most of the time you didn't bat, and the times you did was 0, 0 not out, 0, and 2 not out. It's an average of 1, Alex. Well done.
I told you, I packed my bags after the WBBL. I was like, see you never.
Don't call us, we'll call you.
Yeah. I reckon my Tassie numbers must have been better. It must have been. They can't have been any worse.
You did get 3 wickets in your last bowling effort, though, so
well,
I'm disappointed you weren't asked to come again.
I think I got 2 3-fers then. I don't think we won a game that season.
Oh, no.
I had to practice the team song and never sung it.
The joys of franchise cricket, hey? Come and have a good time. Sophie Eccleston starting a new over, and hitting down the ground is Ash Gardner. Mid-off was up, decided to take on Sophie Eccleston. A good attacking shot to move to 40. Ash Gardner with that 4. 40 from 43 deliveries, and this partnership now, Alex, up to 68. A very good partnership from an Australian point of view.
It's the counter-attack that we were talking about, isn't it? And Australia are so good at it. England, they had an opening, they put pressure on Australia, and then these two, so much experience out in the middle. They've almost taken time out of the game, but also made sure that scoreboard is carried on ticking over.
Eccleston none for 23 in her 6th over as she comes in, and Gardner swinging once more through the gap forward of square on the onside. Picks up a single out to Tammy Beaumont to move to 41. Australia 4 for 128.
I do like the fact that England have had this in-out field, though, because they have been attacking at the same time as well as trying to be defensive. So Eccleston with 3 on the leg side for Beth Mooney, Natsiva Brunt at long on, then you've got a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, so cover is up for Eccleston, who quite often will have a deep cover.
Beth Mooney, the left-hander, awaiting Eccleston, wide of the crease, outside the off stump, and a wide is called.
This is clearly a plan for Eccleston. She's shoved a few wide of that off stump. Beth Mooney likes to come down the pitch, so she has started throwing the occasional one wide in the hope that Eccleston uses her feet. Eccleston, Mooney.
Eccleston over the wicket, off the edge, there's no slip in place, and Beth Mooney runs it down to deep third. They'll turn and come back for a couple. It will fall short just inside the rope, and some good running as Gardner wants to come back for a third. Excellent from the Australians. Mooney to 43. Australia 4 for 132. This partnership now up to 72 runs.
First 3 of the day, Matt.
Oh,
Well,
Feels like a 3 ground though.
It does a bit. It's not the biggest ground. There are deep pockets here at Bellerive Oval, so good running. You can get good purchase off your shots if it doesn't reach the rope. Eccleston in to Ash Gardner. Just pushes it into the offside. Heather Knight does the fielding. Of course, two teammates at the Sydney Sixers. Put a bowl to each other a lot in the nets.
Yep.
Add to the rivalry. No doubt the banter.
Yeah, you almost get used to facing somebody though, so you've not really got that trump card in world cricket anymore.
Eccleston around the wicket to Gardner, up on her toes, but back down the pitch. And that's the thing with a spinner, isn't it? You always think you can take them on, clear the infield.
But I love it when batters are taking the bowler on, especially the spinners. You feel like you're in the game a little bit more. So although you might be slightly more expensive, you do get those half chances.
Eccleston in, flights his next delivery. Gardner hits along the ground. And down to Alice Capsey, who does the fielding at mid-off. Thanks to Alex Hartley. We'll hear more from her throughout the day. Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport throughout the BBC. You can get in touch with us on the SMS. 0467 920 222 is the SMS number, in which we've had plenty of correspondence. So Ravi from Sydney has been in touch. Alex has just stepped out, so I'll come back to that one. Luke's listening in from sunny Waikerie in South Australia. Loving the call team. Good work. John's from Charlesville. Thanks, John, from getting in touch as well. Can Rick tell us when was the last time Eccleston didn't take a wicket in a game? All right, there's one on notice from Jacob. As Sarah Elliott really joins you from Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Sarah, how are you seeing this battle at the moment as the Australian batters are just starting to build a partnership now? 73. And pressure on Alice Capsey. And she starts a new over from the river end. Into Beth Mooney. Down the pitch she comes and hits along the ground. Down to Maya Bouchier, who does the fielding at long off. A single to start the 29th over. Australia 4 for 133. Mooney's on 44.
It is a real battle, isn't it, Matt? This partnership's unbelievable. The fact that they've been able to go nearly a run a ball when they were 4 down and really backs against the wall.
Capsey in her third over, comes into Gardner, hits up and over the infield. Out towards the fielder at deep extra cover. Racing around, Tammy Beaumont does the fielding, but Ash Gardner picks up 2. She moves to 43. Australia 4 for 135.
It certainly doesn't look easy, though. They've had to be really disciplined with decision-making, calculated risks. You can see they're really focused and on point here. England searching hard for a wicket. It's hard to see where that's going to come from.
Capsey, quicker delivery. Mooney works it off her pads, plays it out forward of square on the onside, through for a single to move to 44. Australia 4 for 135. I think this is Ashes Gardner's best score against England, having scored 42 unbeaten in the first Women's One Day International at North Sydney Oval. That was one of the stats doing the rounds. A 2-time Belinda Clark medalist as the best player in the calendar year from an Australian point of view. Beth Mooney, the number 1 T20 Australian batter, as she comes down the pitch and turns it off her pads. No one's fielding it forward square, so quickly takes off for the single. Mooney moves to 45. Australia 4 for 137.
Sort of the difference maybe in the two sides, isn't it? The depth that the Australians have in the batting lineup. Being 4 down, you've still got these 2 exceptional, highly rated batters at the crease who are doing a terrific job.
5 off the over so far from Capsey as she comes in to Gardner. Hits hard into the offside, just wide of Heather Knight and extra cover. Out to Beaumont in the deep and through for a single. Gardner to 45, 4 for 138.
And they've certainly got plenty more depth to come. I love that they're just sort of going through the gears. They've consolidated, they've still been busy, but you get the feeling that at some point they're going to have a little bit more of a launch. They've built a great platform to be able to do that.
Alice Capsey, the off-spinner around the wicket to the left-hand of Mooney, trying to turn it off her hip, but there's a short, fine leg. And it's fielded by Lauren Filer. The end of the over, a good one from an Australian point of view. 6 runs coming off the over. Australia 4 for 138. Mooney on 45. Gardner on 45 as well. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you from Bellerive Oval in Hobart.
Sophie Eccleston, Matt, 5 games ago, none for 29 off of 10 overs in December in South Africa.
Thank you very much to Rick Finlay, providing all the numbers for you. Looks like she's always in the game, Sophie Eccleston.
Oh, she is. And whether it's her taking the wickets or up the other end taking the wickets because of the pressure she's creating down one end, I feel like there's been a concerted effort from the Australians here to sort of take the spinners on a little bit more than they did the other day. Just unsettle their length. They're really making an effort to get out of the crease, to come down the wicket at the bowlers, and that does come with risk, but it seems to be pretty calculated. They're happy to come down and defend and just not allow Eccleston or any of the spinners to be able to settle on a length.
So I'm interested in that because I noticed in the first two one-day internationals how deep England were batting in their crease. So how much you kind of adjust given the conditions are so different in the UK. I mean, the conditions are different at each city in Australia depending on where you're playing. Nat Sever-Brunt starts a new over. It's pulled away by Ash Gardner. Out towards the fielder, backward square leg, and she beats her. A lunging effort, having raced around from fine leg. Unsuccessful in the end from Lauren Filer. And a boundary for Ash Gardner as she closes in on another half century. She moves to 49 from 51 deliveries.
A terrific shot there. Great to be able to pick that gap. It was a good effort on the boundary, but it's too well placed.
That's Sever-Brunt right arm over the wicket, back of a length, and to Heather Knight, who does the fielding. Out extra cover, a whitish extra cover. 4 for 142.
Sorry, Matt, to your point before, I think the Australian batters are really comfortable coming out in the crease. We didn't see a lot of sweep shots or even paddles or anything like that at the junction. It wasn't that sort of a wicket. Australians very comfortable to really attack by using their feet to get out, as well as deep in their crease. But
Nat Sever-Brunt wide of the off stump. Gardner pushes it in the offside to bring up her half century. The 8th time past 50 representing Australia. And once more, Ash Gardner is playing a leading role for the Australian women's side. 4 for 142 as Gardner moves to 50 from 53 deliveries, including 3 4s and 1 6. Hasn't scored a century in her one-day international career, playing in her 77th match. She'd be keen to go on this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely. What a terrific innings at that stage of the game to come in, to keep the scoring rate right up.
Australia were 4 for 59 at one stage. As this ball from Nat Sever-Brunt down the leg side, and the left-handed Mooney is able to pull it down to the fielder. Out wideish, fine leg and through for a single. Mooney to 46. Australia 4 for 144.
It's just a credit to the way they're playing. They've been brave. Ash Gardner hit that 6 straight down the ground early on in her innings, despite being 4 for, but it was calculated. And since then, they've been busy. Happy to put away the looser delivery, but be really tight.
Sever-Brunt, full delivery. Dug out by Ash Gardner. Drives down to Sophie Eccleston, who does the fielding at long on. Gardner to 51. This partnership now up to 86 runs after Australia were 4 for 59 at one stage.
Matt, that partnership is in fact now a record partnership for the 5th wicket by Australia against England, beating 79. It's a 43-year-old record going back to 81-82. 79 runs, Treadray and Jacobs.
Rick Finlay providing some great historical numbers for you on ABC and BBC. Nat Sever-Brunt comes in around the wicket, full delivery, and Beth Mooney looking to drive. It's fielded by Heather Knight, who does the fielding at mid-wicket. So the end of the over, 7 runs coming from it for an Australian point of view. The Aussies are 4 for 145. Mooney is on 46. Gardner is on 51. I'll leave you with Sarah Elliott and Henry Moran about to join you.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener.
Well, what a fabulous partnership this is between Beth Mooney and Ash Gardner. It's what Australia do so well. You can think that you're just managing to haul the team in, and then somebody else, another partnership steps up, such as the quality and depth.
It's frustrating, isn't it, Henry? Very, very, very deep that they bat, and I think just credit to these two batters. They know their game so well. The way that they've gone about building this partnership, it's been smart cricket, taken risk where they needed to, but calculated risk, and been really busy in between.
In comes Charlie Dean back into the attack, into a 6th over. Ball worked towards mid-wicket, no run. It's exactly, dare I say it, how England talk about playing, isn't it? Positive, build partnerships, don't take too many risks, but keep the momentum. Very easy to say, of course. Here's Charlie Dean in the sunglasses, and that's a lovely shot. Lofted away over the offside. In fact, it goes a little skewed and squarer into the offside, and it is just a single. It wasn't quite as well played as I thought initially. So Beth Moody, 6,000 one-day international runs, becoming the 5th Australian to do so in women's one-day internationals.
Yeah, it's a simple game to talk about, but a tough game to actually walk that out. Australia certainly have the luxury of having a very, very deep side full of all-rounders and players with a lot of experience.
Mooney coming forward, clipping the ball to the leg side. There's no run there. I should say, rather, 6,000 in internationals more widely, not just one-dayers. And extraordinarily, I know more cricket is played now, but of those top 5 that have passed that milestone, the names are pretty familiar ones, the recent followers. Drilled away, square on the offside, out towards the right of Lauren Bell, at deep cover for one more. Australia moving forward to a really excellent position of 147 for 4 for 147. Meg Lanning at the top, with north of 8,000. Then it's Perry, Healy, Karen Rolton, and then Beth Mooney. Dean again. Cruises in, bowls to Gardner, who's defending, and happy to pat the ball back up the track.
Dean's been good here again. Doesn't seem to have the potency that the Junction Oval had, but the spinners have still been tight.
Charlie Dean moving in once more. It's a flatter ball, which is a little quicker, just that well varying that pace, and the over goes for just 2. So good control shown from Dean, having been rather attacked in the latter stage of her first spell, and after 31 overs, Australia 147 on the board. For the loss of 4 wickets, the partnership is worth 88 runs. You're listening to Grandstand cricket coverage on ABC Sport, on ABC Sports Digital, ABC Listen app, 5 Sports Extra, and BBC Sounds. If you want to get in touch, gms@bbc.co.uk on the email, SMS in Australia 0467 920 222. And with the sun shining, and shining on Australia as well, at 4 for 147, it's time for the players to have a little refreshment with drinks coming on the field.
Hi, I'm Corbin Middlemass.
And I'm Ed Cowan.
He played Test cricket for Australia.
And Ed Cowan gets his first Test match century.
And he commentates the cricket.
Stark tries again. He runs in! Straight through him! Together, we're giving you your weekly cricket conversation.
We're pulling apart the biggest stories in the sport and delivering them to you each and every week.
It's called the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
Eccleston round the wicket is in now. This has been hit down the ground. Lovely shot. It's going to be 6. Well, that's Ash Gardner at her absolute best. Brilliant shot from Gardner over wide long on, and the crowd absolutely love it. And they've been loving what they've seen since then as well. Mooney's on 47, Gardner's on 52, the partnership 88, and England under pressure. Just on that podcast we heard advertised there with Corbin and Ed Cowan, really recommend it, the ABC Cricket Podcast. You can find it on the ABC Listen app. Your weekly conversation. If you want to find a little bit of a worldview on the game as well, check out BBC and ABC's collaboration on the Stumped podcast, where Jim Maxwell, Alison Mitchell, Charish Sharma discuss the global game once a week. You can find that wherever you get your podcasts, and on BBC Sounds, wherever you are in the world. There's regular podcasts, including the No Balls Cricket podcast with our very own Alex Hartley and England bowler Kate Cross, are offering their unique take on whatever might be happening in the world of cricket. So many ways between our commentaries across the world to keep you abreast of the conversation and well on top of all of your cricketing needs. Here, England's cricketing need is a wicket and a way of breaking this partnership, because it was all going swimmingly for England. Having been asked to have a bowl first, they managed to break through the top order with Phoebe Litchfield gone for 15 rather. Elise Perry just 2, and then Alyssa Healy 15. Annabelle Sutherland made 10. At that point, Australia rocking 4 for 59, but since then its partnership has continued to build,
And a projected score on the big screen over to our left with the river behind says 238. If this partnership continues, it's going to be many more than that. And England would have to bat very well indeed if Australia wouldn't take a 6-0 lead in the series. Next phase of play you sense absolutely crucial. We're going to see Nat Sciver-Brunt with a drink having been taken, bowling to Beth Mooney running in round the wicket as this is driven along the ground out towards Tammy Beaumont's left. At cover, 1 run taken. Mooney creeping towards 50. 148 on the board now for the loss of 4. Sarah Elliott alongside me.
She's bowled really good discipline, Sciver-Brunt. Just hard to see where the wicket's going to come from. Probably trying to create the build-up of pressure, some dot balls, some couple of overs, low scoring rate. You feel like the Australians are going to want to lift this run rate at some point in the next 4 or 5 overs, really put their foot down, and then chances may come.
Gardner waiting for Sciver-Brunt and just patting the ball straight but into space through mid-on for a single.
At the minute they're playing with very low risk, picking out the boundary riders, running really hard, turning ones into twos, and then if there's a loose ball, taking it on.
Well, Ash Gardner's strike rate in ODIs in the last 4 years. It's really interesting to see how her innings accelerate and how she judges the match situation as well. The numbers back that up. As Mooney drops the ball into the offside, looking for a run. She moves to the cusp of 50 with a single. And with that, Australia's 150 comes up. 4 for 150. Midway through the 32nd over. I'm not sure the crowd have spotted it yet. Now they see. What a partnership this is, worth 91 runs. Yeah, Ash Gardner. Between overs 11 and 20, strike rate of 71. Following 10 overs, it goes up to 88. Here comes Sciver-Brunt, and this is a loopy, short delivery outside the off stump, which is chased in slightly agricultural fashion out towards Charlie Dean at deep cover for a single. Gardner to 54. From overs 31 to 40, that strike rate goes to 106, and then the final 10 overs is when she really puts the hammer down, going at 166. So you can see there is a real bit like that. Worked into the leg side for Mooney's 50, not unlike whatever that is that's just gone past Belrive Oval. There is a 50 for a fine performance for Beth Mooney. Just metronomic in how she approaches things. Very low risk. Hasn't needed to be risky, but she's played really, really nicely. 21st time that she's passed a half century in women's one-day international cricket. A gentle wave of the bat around the ground as well. Here comes Sciver-Brunt again. Bowling to Gardner and flailing the ball through the offside, beating the dive of cover. The ball's going to be chased by Charlie Dean, who will stop it on a spongy outfield. Out it goes towards the deep. 2 more taken, 6 from the over so far. In fact, that is 7 from the over at the end of the 32nd. So Australia very well positioned indeed, with the score at 154 for the loss of 4 wickets. The partnership 95. That, whoever that is driving round, is anyone?
It's Alex.
It might be. She's decided that the walk round to the other side of the ground is a bit hard work.
4 minutes, she said it took her. I reckon she's found a quicker way.
Is she having a laugh? 4 minutes.
They're really interesting numbers on that strike rate for Ash Gardner. Great lessons in that, in terms of how to build your innings and how to know your game well enough to be able to take your strike rate from that to that to that through the gears, depending on the game situation.
I think that's what we saw with England the other day, is they didn't seem to be able to find a way of doing that. It just all seemed a little bit muddled. Charlie Dean from the far end of the ground, and Mooney goes hard at that. It's gone high up in the air, and it should be taken, and it is. And the catch held by Nat Sciver-Brunt. A little show of relief from her. Mooney's innings comes to an end at a square 50. Australia 5 down with a score on 154.
That was a very good catch in the end. It was really right in the middle of deep mid-on, and she had to run back and took it over her head. Very, very good catch and a massive breakthrough. That's exactly what they needed.
Well, it was the sort of one that, as it swirled down from that blue sky overhead, I have to say I was rather backing the ball, and it would have looked a horrible drop, but as you say, it was a horrible one to actually take.
Absolutely, they're the hardest. When you've got your back to the ball, you've got to look at it over your shoulder. She judged it beautifully. She had the player running in from the deep as well, maybe distracting. That's a big wicket. Rare decision error there, I think, from Beth Mooney. Maybe trying to go a little bit wider.
Well, she has to go, and Talia McGrath comes to join the action, with Australia's partnership having been broken not far short of the 100 mark. A record-breaking 5th wicket partnership, as Rick was telling us, for one-day internationals against England, beating a record that stood for over 40 years, which is a little bit of a surprise to me, actually. But there we go. So Talia McGrath comes to join the action, having scored just 2 in the first ODI, and that was followed by 1 in the second. She's due.
She's absolutely due. She'll be nervous, I think, Talia. She'll be keen to have an impact on this game. She's batting at 7, which is lower than she would be batting, I think, in any other side around the world. A luxury for Australia, but for her, she'll be desperate to make some runs. Desperate may be the wrong word, but she's got plenty of time still left.
Here comes Charlie Dean, bowling to McGrath, who, like many of Australia's fine array of batters, looks utterly solid technically.
She's got one of the best techniques going round.
Here is Charlie Dean bowling to McGrath. It's a vicious blow down towards fine leg for a single that'll get her up and running. 155 on the board now for the loss of 5.
Interesting to see how Gardner takes this wicket as well. Will she keep going in that high level gear, or does she peg back a little bit? I think that she's going to just go the way she normally knows, keep backing herself, play her shots.
Charlie Dean again. Bowls to Gardner, who's defending into the offside, low risk.
A very timely wicket, really, because you felt that Australia could have really started to put their foot down and cash in, really up the run rate. And perfect timing for England. Now the ability to jump in.
Here's Charlie Dean once more. Bowls a ball which is hit aerially just past the hands of Heather Knight at cover and out towards that boundary. The Blues seats beyond, and Gardner is playing a really fine knock here. She is taking the game to England and causing serious problems for the England skipper Heather Knight, who had to watch that ball sail over her head to the boundary.
It's brave cricket, isn't it? She's hit it in the air. That's what we want to see. I think that's what you're talking about, Henry, the difference between Australia and England the other day. 2 experienced batters out there, Brunt and Knight, but they were happy to just sort of let the game be dictated to them. They didn't take it on. They thought the 180 would come easily. Great to see Gardner doing the opposite here.
Dean running in to bowl. Forward comes Gardner, punched into the offside off about a half of the bat, and it drops towards cover. End of the over with 5 from it and the wicket to start things off. So the partnership is broken. Fabulous partnership as well. And England looking to try and keep on fighting. Not just in this game, but in the series as well. It has been hard going. Largely, I think in the last game, it's fair to say, of their own making, but they'll be looking to try and find a way of restricting Australia to a total they can chase down. And they did that in the last game. Only they didn't chase it down, if you see what I mean.
Well, even in the first game, Australia, it wasn't smooth sailing to chase down that 206. It was difficult batting, so they've certainly been in the games. But it's been a remarkably low-scoring series so far, not what we would have expected. But England have certainly been in the contest.
Well, I think it's that sort of series where low-scoring cricket has been hugely entertaining. And you're just waiting for one team to go big. And unusual shot from Talia McGrath that doesn't see the feet going anywhere off Nat Sciver-Brunt. It just angles towards Bouchier mid-on.
That game on Tuesday was remarkable. I was hooked on, just unbelievable. The twists and turns. I thought one team had it, and very low scoring, but one of the most entertaining games of cricket from an Australian point of view.
Sciver-Brunt again runs into bowl to McGrath. That's nicely timed off the pads out towards the leg side for a single to match her highest score of the series so far, remarkably.
That's a bit disappointing there from an England point of view. You've got McGrath, new batter on crease, who we know has been struggling, and that's just sort of easy. The first 2 runs that she's got have been off loose deliveries, leg side deliveries. They want to bowl as many balls as they can at McGrath at this stage of the game.
Sciver-Brunt in the sunshine, runs in past the umpire now, and that is a better line, top of off stump, and pushed into the offside, and there'll be no run.
It's got subtle variations in pace as well from Sciver-Brunt. It looks like the wicket where you've you as a bowler have got to bring something. The pitch isn't offering all that much assistance, so change of pace, really important.
Siva Brunt once more. Keeper up to the stumps. As Gardner is whipping the ball with a lovely piece of timing out past mid-wicket for a couple more runs. Gardner is on to 62. So, Rick, in terms of Ash Gardner's ODI runs of form, I mean, where does this rank in terms of the last couple of years? I'll give you a little moment to think about that, because it feels like this has been a return to form after some real productive work with the ball in particular. Played back towards Nat Siva Brunt, not far from the hands of the England all-rounder. Not far away at all.
We haven't seen high scores from individuals in this series, have we? Healy in the first innings was able to make 70 odd. Perry in the second innings was 60.
Here comes Siva Brunt down the leg side. It's a loose ball, but it's well taken by Amy Jones, and it is wide, but not the 5 wides that it might have been.
Unfortunately, from England's point of view, we haven't seen a 50 from one of their batters yet, so that must be a real focus of the team today. A couple of big partnerships and one player to put their hand up and go big.
The message I was waiting to hear after that last game was... I'll explain more in just a moment. Here comes Siva Brunt. Again, it's onto the pads and eased away down towards fine leg. The long limbs of Lauren Filer run round to pick up. 2 runs taken. And the score after Siva Brunt's 8th over stands at 165 for the loss of 5 wickets. With Gardner on to 64. 34 overs gone here in the Hobart sunshine. What I wanted to hear was an England player saying, we want to take responsibility, we want to stand up. Not purely, we need to go and express ourselves more effectively. I want, actually a bit more. And I asked Nat Siva Brunt this yesterday. I wrote out the answer that she gave me. And I'm intrigued to know what you think of this, because it's, answers in press conferences can sometimes be a little bit sort of, hard for players there. But it's, to me, felt there was a lack of clarity. She said every individual look at when we're trying to put pressure on the opposition in our own unique way. Here comes Charlie Dean, defended by Talia McGrath. It's not being reckless, it's being smart. It looks different for everybody. It's not going to be the same for every single player. It's hard to gauge from the outside looking in, but we certainly have that at the forefront of our mind. I think, what does that mean? Here comes the next delivery from Dean, and McGrath gets underneath it. Massive hit down the ground. It's not going to be quite 6, but it is a shot of authority from the Australian number 7. Mighty blow over the head of Charlie Dean, and Australia move to 5 for 169.
I think that's what it means, isn't it? Come down and use the way you bat, play whatever your strength is, and take the game on. You're right, that's pretty wishy-washy, isn't it? And your interview after the game the other day, you asked a lot of questions, didn't get all that many answers.
Dean bowling to McGrath, worked into the onside, no run. You're right.
Well, it wasn't meant to be offensive, sorry. That was just that they were very wish-washy. They sort of shut up, and it was sort of like, just talking around rather than owning it and taking responsibility.
Well, you're absolutely right. And then compare that with the interview that I did with Elise Perry. Here is Dean edging is Talia McGrath in a controlled fashion down towards deep third for 1 more, which might become 2, and it does. McGrath moves to 8. We've seen 17 boundaries in the innings, just the 1-6. Australia up to 171 for the loss of 5. And Elise Perry spoke about how important it was that the team took responsibility. And they just won. Dean bowls to McGrath, flashing the ball straight to cover. It was well struck, but Knight collected.
I think that's one thing that this Australian group and the Australian group for many years now have been good at. They own stuff. They take responsibility for it. Hard on themselves, which produce some really good results.
Dean bowls a quicker delivery, which is lovely timing from McGrath to clip out towards Boucher long on. Single taken, 7 from the over, 35 have been bowled. And as we head towards the back end of the innings, we are going to see change here in the commentary box. Sarah Elliott is going to depart to be replaced
by Kirsten Pike. Rick Finley, have you got the answer?
Ash Gardner, this season, 8 Norton 50 against India, and 1974 against New Zealand, and 42 not out 2, and this innings today.
Okay, so
this season.
In pretty decent form all round. Right then, I'm going to get out of the way, and joining us again, Chris Robot.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
5 for 172, the Australians, who were 4 for 59. A record-breaking partnership for the 5th wicket has seen them recover very, very nicely indeed. Lauren Filer's back into the attack here, steaming in from the Church Street end. Talia McGrath's on strike, just back of a length, flashing outside the off stump on this occasion is McGrath, and maybe lucky not to have edged into the gloves of Amy Jones. Kirsten Pike's back in the expert chair. Hello to you.
Good afternoon. I was just saying to Clinchy that I'd like to see, I was talking about more Bell coming back into the attack, but it's nice to see Filer coming in. I think Talia McGrath is just a little bit more vulnerable up front to the pace.
Yeah, her highest score of the series so far, just the 9. She'll be looking to make a few more than that. This one's dropped in a little shorter. She just butts this into the offside as McGrath and gets through for a single, so adds to her tally. She moves to 10. Australia 5 for 173.
But a wonderful partnership by Beth Mooney and Gardner just through that middle. What they do well is they kind of accumulated runs, hit the loose balls away and managed to get a couple of boundaries. Probably not as many boundaries as they would ordinarily get, but just a really good partnership to build the innings and get the Australians up around something that they...
Gardner stands at the ready here. This is another short ball that pounced upon, pulled away, just backward of square. It was beautifully collected, but unable to beat the fielder in the deep, and just the single for what was a pretty good cricket shot, it has to be said.
Yeah, and nice delivery as well, up around that head height. And it's not a bad ploy to Ash Gardner to get that short ball in. Can be slightly vulnerable to it.
Was able to roll the wrists on that occasion. McGrath back on strike here. Filer in again over the wicket. This is a little loose on the leg stump. It's just turned around the corner. It might even be a leg by. It is. Haven't seen too many of those in this innings. That might even be the first one. 5 for 175. The Australians. Magnificent conditions here at Bellerive. Just over 1,800 in the arena today. Filer in again. This is just tickled down the leg side again. Legal delivery, says the umpire. So that projected score now 245, and we expect that to raise once more as this innings continues. But you're right, Lauren Bell still to come back into the attack for England. Will have a say in things. Filer in again. Gardner's on strike. Bangs this one in short again, and they are going for that short delivery into Gardner. She's unable to get it away on this occasion, and she might have even been struck here. She's just crouched down in a little bit of discomfort here. The final ball of the over is Ash Gardner with Australia 5 for 175. Just the 3 from it.
Looks like it might have got her on the chest as well, that delivery. As I said before, it's a good ploy to Ash Gardner, try and get that short ball up there. The players become so basically at ease against that kind of nice length ball, particularly towards the end of the over. So if you've got a little bit of pace, see if you can get a couple of short ones in and just try and mix it up and probably more importantly get her on the back foot as opposed to planting that front foot straight down the wicket and playing with confidence as she does down the ground.
Yeah, they need to try something because she looks very, very well set, has to be said. Just rediscovering some of that form in recent times too as Charlie Dean continues here from the river end of the ground. McGrath just pats this into the onside for no run.
And you can see as well, McGrath obviously very, very powerful straight down the ground, and they've got that catcher now.
Dean in over the wicket. McGrath's advancing here and just whipping forward of square as the fielder in the deep, and another easy single for the Australians. McGrath moves to 11, partnership up to 22.
She's got that short catcher, so almost on the crease line around a mid-off type position.
Now it's Gardner. Happy to work this one nice and easily around the corner as well. Another single. Yeah, the catcher right in close.
And if she can pitch it up a little bit fuller, she'll bring that catcher into play just a little bit too short, enabling the batters to whip it off.
And it goes past that catcher. It's that sort of short, or very short mid-on position, almost silly mid-on, down to long on for another single. And they'll be hoping for a leading edge.
Yeah, just try and get a draw forward and to play exactly probably that shot that she just did play there as well, and pitched up a little bit, a few deliveries a bit too short.
Gardner's 66 not out. This is pitched up on the pads and she just turns it into mid-wicket for no run. So 3 from the over so far.
Protection in the deep as well for Dean. Backward square, cow corner, and a long on.
Dean's in again, over the wicket once more, and that fielder comes into play, the one in close, who prevents a run. So end of the over, just the 3 from it. Australia 5 for 178. Talia McGrath, her highest score of the series, just the 12. But it's come from 16 deliveries, so she'll be hoping to boost her confidence with a score here at the back end of this innings. Ash Gardner, though, she's the story. Unbeaten on 66 from 74. 4 fours and a 6 as part of her tally.
What do you think about the colour of her pads there?
The colour of her pads?
Colour. That they're ill-matching.
They are. They're almost like a mustard, aren't
Yes.
they? I can't say I'd noticed. But you're right. The mustard pads. They might be the off-brand pads. Fowler with a full delivery, having to drive into the covers, unable to penetrate the infield. It's a dot ball. Yeah, or the spares, or...
And now once you see it, you can't unsee it,
Yeah,
can
that's
you?
exactly right. They're sticking out.
The mustard. I love the mustard.
Yes. 5 for 178.
Against the canary yellow.
We love it. In comes Fowler. Love it. Delivery just back of a length, just dropped off into the offside. A little fling at the stumps comes, but McGrath was well and truly home. Charlie Dean, but half an opportunity. McGrath's up to 13 now. This partnership's at 25. Australia 5 for 179, so almost about to surpass that 180 that they were able to scrape together and successfully defend in the last outing in Melbourne. Fowler's in again to Gardner. Full delivery, and she lofts high in the air. There's half a chance for a catch. It would have been something spectacular. It just beats the infield. It won't get to the rope. Hauled in from the deep. Alice Capsey would have had to have dived like Superwoman to get there, but they've got Ashley Gardner flying away, which is a good sign at least if you're an England supporter. She moves to 68, picks up a couple. Back on strike now. Fowler bangs in a really, really short delivery, and that'll be a wide. And she has turned to that tactic in the last couple of overs. So there is a deep square leg and a deep fine as well. Fielder at mid-wicket too, just in case. Fowler on the charge once more to Gardner. This is fuller delivery, but it's absolutely pounded back down the wicket. Fowler on her knees in the middle of Belrive, just lamenting what might have been as Gardner takes no prisoners and notches up a boundary.
Yeah, an easy shot there as well from Gardner, just over pitched, half volley, played it straight down the ground, gun barrel straight almost. She said Fowler's on the ground, so suffering the issues that she had in the last game as well, just being able to keep on her feet. Maybe it is it when she's putting in a little bit more effort, if it was the effort ball just going over, but it's forced a change in the field, so You see third man come up and mid-on go back.
You do understand she's got some new spikes as well today into Gardner, who's chopping down, unable to get it away, mistimed off the bottom edge. It dribbles out into the gully for no run. 5 for 186. The Australians, they'll be spying 250 plus, you would think.
Yeah, they'll be looking to get up around that 250 mark, and you look at who's to come, and it's almost setting the game up perfectly for someone like a Georgia Wareham to come in and maybe if she does come in next.
Following again to Gardner, who attempts the short delivery. It was very, very limp. It sort of only went waist high in the end, but Gardner was unable to cash in. She tugged it down to deep backward square and only got away for a single, so they get away with one there. To England, Gardner's up to 73, McGrath's 13, into the over. Australia 5 for 187.
Just going along so nicely, not taking too many risks. We did see that one just sail over mid-off's head there by Gardner in that last over, and she's had a little bit of luck. She's had a couple that have just fallen probably a metre or two away from the fielder, and by chancing your arm and playing some really good shots in between. So she looks well and truly settled, and probably settling in for a big innings to see if she can get up over, well, firstly to ton up and then see how far she can take it and how big they can go for the Australians.
So it was the slower ball bouncer attempted there that only come out at 85 clicks. Gardner's lofting just wide of mid-off. She gets away with this. It was in the air momentarily, but no fielder in place. It rolls down to long off for a single. So Charlie Dean continuing here from the river end. Gardner up to 74. Her highest score of the series, eclipsing a 42 not out last time out. And this is a beautiful shot from Talia McGrath. That might be one of the shots of the day. All along the carpet, straight out to the rope. A majestic cover drive from Talia McGrath, who moved to 17.
Beautiful shot, just shimmied down, gave herself a little bit of room and played that beautifully through the offside. No risk in that shot. And that's Talia McGrath of old. That's when Talia's playing her best. She's playing that shot. She's hitting it straight down the ground with power. Big long levers, able to get basically turn a good length delivery into a half volley for her. So well played. And it forced a change now in the field as well.
We heard from Henry Moran a short time ago. Elise Perry spoke after the last game in Melbourne about Australia just being more positive despite having notched up the win, and that was full of positivity from Talia McGrath. I reckon that's exactly what she was talking about, just taking on the likes of Charlie Dean, who has been picked out a little bit so far in this series. Let's see if she goes again. She just cramps her up, but she's able to turn this away with the hands and roll this forward of square and get through for a single. So looking in better nick than she has been, Talia McGrath.
Yeah, and it also lends itself to suggest that the pitch is probably one you can trust as well. It's not doing too much. We haven't seen too much sideways movement, not too much turn by the spinners.
It does look a good batting track, there's no doubt about that. Patted away here by Gardner for no run. Australia won the toss here and elected to bat first. Looking to go 6 points up to nil in this series. Flashing away Gardner. She just diced with the fielder in the gully, but had enough on it to run it through the infield and pick up a couple. Lauren Filer would have had to have pounced upon that and taken a superb catch to remove her.
Ash Gardner's highest ODI score now. Beats the 74 she had previously.
Up to 76, thanks Rick.
That surprises me, Rick.
That surprises me too, I have to say.
How many games has she played?
This is number 77. 750s.
Here she is again defending on this occasion. I guess you think of her making big scores, but most of those have come in the T20 format for Ash Gardner. Might be sort of part of the confusion, but yeah, that does surprise me as well. So, being told Australia's win viz now at 66%, the highest it's been so far in this game, with apologies to Alex Hartley, who doesn't believe in such voodoo.
Speaks volumes of win viz's views on the England batting lineup.
It does. Well, we've still got 11 overs remaining in this innings, and we haven't seen any of England yet. So some warm applause around Bellarine for Ash Gardner's highest score of 76 not out, as Rick Finlay brought to you first. Previous best of 74 against New Zealand in Wellington.
Is that you, Rick, putting it up there?
Yeah, he's got a direct line to the scoreboard, it would seem. McGrath's on strike now. Fuller delivery, clipped away beautifully. That was really, really well timed. This might even get to the rope. Well, she beat the fielder at short mid-wicket, and then the two in the deep were separated perfectly. And Talia McGrath, whose spot in the team was under some doubt coming into this game, has just repaid the faith, and that is a beautiful shot. Clip on the onside, and she moves to 22. Australia nudging that 200 now, 5 for 199. His partnership up to 45. It has crept away. So this is Lauren Bell now, back into the attack from the Church Street end. This is driven away. She won't get this past the fielder at deep extra cover. And Wyatt Hodge. Will Gardner, but she's able, McGrath, sorry, but she's able to get a single. Brings Gardner on strike, who at 76 and her highest ever score might be eyeing something even more substantial. So that's the team 200 up for the Australians. I think there's plenty more out there as well. On the text line, hello from David Marlowe, enjoying the call on the drive home from camping in the Kapiti Valley. Kapiti, you might have a better pronunciation there for me, Kirsten, as Bell's in again. Foolish delivery has Gardner driving. It squirts out to point, where we saw a platypus at 100 kangaroos. A question, what is the origin of the name Yorker? Good question. I reckon that's one that Henry Miranda probably know. Rick probably knows. I don't know. I'm unable to help you, but we'll get that one to you. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Grandstand Cricket for ABC Sport. Australia 6 for 200 here. Gardner's on strike. Bell's in. Slower ball. Picked up reasonably well by Gardner, but she elects to leave it alone at the same time, patting it into the offside for no run.
Well, I can't give you any further details on the Yorker, but Kapiti Valley, I had no idea where that was. But it's a large canyon in New South Wales, 135 kilometres northwest of Sydney, that is noted to be the second widest canyon of any canyon in the world.
Wow, that sounds magnificent.
Exceeding the Grand Canyon.
Bell in, over the wicket to Gardner, who goes aerial. It's in the air. This is going to land safely, I feel. It does. Tammy Beaumont just keeps it in. Side the ropes, they haul it back in and get two. So Ashley Gardner, full of confidence, is lofting Lauren Bell, who's been so miserly in the first two games of this ODI series, but just having things taken to her. 7 from the over so far, with 1 to come. Yeah, no, that sounds absolutely magical. David Marlowe, hope you're enjoying your time there. Sounds beautiful. Bell in slower delivery here from Gardner, just drifts down the leg side, so that's a wide. The origin of the word Yorker, I don't have that one in my bank of knowledge, unfortunately.
I suspect it's someone who was particularly adept at bowling a full ball coming from York.
Ah. Bell just drops this one in on a length. Bottom edge, fling at the stumps from in the covers. It flies past and they scramble through for a single.
So trusty Wikipedia.
Let's go.
Let's go to Wikipedia.
Let's go to the BBC.
Oh, here we go.
I trust maybe a little
I reckon
more than
that's
Wikipedia. I reckon you've picked up the same source, perhaps. Oxford Dictionary suggests that the term was coined because players from York bowled them so often. Another theory attributes the name to the other meaning of Yorker. Cheetah. At the turn of the 20th century, the word York was apparently used to mean sharp or quick-witted. So Australia 5 for 204. Gardner's 79 not out. McGrath's 23. changing commentary here. Matt Clinch with you after this.
Grandstand cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio and across the UK via the BBC.
Thanks, Chris. This is a 50-run partnership up for Tali McGrath and Ash Gardner as well. 47 deliveries. And Ash Gardner rescuing Australia from a challenging position after England got the early breakthroughs once more. And Tali McGrath moving to 23, desperate to get back amongst the runs once more. Sophie Eccleston starts a new over from the Derwent River end, and Ash Gardner drives along the ground through the gap in the offside and picks up a single to start the 41st over. Gardner to 80 from 87 deliveries. Australia 5 for 205. Hello, Pikey.
Clinchy, welcome back.
Thank you. It sort of feels like England all of a sudden, another sort of half opportunity slipping through their fingers, and Australia would be looking to score well over 250 now. Two established batters still in there, and all of a sudden momentum wrestles once more in this Ashes series. Eccleston comes in. Tali McGrath rocks back and pulls. Wide of the fielder, a backward square leg, and Tali McGrath with a boundary. Starting to rediscover some of that best cricket with the bat. McGrath moves to 27, Australia 5 for 209.
Yeah, you could just see McGrath as well. Just step outside the off stump, go back in a crease to give herself room to access the onside. So well played, and being brave as well. You could hear them talk about that earlier and how they've approached today's game. They've done exactly that. They've been bold. They've tried to be creative as well. They've had to bunker down and consolidate, but playing with that freedom now.
The 29-year-old vice-captain of Australia comes forward to Sophie Eccleston and defends into the offside. Tammy Beaumont does the fielding. So Tali McGrath, 27 from 23 deliveries. Her name had been mentioned about maybe making way for Georgia Wareham alongside Beth Mooney. As Eccleston at the top of her mark, around the wicket, down the pitch goes McGrath, hits it along the ground, and Eccleston did well to get her hands behind it and just shakes those fingers which caught the blunt of Tali McGrath drive along the ground. She's done a little bit of work, Tali McGrath, with Linda Clark, obviously captain the Adelaide Strikers. Hockey, a lot of players go through this phase, don't they, in their career, where all the eyes all of a sudden become focused on them. Sophie Eccleston seems to be okay. 5 off the over, back of a length, and McGrath's looking to pull this time as she struck on the right shoulder, fully through her shot, and a dot ball.
Yeah, she's done the same again. Gone well and truly outside the off stump to try and work that square. It's forced a change in the field. We see that 45 go back to a deep square leg, backward square.
Eccleston in to McGrath, shuffles across to the onside and punches it just forward a point. Rolls down to the rope for 4 in front of the Ricky Ponting stand. Yeah. McGrath got the delivery she wanted and was all over it.
Yeah, she's done well as well. She's taken that off about a leg stump line and played that through the offside. So well played there by Talia, and really playing with Sophie Eccleston and just manipulating the field as to where she wants them to be, and giving herself that opportunity to open up that offside.
9 off the over from Sophie Eccleston. Figures of none for 37 after 7 overs. So Australia has taken on the challenge of the number 1 white form bowler in the game, and certainly challenging her at the moment at 5 for 213. Ash Gardner is on 80, Tali McGrath is on 31. Matt Clinch alongside Kirsten Pike with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC as well. This third Women's One Day International from Bellerive Oval in Hobart.
I think one of the luxuries that the Australians do have is that they can play with this freedom at 5 for 213, knowing the batting order to come.
Lauren Bell charging in from the Church Street end, outside the off stump, and Gardner pushes it into the offside. The fielders on the back of the circle, so able to get through for a comfortable single to start the 42nd over. Gardner to 81. Australia 5 for 214. Australia were 4 for 59 at one stage before, as Rick Finlay let you know, a record 5th wicket partnership between Ash Gardner and Beth Mooney. 95 runs down the pitch, hit in the air, and a chance is put down from Tali McGrath. A tough chance for Sophie Eccleston on her left, and it won't quite reach the rope. 3 English fielders go racing after it, and it's Nat Sepper-Brunt who eventually reels it in. Tali McGrath comes back for a third.
A bit lazy there by Sophie Eccleston not being able to get down to that one. I think that was a simpler catch than the one she took earlier today, but she should have got two hands to that. Moving to her left, I still think that's a chance she should have taken there, Clinchy.
Just a little slow in moving and really never got two hands to it, which is what resulted in the catch not being taken. 3 for Tali McGrath. Ash waiting Gardner for the next delivery from Lauren Bell as she works it off hip height and down to backward square leg for a single. Ash Gardner to 82. 5 for 218. This partnership now up to 64.
You can't help but think maybe she's thinking about the overs she's just bowled as well. Tali McGrath taking it to her, just forcing her to think how she's going to actually approach it to close out.
Just watching her, Sophie Eccleston at the moment, she's got both her hands on her knees as Lauren Bell comes in. Wide of the off stump, and Tali McGrath leans forward. Uses the pace of the delivery to play it out to deep cover for another single for Tali McGrath to move to 35. 5 for 219. I think Alex Hartley has arrived back. So there was a previous ball in the last over that's got Sophie Eccleston right on the left ankle as Ash Gardner looks to drive. It's mistimed and the Knight does the fielding at cover point. So you just wonder whether maybe that had impacted her movement, but maybe that's a bit too
I think you're being
generous.
Kind.
Pikey, it's a catch.
I think you're being kind.
The shirts were different. The Australian fielders would expect to take a catch like that, and that's maybe a bit of the difference in the series so far.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it just looked like her mind was wandering a little bit and just wasn't in there in position to take that catch and the opportunity when it came.
Bell wide of the off stump. Gardner beautifully cuts off the back foot. Backward a point for 4 once more. And Ash Gardner is playing a starring role here for Australia. She moves to 86 from 91 deliveries. Australia 5 for 223 as this partnership now moves to 69.
I think that's the brutal part, isn't it? As soon as the catch does go down, there's a boundary. It wasn't immediately that follows, and that's always the one that hurts the most, when there's a drop catch and immediately the next ball you get smacked for 4 or 6. So it's a tough comeback, and as a fielder as well, if you have put it down, you're always thinking in your mind, okay, how many have they got since I put down that? And thankfully for Eccleston as well, she's got ball in hand now and she can try and come out and make amends, but Tali McGrath is back on strike to her, and she'll be working out how she can actually go about this.
Might go to Rick Finlay in a moment for the last 5 overs, because what's that? 10 off that over from Lauren Bell after 9 off the previous over from Sophie Eccleston. So Australia at 5 for 223 are all of a sudden looking to really attack here. There's the start of a new over from Eccleston, and McGrath is hit on the pad but going down the leg side.
45 off the last 5, Matt.
45 off the last 5.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and they've got that real launching pad now. There's, 8 overs to go. They've got Tali McGrath and Gardner out there. They've got Georgia Wareham.
2 established batters as Tali McGrath is down on one knee, sweeping backward of square for 4. Australia on the attack now. McGrath getting the delivery she wanted wide of the off stump, in position early and superbly executed. It's funny in cricket how you can go from out of form to in form relatively quickly.
It was what Alex was saying earlier. What is form? What does that actually mean? And for Tali McGrath, she's hitting the ball super sweetly out there, and she's doing, and she is manipulating the field, and she's forced another change to it as well. You can see someone going back now to that deep square boundary.
She moves to 39 from 31 deliveries, 6 fours in her innings. Rick, I might get you to tell us the last time Tali McGrath passed 50 for Australia, given the questions around her form recently. And Sophie Eccleston now with a bit of a challenge on her hands. In her 8th over, none for 41. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. This next delivery to Tali McGrath, who drives along the ground of the fielder at deep cover. Tammy Beaumont moves to her left to do the fielding. A single for Tali McGrath to move to 45 for 228 in the 43rd over. England just needing to build a bit of pressure here on these 2 batters, otherwise...
I don't think they will. I think that the field is so well spread.
Long on, long off the back. Ash Gardner's been watching at the other end as she just plays this ball along the ground to Heather Knight at mid-wicket. Has the throw at the non-striker's end. Gardner had her bat down, grounding to make her ground, and in the end it ricochets off that, and they're comfortably through for the single. So 6 runs so far off the over. Australia 5 for 229. Gardner at 87.
If you're looking to squeeze, they shouldn't be getting a single off that delivery. That should have just been hit there, no run. So singles are coming quite easily.
Eccleston around the wicket to McGrath, wide on the crease at full stretch. She hits it along the ground out to Tammy Beaumont, and deep cover for a single.
McGrath got 56 not out at Perth 5 matches ago in early December. 11th of December. Yeah. You've got to go back to 23-24 season when she got 68 not out in Mumbai for a previous one.
Eccleston around the wicket to Ash Gardner, just trying to turn it off her pads. It's fielded at backward square leg by Nat Sibber-Brunt, and the end of the over. Australia 5 for 230 after 43 overs. Gardner is on 87, McGrath is on 41. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport via the BBC as well. Always great to have Rick Finlay with us as part of the coverage, providing all the numbers for you. Matt Clinch now joined by Alex Hartley as Kirsten Pike takes a breather. Welcome back once more, Alex. This has slipped away from England's grip a little bit, and now some challenges.
Yeah, it has. And Ash Gardner at the death or back 10 of an ODI, her strike rate is quite alarming. I don't know if you've spoken about that, have you yet so far? Go on then, I'll get up my stats.
As Lauren Bell is going to continue here from the Church Street end at Belrive Oval. This partnership now up to 76 after a 95-run partnership between Beth Mooney and Ash Gardner.
Ash Gardner from overs 41 to 50. Her strike rate is 165.7.
Okay, get ready in the crowd. Bell starts a new over, right arm over the wicket. McGrath shuffles across to the onside, hits it along the ground, and lungy to her left, well fielded by Heather Knight. Just a single to move McGrath to 42. Australia 5 for 231. Did you see Sophie Eccleston hit on the ankle from Talia McGrath? And I thought it was a tough chance, but in the end, probably the replay suggested she should have got both hands to it. And
didn't see I was climbing up the 42 stairs. No, 52 stairs, sorry.
Yep. Bell comes in, angling it in on middle stump, and this time it's clipped away by Ash Gardner, backward of square for a single. They're going to turn and come back for 2. Excellent running. I thought it was a single because in the end Lauren Filer came racing in, but this Australian pair now is comfortable and they're willing to take a few of these throws from the deep on.
Shouldn't have really been to that. So you're saying Eccleston's dropped a catch, is that what you're telling me? That's what I missed.
I am.
Brilliant.
Yep.
Love the game, you know. I love the game.
67 steps, by the way.
67, is there? I'm going to write that down. I took a video and it's a lot.
Could you hear your breathing in the background? That would be my concern.
No, I'm fit now. I ran a whole 5k yesterday.
5 for 233. Bell into the off stump of Ash Gardner. Drives to Heather Knight, and once more for a single at extra cover. Gardner to 90 from 95 deliveries. Australia 5 for 234.
Well, it's actually quite good on a selfish level that there are so many stairs to climb, and the TV box is all the way the other end, because I've done 7,000 steps today. Normally on a commentary day you just sit on your ass, don't you? You don't do anything.
Yeah, we do tend to sit down for quite a long time in the commentary box. Talia McGrath awaiting, wide of the off stump, and gets a bottom edge as she looks to hit hard into the gap in which they've left in the covers. There's a fielder at deepish cover, deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, and long on back at the moment for Lauren Bell. 4 runs so far off this over.
I like this field that Lauren Bell's got as well, because she has not got a short fine or a fine leg. Instead, she's got a mid-wicket on the one, saying, well, if you want to play that ramp shot, it's there for you to play, but I'm going to bowl slower balls to you, so it's not going to be easy.
4 wickets so far in this Ashes series. Back of a length, and McGrath is all over this. Cuts into the gap, wide of the fielder at forward point, and that was absolutely crunched by Talia McGrath, who now moves to 46, and Australia are 5 for 238.
Instead, she's not looking to target the leg side. She gives herself room, steps outside the leg stump, waits deep in her crease and slaps the ball through backward point for 4, even with a deep cover. That race to the boundary And England, they're under a bit of pressure here to close this innings out, take this wicket, break the partnership.
Tali McGrath eyeing a half century here as Bell is wide of the off stump and hit along the ground. Just takes the single to close out the over and to hang on to the strike. Tali McGrath moves to 47. Australia 5 for 239. Ash Gardner is on 90. Alex Hartley is with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC. In half a moment, Henry will come streaming in.
She needed this innings, didn't she? Talia McGrath. She got 2 in the first game, 1 in the second. And we're not going to use the word form because you'd all say she's back in form with the 47 not out she's on now.
But from her own point of view,
she did need it.
Stop having the questions being asked of her as to what are you doing behind the scenes, how are you trying to change what has been happening. Are you the player that misses out for Georgia Wareham?
For me today, she's playing the ball a lot later, so she's playing the ball under her eyes, under her head. And the other day, almost, yes, she got cut in half by a great delivery from Filer, but she was quite pushy at it. She's almost waited that split second longer today before playing her shots.
Plenty of correspondence coming through on the SMS. Loving having Alex Hartley as part of the call. 0467 920 222. You can get in touch with us through the BBC via the website and the email address. Start of a new over. Nat Sibber-Brunt wide outside the off stump and Tali McGrath beats the fielder at backward point. Frustration now building from an England side of things.
That's poor fielding.
And that's Sophie Eccleston once more.
Sophie Eccleston there, and it brings up 50 for Talia McGrath off just 38 deliveries. And that's why the crowd goes wild. The noise picks up a little bit. There's not a massive crowd in today, but that was loud enough.
Tali McGrath with her 5th time past 50 for Australia. 51 from 38 deliveries. As Australia are 5 for 234. On the attack once more to Nat Sibber-Brunt. Looking to work it off her toes, but it's fielded at backward square leg. And Australia, now this partnership up to 89 runs. Tali McGrath probably get the chance a bit more with the ball as well today. Wide of the off stump, hit in the air momentarily by McGrath, but this time Sophie Eccleston does get a hand to it at point. Australia still pick up a single as McGrath moves to 52, 5 for 244.
Much better from Sophie Eccleston, diving to her right-hand side, so a weaker side, but stops the boundary there. Give her a bit of confidence. Good stop like that.
It's funny how the ball follows you around when all of a sudden something like that has happened.
Yep.
Sibber-Brunt right arm over the wicket, angling down the leg side, and Gardner clips this away. There's a short fine leg in position. And in the end, the ball was asking to be put away, and Ash Gardner did just that to move to 94. 5 for 248. 9 runs off the over so far.
And on the brink of her first century in ODI cricket for Ash Gardner, 94 not out, and gee, she's batted well. That partnership with Beth Mooney to absorb all the pressure that England had created, and now this one with Talia McGrath. Both of those partnerships have been outstanding.
On 94, short, outside the leg stump, and pulled away once more by Ash Gardner. Absolutely cashing in on this bowling from Nat Sibber-Brunt, and to be honest, it was a pretty average ball. Gardner moves to 98. Australia 5 for 252.
Yeah, not a great delivery, to be completely honest, from Nat Sibber-Brunt, angling down the leg side. Short fine is up, there is no deep fine. Goes past the left-hand side of Lauren Bell.
250 up for Australia, 5 for 252. Partnership's 98. Gardner's eyeing her first century for Australia. Pushes it into the offside, takes the single. Heather Knight in frustration throws it to the keeper's end. The England captain, her blood would be boiling at the moment. 14 runs coming from that over from Nat Sibber-Brunt. Australia 5 for 253. McGrath's on 52, Gardner's on 99. Henry Moran about to join you on ABC Sport.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Take that girl. Still wine. Take that girl. Still wine.
Well, on the cusp of history is the brilliant Ash Gardner. Has never scored 100 in Australian colours. And she's on 99. Here comes Lauren Bell in the sunshine of Hobart. Gardner waits and is pushing the ball back defensively, and there is no run.
Nervous 90s? There hasn't been nervous 90s at all from Ash Gardner. She's accelerated fantastically well throughout this innings. She's timed it perfectly, but 99, having never scored an ODI century before, you would be feeling that pressure as you can see her just jiggling around at the crease ever so slightly, waiting to face this next delivery from Lauren Bell.
Crowd up and about. They know the moment could be upon us. For Ash Gardner, here comes Lauren Bell, and she pummels the ball into the leg side, and there it is. It won't be the boundary, it will be the 100. Ash Gardner, for the first time for Australia, reaches 3 figures, and you can see what it means to her. What a moment for a player who on and off the field has done so much for Australian cricket. And she gets a huge hug from Talia McGrath. The crowd rises all around Hobart. She mops a tear from her eye, has a moment to compose herself, and Ash Gardner, from 100 balls, has reached 100 runs.
What an innings from Ash Gardner. I think today she's showed real maturity. She's absorbed pressure when she's needed to. She's put pressure back on England when she's needed to.
Hit back down the ground, and now the milestone's been passed. Perhaps we're going to see the gears being rattled through. It's only going to be a single, but Australia moved to 5 for 2, 5, 6.
And now you just feel things could get messy.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
Do you want an Ash Gardner stat from Hypercoast?
I want one from Rick, and then I want one from Hypercoast.
Ash Gardner, the 22nd Australian to make a century in one-day internationals.
That list just keeps getting longer and longer.
Partnership worth 102. Here is Lauren Bell, slapped into the ground by McGrath, whose form has been questioned but hasn't looked in doubt. The projected score 281, a little reminder that England's highest successful chase against Australia, full stop, was in Bristol last Ashes series. That was 264. In terms of away Ashes ODIs, 213. So they're going to have to get...
Well, time to change it.
Well, indeed. In comes Lauren Bell. It's hit away in the air towards backward square leg and filer. It's not timed. Had it been, it could have been a chance. Last 30 balls have seen 47 runs. They really have moved through the gears. Go on, what's your stat?
Ash Gardner now has the highest score by a number 6 batter in women's ODI history. This is the 1,435th game in the format since 1973.
There you go. Lauren Bell runs in, final ball of her 9th over. And Gardner goes big, into the leg side. Could be out, should be out, and is. And a brilliant innings comes to an end. Catch taken by a diving Tammy Beaumont at mid-wicket. But it just gives Ash Gardner another moment to receive the acclaim of all those in the Ricky Ponting stand, to which she looks up towards and sees spectators applauding the efforts of a brilliant cricketer. She looks frustrated. She won't be at the end of today. She'll know that she's done something pretty special. It has been a special knock, and the crowd know it as well. Australia 6 down, 2-5-7 on the board.
It has been a special knock, but she'll think that she should have gone on. She could have gone on. 4 overs left in this game. She's looking to accelerate. She just picks out Tammy Beaumont in the deep, but an exceptional knock comes to an end, and England will have wanted to take that wicket a lot earlier and break this partnership from Talia McGrath and Ash Gardner a lot earlier than they have done, but it does and it will just slow things down ever so slightly. However, Georgia Wareham comes into the starting 11 for the first time in this series, and Australia fancy her as a bit of a T20 slugger.
Here comes Matt Silverbrunt from the far end, driven out by McGrath towards Tammy Beaumont at deep cover for a single.
Henry, that was another record partnership, by the way, for Australia for the 6th wicket. And poor old Sharon Treadray, who's expunged from the 5th wicket record, has also been expunged from the 6th wicket record.
It's been
so she's had a bad day.
She's had a shocker.
Oh, that's a loopy delivery with out of the back of the hand. It'll bring a single pushed out to the offside. Wareham into the Australian side and gets a run from her first ball.
Records are there to be broken.
Well, they are.
She's had that one for a long time though, hasn't she?
When did it go back to, did you say?
Back to the 80s. We're talking 40 years.
Al was a girl. This is a good diving save from Amy Jones up to the stumps.
It wasn't even a thought in the 80s.
Yeah, probably not.
Well, my mum would have only been 7.
Oh, you were born in 1993. What are you on about?
Yeah, my mum was early 70s. So, and then 1980.
Another loopy delivery is spanked away into the offside, out towards deep cover for 1. Australia 6 for 2, 6-1.
I always get confused if my mum was born in 73 or 71, to be fair. I don't know which one it was. Doesn't really matter. She's old.
No, it's a bit like getting out on 99 or 101. Doesn't really matter.
Well, nah. I think, yeah, nah. Turned Australian.
Oh, my word. Here comes Siva Brunt, whipped away by Wareham out towards deep mid wicket. England have 3 fielders on the boundary on that leg side. Australia moving towards a mighty total. So, go on.
I don't know, I've lost my thought.
You've lost your train of thought. OK, well, that's perhaps no bad thing.
No, it's not, because we can really get into the back end of this innings.
Siva Brunt again over the wicket. And, big appeal for LBW. Given! Talia McGrath has been given out on 55. She's reviewed it immediately. Perhaps just given the state of the match and the fact that there's reviews to be had. But Nat Siva Brunt has got the decision from Eloise Sheridan at the far end of the ground. Looked pretty straight to me, Alex.
Yeah, she's just looking to hit the ball into the leg side, get outside the line of off stump, shovel it around that corner with short fine up inside the ring. Nat Siva Brunt strikes her on the pad. She'll just go upstairs straight away, but more of a, well, we've got 2 in the bank.
One of those where, unless she's hit it, it's out.
Or has it hit her outside the line? No, it hasn't.
Well, not enough to be
overturned.
So it could be. Let's see. No, flat line. Ball tracking when ready will tell us all we need to know. My guess is that it's out. Indeed, impact in line, and wickets are hitting. And so England do get the wicket, and one goes another. And this could be valuable for England. It'll give them just a little bit of hope at the back end of the innings, Alex.
Yeah, and if they can manage to bowl Australia out or just restrict them to the back end of this innings, it will give them a little bit of momentum going into the second innings. Australia have built some brilliant partnerships today, Ash Gardner being at the forefront of both of them. And a good innings from Talia McGrath comes to an end. She's been under pressure. Question marks on should she have missed out instead of Darcy Brown to keep the bowler. Has she done well enough of late to keep her place? But today she has proved why she is in the starting 11 and she's put pressure on England. She's built that partnership with Ash Gardner. But England, as I say, if they can bowl Australia out here, they will take some confidence going into the second innings.
Well, chatting to Nat Siva Brunt yesterday, she said managing to get Australia 7 down was seen as a really positive thing in the first 2 games, getting Alana King out there. Well, they've done that again. So, you know, you take the small wins, I suppose. And so King comes to the middle, with McGrath having followed Gardner back to the dugout. And the score stands at 7 for 2, 6-2. Siva Brunt bowls to Alana King, who immediately will get a run down the ground up towards long on. And Siva Brunt, who's had a decent day with the ball today, I think, finishes with figures of 2 for 51. We've got 3 overs left in the innings. Australia are 6-2 on the board, 7 down. What is, forget history for a moment in terms of what you know about the modern game, what you know about this England team and the Australians as well. What is England's ceiling in terms of what they can chase, do you think?
Probably about now, to be completely honest.
Okay.
If Australia get 280, I'd be worried.
Yeah, I think we are at the territory, we're sort of on the cusp of, well, this is exactly what England would have had to chase at Bristol 2 years ago. So That target of 264 on that day was chased down. Kate Cross playing an innings at the end where she ramped it and all sorts. Bless you. And again. You always sneeze in threes?
Sometimes, like nines.
But always an odd number?
Yep.
Weird, isn't it? Here is Eccleston. Driven into the offside. Oh, beating the dive of the fielder at cover. The ball beats Danny White-Hodge and will be pursued by Charlie Dude, who does very well out there by the grass banks to pick up. But there will be a third run, so it's going to be a record chase for England if they are to do it. To get some points on the board in this Women's Ashes series, Australia will be targeting many more than just nudging past that record, though.
I'm interested to see how Eccleston goes at the death here. We know how good she is at the death, and she bowls these overs a lot in T20 cricket.
Eccleston bowling a ball which is beautifully lofted over the offside, and Siva Brunt won't stop it. That is a really controlled, elegant stroke from Georgia Wareham. We know about the power. That was all about the placement. Lovely batting. 7 from the first 2 balls of the over, and Australia are 7 for 270.
But you just think Australia are going to accelerate here. Georgia Wareham has batted at number 3 for Australia. She's open, she's batted in the middle, she can literally bat anywhere that she wants. She likes to manipulate the field. She is going to take Eccleston on here. But you feel 1 wicket, England can quieten things down, but this could be a dangerous partnership.
Eccleston bowls, and again, this time a little harder. Same sort of region, 4 more runs.
Poor execution from Eccleston. She comes over the wicket to try and cramp Wareham up for room. She's got a deep square leg mid-wicket, long on, long off. It's wide outside the off stump, up and over extra cover for 4. That was a freebie for Georgia Wareham.
So the score is now possibly entering the sort of territory where 300 could be on the cards. Should be a bit of a thing. This is driven back past Eccleston, who looks at the ground as it goes dribbling up towards Bouchier below us.
Much better. Much better from Sophie Eccleston. Cramping Wareham for room, who likes to clear that front leg at the death, so she'll often just plant that front leg on the line of leg stump, if not outside the line of leg stump, and just swing her arms at the ball.
Eccleston again. With England under the pump. Is in. This is swung into the leg side. Can a fielder get underneath it? Will it land safely? It does, just about. And in the end, Capsey does well to pick up one-handed with a couple more runs taken. The over so far has brought about 14 with a ball left of it. The highest score between the other way was that World Cup final game where the ball went everywhere from the bat of Elisa Healy at Hamilton in 2022. 298 for 8 that day. Chipped back over the head, a little plink, really, over the head of Sophie Eccleston for 1 run down the ground. And Alana King moves on to 7. We got 2 overs left. I'd be surprised if we passed that total, but we could easily pass the second highest score. That we've seen in fixtures between these 2 sides, which was, I think, hold on a minute. Forgive me, the target was 311, so they got 310 Australia. England's total that day was 298 for 8. So it was a little further than that. So we're not going to see that record broken, but...
Just ruined my notes there, Henry.
Sorry. In fact, I've ruined them again.
Oh,
I'm so sorry. It was 357. I've got it all wrong. The 311 was the Hamilton game earlier on in the World Cup. Do you remember that one?
I remember them all.
You just don't trust my numbers. That's why Rick does his job and I don't mind, I suppose. In comes next delivery, slapped into the ground for the bat of Alana King. So to clarify, the target on that World Cup final match was 357.
So they got 356.
Yes.
Do you know what? I'm scribbling that out. I just don't care.
What?
You've made a hash of it. You've ruined my day.
It's nice, isn't it? Here is Lauren Bell, and this is pummeled down the ground on the bounce to Bouchier at long on.
Rick's rocking in his chair.
I know. Hypercaused his computers sort of smoking somewhere on the other side of the world. Actually, we don't know where Hypercaused is. I always imagine in some sort of island lair.
Yeah, always the other side of the world, no matter which side of the world we're on.
Surrounded by copies of Wisdom.
Yeah.
Lauren Bell running into bowl to Georgia Wareham on 11. Wareham waits for a ball and eventually then smacks it back over cover, and she's going to get 4. Goodness me, what a player to have coming in at 9. This Australian team, it just goes on, and as the memories will start coming flooding back for Lauren Bell when Wareham scored 28 off and over in that game at the Ageas Bowl that ultimately won Australia the Ashes, or retained the Ashes in 2023.
Back of the hand slower ball there from Lauren Bell. And Wareham, what she does so well at the death is she sets up for the slower ball, so she's deep in her crease, she's giving herself room, and she has the freedom to play these shots. She gets out, it doesn't really matter, but ultimately she can change the game.
Bell bowling to Wareham, it's been hit in the air, down the ground, it's going to be 6, I fancy it, it is! Massive hit!
What a shot from Georgia Wareham. She clears that front leg. It's a slower ball again from Lauren Bell. She's just laughing, is Georgia Wareham. I've been sat on the bench for 2 games. I'm waiting for my opportunity, yes, with the ball, but she can strike the ball so far. Cross-seam delivery from Lauren Bell. Georgia Wareham, I'm going to say it again, clears that front leg. Big swing of the arms and turns a length ball into a slot ball by just going deep in her crease.
Mid off stays up. Lauren Bell running in the sunshine, digs it in short, and something that might be slightly more Rod Laver arena than it is Bellerive, with a little paddle really over the net around the corner. And the score stands at 290, 7 wickets down.
The highest score by Australia against England in Australia is 299.
I trust you, Rick.
Newcastle, 99-2000.
You sure, Rick? In comes Lauren Bell as a slower ball, which is just dabbed down the ground by Alana King for a single. To see her keep the strike for the final over, which may be not the worst thing from England's point of view. Lauren Bell finishes with an expensive day that started pretty well, but since then has been rather targeted by Australia. 10 overs, 2 for 72. And Alex Hartley, with 9 minutes behind as well, England, they're going to have to bring an extra fielder up inside the circle.
That would be a hammer blow, wouldn't it? Sophie Eccleston is going to bowl the last over of the innings. We'll see what happens here. Does Sophie Eccleston have to bring somebody up? Sometimes that can play to your advantage, but what England want here is do not allow Georgia Wareham on strike.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. She's 22 off 8.
So it looks so unassuming. She's not a sort of player like Talia McGrath and Annabelle Sutherland. You see walking to the middle and you've got the long levers and the power. It's not a tall figure, but just times it so well. Mind, England's highest successful chase against Australia, 264, away from home, 213. At the moment, they'll need 292. Last 30 balls, we've seen 48 runs for the loss of 2 wickets, but keeping that momentum has been the thing. Eccleston bowls, it's been hit away in the air. Can a fielder get underneath it? It's Capsey, it's taken. That's a very good catch running round from square leg from Alice Capsey, and Alana King targeting the Ricky Ponting stand, doesn't quite have the distance. And England do strike to get another wicket, and usefully a dot ball as well in there. And so Sophie Eccleston's first of the day is not a conventional one, if you like, but it is a wicket.
Yeah, it brings Kim Garth to the crease, who you imagine is just going to try and get Georgia Wareham on strike, but England only can have 3 fielders out on the boundary. So Nat Sciver-Brunt, who was at mid-off, came up inside the ring. So there's a long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg for Sophie Eccleston at the death here. Lorna King goes for 9 off 8. Sophie Eccleston will either clean up the tail here, or Georgia Wareham will clean up Eccleston.
It's going to be one of the two, isn't it? It's Kim Garth on strike, onto the pads, and she's done her job there by getting a single into the leg side.
Wareham wanted 2.
Well, yeah. Selfless from Wareham. Right? The more selfless thing is keeps the strike, really. Can they pass 300? It's on. Very much so. Can they do it? It's Eccleston, who used to be the aggressor, the person who was responsible for finding wickets, creating economy. Here it's a defensive mission for the England bowler.
8 for 2.92. Here is Eccleston bowling to Georgia Wareham. Swings at that, through the offside and for 4.
It all seems so simple.
What a shot. What a shot. Eccleston's not done much wrong there at all. The ball hitting off stump. She could have potentially cramped Wareham up ever so slightly more. But it's just excellent execution from Georgia Wareham. Just giving herself room, stepping outside leg stump, target that cover area, which brings a change in field. Square leg comes up, extra cover goes out, so there's a deep extra, a long on and a deep mid wicket. England can only have 3 fielders outside the fielding circle because they've been slow between their overs.
Eccleston, 3 balls left of the innings, bowls a ball which is hit away over the leg side. It's going to potentially be 2 here as Beaumont runs around to pick up. She does pretty well, but Australia do get that second to move to 8 for 2.98, and Wareham's more than handy knock sees her score on 28 from just 10 balls.
It's been a great knock this from Georgia Wareham.
Absolutely outstanding. 2 balls left in the innings. Australian crowd enjoying this. Eccleston is in, back over her head and for 4. And there is the 300. The highest total for Australia against England in this country. And the pressure, if it wasn't already on the tourists, well, it is being ramped up several notches by the swinging blade of Georgia Wareham.
Georgia Wareham has been outstanding at the death here, but Ash Gardner, Beth Mooney, Talia McGrath, they got Australia out of trouble.
Eccleston, final ball of the innings. It's been hit away into the leg side. It's going to be 6. Oh, there's the exclamation mark at the end of a fabulous Australian innings. Wareham finishes 38 from 12. Eccleston's final over sees a wicket, yes, but the ball sailing away to the boundary time and again. And Australia finish 308 on the board for the loss of 8 wickets. England are going to have to climb some mountain to get back in this Ashes series. What a performance from Australia. Ash Gardner's century was outstanding. Wareham's cameo brilliant. And England, led off by a disgruntled Sophie Eccleston, have some serious work to do.
Wareham's top scorer in ODIs as well with that final 6, 38 beats 37.
I mean, Australia, you've got to take your hats off to them. They were under the pump, 4 down early. England were on top. England were all over Australia like a rash. And again, after time and time again, Australia do it against everyone in the world. They've got that counter-punch, haven't they? They absorb pressure when they need to. They accelerate when they need to. Beth Mooney, Ash Gardner, they've changed the game here for Australia. 50 for Beth Mooney, 100 for Ash Gardner, then Talia McGrath with her 55. Georgia Wareham comes in and just takes the game away, gets Australia to above 300, and England, as you say, Henry, have got a huge, huge mountain to climb.
And what a pleasure it was to watch that incredible run scoring from Wareham, who's done it again against England. And if Australia didn't quite perform to their potential in the first couple of ODIs with the bat, goodness me if they reminded the world game what they can do, because England had them in trouble. No mistake about that. Early on in their innings, the score 4 for 59. 4 down when Annabelle Sutherland was out for just 10. At that point, early on in the 15th over. But then the partnership that came between Mooney and Gardner, that got things back on track. Worth 95 runs. 101 runs for the next partnership between Gardner and McGrath. That came in the space of a little under 14 overs. And in that time, Gardner reaching 3 figures for Australia for the first time. It has been brutal, it has been brilliant. And Alex Hartley, dare I say it, this could be the crucial blow in this Women's Ashes series.
It could well be. England are going to have to do it outstandingly well. They're going to have Heather Knight, Nat Siver-Brunt, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, Tammy Beaumont. Somebody has to get 100. Somebody has to have a couple of brilliant partnerships. England are under the pump. Australia, they haven't been at their best with the bat in hand throughout this series, but gee, they were at their best today, weren't they? I mean, Beth Mooney, Ash Gardner, Talia McGrath, they've given England a mammoth total to chase down. It would be a record-breaking total. England versus Australia. Forget Bristol. They're going to have to do something special.
A lot of talk, of course, inevitably, as it should be, about Australia's quality there. Did England do anything wrong today?
No, I actually don't think they did, to be completely honest. I think Australia have shown England how to bat on this surface. You get in, you can take advantage of it. There are no demons in it. It's not turning sideways. It's gripping a little bit. It's got a bit in it, but I actually think it's tricky to get started on the surface, but once you're in, you can capitalise on that.
Okay. So, I think, is that Alex having a little bit of a break? It might be. I think, well, she's heading off. She's seen some wonderful cricket from Australia, and I think I'm right in saying this would be the highest chase successfully in women's ODI cricket. I think that is right in saying. With Sri Lanka last year, Chamari Attapattid led the way in a game that made headlines in South Africa with a run chase, and you don't see many teams scoring north of 300. That doesn't happen terribly often, but to score north of 300 chasing against Australia is going some. Just a reminder of what Australia's highest efforts against England are. We've got the official numbers here rather than my nonsense. Highest total was that World Cup final, 356 for 5, 310 for 3 at Hamilton in that same World Cup. And then today's effort at Hobart, just the third time Australia have passed 300 in ODIs against England. That was 308 for 8 today in Hobart, Tasmania. And England are going to have to do something quite spectacular if they are to chase down this target. Well, here come a very buoyant Australian team running to the middle with England's openers Tammy Beaumont and Maya Bouchier heading out, with England facing a mighty target, 310. They're going to have to go more than a run a ball after we saw Ash Gardner playing one of the great women's Ashes innings. Her first Australia 100 was an absolute sensation. It really was. And I highly recommend reading all about it, finding any of the highlights that you possibly can. It's been brilliant, and England are going to have to do something equally brilliant if they are to get back into this women's Ashes series. If Australia are to win it, then they will find themselves 6 points still up, only needing a further 2 from the remaining 10 that will be available to retain the Ashes and keep on that remarkable run that is stretched over, be over a decade by that point. So what an effort it'll be from them. So England with a target of 309. I'm going to leave you in the company of Grace Rowbottom alongside Alex Hartley.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, it is going to be an incredible mountain climbed if England is to chase down this enormous total. 309, the magic number for England. It would be one of the all-time great chases. All set to get this chase underway. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far on Grandstand Cricket for ABC Sport, ABC Sports Digital, the Listen app, of course, through to the BBC on BBC 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Fascinating discussion there by a couple of the travelling writers, the English press, Ralph Nicholson and Andy McGlashan, just dissecting that first innings, and the analysis was fairly despondent, I have to say, Alex Hartley, but maybe that's the only way to go when you've just coughed up 308 runs.
Yeah, I wasn't listening. I don't know what they said, but I can only imagine.
Yes, there was lots to work through, it has to be said, as we get all set to get underway. Alex Hartley getting her breath back after what did we settle on? Was it 67 steps?
And I ran up all of them.
You ran up all of them?
All the way around the concourse, upstairs, puffing.
You get your step counter well and truly ticking over today. Megan Shute to open the bowling, as she so often does for the Australians. She's into Tammy Beaumont, who's on strike at the river end of the ground. Played into the onside for no run to start us off here. And what a chase this will be. Having said that, there are runs in this wicket, plenty of them, as shown by the Australians, and as shown by Ashley Gardner, and at the end of that innings, Georgia Wareham, who was magnificent with some late power hitting. Shoots in here, wide-ish outside the off stump, a little short too, unable to be pounced upon by Tammy Beaumont. She just pads it back down the track for no run.
Yeah, the Australians really showed how England should bat on this surface, to be honest. I think they rode the wave perfectly. They absorbed the pressure. Yes, they were under pressure. England taking 4 early wickets, 3 in the power play. But then, as we were talking about, that partnership between Beth Mooney, Ash Gardner was key.
Shoots in again here over the wicket to Beaumont. He's able to turn this around the corner, backward a square, down to fine leg for a single. So they're off the mark here with the first runs of the innings. None for one midway through this opening over. And as mentioned, 308 was the target, or was the score set by Australia. 309 the target. The Deans on the text line. Does Rick have the number of innings it took the 5 to pass 6,000 international runs? I assume she's talking about Ashley Gardner there, the number of innings. I'm sure that's easily retrieved.
I think it was Beth Mooney.
Sorry. Driving here for her first look at things is Maya Bouchier into the onside for no run. So tempered start here from England, just getting a feel for what this wicket's going to do. But as I mentioned, there are some runs out there, and maybe not 309 of them for England unless they produce something very special, but they might give it a good old shake given the conditions.
Yeah, they definitely will, and they'll want to go down fighting if they are to go down in this game. They've got a point to prove of England. They've got points to get on the board in this Ashes series.
Bouchier remains on strike, shoots in, this is lofted in the air, big chance here for the Australians. Talia McGrath gets underneath and takes the catch at mid-off and hung in the air for an eternity it seemed. And that is a disastrous start for England. 1 for 1 in the opening over of the innings, chasing 309. And that is a calamitous start for the visitors. Alex Hartley.
Yeah, she's just going to try to go down the ground here, is Maya Bouchier. There's no pace on the ball from Megan Shute. The in swing, so she's going in to out to get it over mid-off. Just skews it straight up in the air. Talia McGrath running over her left shoulder, gets herself into position early and takes a pretty simple catch. And Australia, they've got their first wicket. Maya Bouchier is having a little bit of a torrid time out here in Australia. 9 in the first game, 17 in the second, and 0 today. Captain Heather Knight walks the crease and you sort of think, well, it's going to be her and Siva Brunt if England are going to do this.
Yeah, that is a terrible, terrible way to start things off for the visitors here in Hobart. Megan Shute strikes. What an over to start things off. Just the 1 wicket conceded and the crucial wicket of Maya Bouchier. She has to go. She is having a torrid time of things in this series as well. So that does bring Heather Knight to the crease, who knows this ground well during her time as a Hobart Hurricane, the captain of that WBBL team. She has an enormous job to do. Shoot to continue and complete the over, charging in from the Church Street end. Knight on strike with bat raised, tempered, just drives back down the wicket. Chance at a run out. Gee, the throw was at the non-striker's end, and it might have been half a chance, but Knight gets through unscathed and gets off the mark. So a very, very productive over to start things off for the Australians. 2 runs conceded and the big wicket of Maya Bouchier. England 1 for 2.
Yeah, early trouble for England as Megan Shute gets the wicket of the England opener, Bouchier. Just looking at the replay of the wicket, just swinging in towards Bouchier. We know Megan Shute is so good with that in-swinger. Bouchier, as I said, trying to go up and over extra cover. England are going to need a partnership at some stage. Australia showed in the first innings, once you get settled, you can score runs, but it's not an easy wicket to get in on. The only person that went well was Georgia Wareham at the end, who almost had free licence. So you've got to get yourself in before you start playing shots.
Just that innings of Georgia Wareham's, it's actually the quickest of all. 3,967 scores, 38 or more in women's ODIs in terms of 316 runs per 100 balls.
Other record tumble.
So we witnessed that today.
Kim Garth now, she opens her spell from the river end of the ground into Knight, playing into mid-wicket for no run. So already England on the back foot in this chase, if they weren't already coming in. Kim Garth coming off that 3 for 37 effort at the Junction Oval in game 2. hoping to continue her good form here. She's in over the wicket. Foolish delivery tonight, who just rocks back and punches to point for no run. As they continue to feel things out, this wicket will have dried out in the Hobart sun over the past couple of hours. Crowd surpassing 2,000 now, so they've just slowly filtered in as the day has progressed. And who knows, they might see something miraculous from England, but they've got a lot of work to do. Garthson again outside the off stump on this occasion as Knight elects to leave. 1 for 2 is England's. Beaumont's 1, Knight is 1.
Yeah, you just think Heather Knight, with all her experience here, just needs to absorb the pressure that Australia have created early in this innings. Get used to this surface. Heather Knight has been in early plenty of times for England.
Garthson again. Knight just steps across. Oh, she's edging. It doesn't carry to second slip. It dribbles to Beth Mooney, who picks up and has a vicious throw up the stumps. A little unnecessary, perhaps, from Beth Mooney, but maybe a little sign of intent and aggression.
All adds to the pressure.
It does. Those little 1%ers, they do build. England remain at 1 for 2. So 4 straight dots here from Kim Garth in her opening over. Super impressive so far. Already England having to get into recovery mode here in Hobart. This is just padded into the onside for no run once more. So 1 to come in the over. What did you get up to during the break? Did you go and get some sunshine, or
did I, Egg?
Grab something to eat, or just labour your way up those stairs?
No time for any of that. I did an interview, a couple of interviews, and then back up here for the start plate. So good. I'm not sure when I'm going to eat, to be honest. I don't really have time, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, well, we all missed the boat on the food in the media room. Garth's in again. This one's a little shorter on the off stump and just, again, bunted into the covers for no run. So that's a maiden for Kim Garth for her first over of the afternoon. England 1 for 2 after 2.
What do you mean you missed the boat for food?
Well, there was no food left.
What?
We went and to try and get something to eat. Quincy and I, and it had been cleared out. There was a few chicken niblets or chicken wings, salad, but
I'm sorry,
we were too late for the party.
We were first on the team sheet, first here. We should get first dibs on the food.
Well, we were just a little slack getting out there, I think.
Because we were working, not the writers that do nothing.
No, that's it.
They've all nicked all the food.
When you're on air, you're on air. So we have to wait, go hungry, but that's okay.
It's not okay. I was thinking I might be able to just grab something on the way out. Never mind.
I think they brought some more up.
Did they? There you go.
Get yourself out there quick. I'll do ball by ball for 5 minutes.
Shoots on the charge. Oh, expansive outside the off stump. Reaching for it was Tammy Beaumont. It was laced with risk. It goes through the slips and makes its way to the rope for the opening boundary of the innings. Wasn't overly convincing, Alex.
Just hangs outside the off stump. Tammy Beaumont looking to drive the ball through the covers. There's a gully. There's obviously the wicketkeeper. There's no one in between the two, so Tammy Beaumont gets a little bit fortunate there. Megan Shute runs her fingers down the back of that ball, so already looking to mix things up on this surface.
Shoots in again. Tammy Beaumont has bat raised, baseball style, full delivery down the leg side. This is clipped fine. In fact, it'll be wide, so all the way to the boundary. So luck's of fortune for the English as they get a little cheapie down the leg side. So Knight is 1. Beaumont remains on 5 after the wides. England 1 for 11. So Shute at the top of her mark. On the charge once more. Into Tammy Beaumont. Just hits this one on a length and Beaumont's forward and defending into cover. Phoebe Litchfield patrolling.
Just always feels like when Australia are out in the middle, it feels like they've got more than 11 on the field. And I don't know if it's the yellow, but it's like, where have you all come from? You snuck an extra player out there.
Yep. I wonder if there's any psychology involved in the colour of the uniforms. This one's on a length once more, and Beaumont is happy to just pad that back into the offside and stay in her crease.
When the sun is shining, it is a more intimidating uniform, isn't it? But you don't really see it when you're out there in the middle because you're too busy concentrating on the game. You know, you're not
taking in the colours of the uniform.
Yeah, you're not doing that, yeah.
You're out there trying to make some runs for your country. This one's a little slower and it allows Beaumont to just get onto the back foot and tuck it around the corner for an easy single. So 9 from the over so far. 4 of those coming via wides. Good start with the ball from the Australians. Bouchier already back in the sheds. Spooning one to mid-off. And the opening over. Shoots in again. This time it's Knight rocking back, unable to get it past the fielder at point. Whips it back into the gloves of the keeper, and another dot here. So Henry Moran has hooked Alex Hartley up a treat here with some goodies from out in the press box.
I don't even know what that meat is. Let's give it a sniff. I'm not sure. I'll eat it though, I'm hungry.
Here comes Shoot over the wicket again. This is driven absolutely beautifully through the covers. First genuine boundary of the innings.
Great shot from Heather Knight. Just hangs the ball outside the off stump again, does Megan Shoot. And an expensive over comes to an end. 12, 13, 14 runs coming off that over. England will like that. They'll like the fact that they have shown that they can score off these overs. Yes, there's a couple of streaky boundaries, the 5 wides that edge through the slips, but that last shot from Heather Knight was waiting for the ball to get to her rather than pushing at the ball. Was the difference between Tammy Beaumont's 4 and that 4.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful cricket shot, picked up beautifully, a loose-ish delivery, but put away as you'd expect from a player of Heather Knight's capacity. So England 1 for 16 after 3 overs. 293 still required of 282. It's a long way home. This is attempted to be worked around the corner from Beaumont. It's down the leg side. And a wide from Kim Garth.
There's been quite a few wides throughout this Ashes series so far. And probably a little bit better today than potentially the other day. I'm not sure. It felt like they were better today.
How many today, Rick, on the whole?
We've had 9 wides in...
Garth to Beaumont, who's getting forward on the front foot and punching this to mid-on for no run.
9 wides in Australia's innings and 1 in this one. Oh, sorry, two wides to the value of 6 runs.
Yes.
Well, if we're going to win something, we'll let Australia bowl more wides.
Bowl less wides.
Then does that mean we've won the moral Ashes or?
0467 920 222. The text line here on Grandstand Cricket. Love to hear from you. Wonderful day here in Hobart. 3rd ODI here. It's an attempt to get a bit of a clap happening in the crowd, but
failing.
There's not much else happening. Not much support. Garth's in again. Oh, little bottom edge opportunity from Tammy Beaumont, but doesn't make the connection through to the gloves of Melissa Healy.
Yeah, it just goes back to a full ball there, Tammy Beaumont getting stuck on the crease. Wasn't there to cut.
So a slip in play, a gully. Point, a backward point. There's a cover, a mid-on, a mid-off, a mid-wicket. Deep backward square. Garth on the charge again. Beaumont directly into the gully. Just plays down on it where Wareham does the fielding. Wasn't she impressive at the end of the Australian innings in that last 5 overs or so with 38 runs off not many.
12.
Off 12.
38 off 12.
The fastest 38 ever, was it, Rick? From that many deliveries.
Fastest 38 and scores above ever.
Fantastic hitting Garth's in again. Here's Beaumont getting forward, tempered shout for LBW, but she does enough to just steer it forward of square and rush through for a single.
Yeah, that ball going down the leg side, but Australia all know that Beaumont is vulnerable to the ball coming back in, the LBW, early on in her innings. It was Kim Garth that got her in the last game, LBW.
Garth at the top of her mark. Steams on in once more over the wicket. And the Knights just electing to leave maturely. No runs. So 1 for 18 is England's. And the Knight unbeaten on 5. Beaumont 6. A slow sort of a start here. 291 still needed off 278. 308 was the total set by Australia. It's largely thanks to a maiden ODI ton from Ashley Gardner. Terrific innings. Garth's in again over the wicket. Again, just clipped to the onside by Heather Knight. They want 2. Heather Knight wanted 2, but was promptly sent back, and probably wisely in the end, because the throw from the outfield was pretty good. They restrict things to just the 1. And it's just the 3 from the over.
It's one thing Heather Knight does well, is she does always look to run that first one hard, turn and go, and then we'll make the call when she sees where the ball's at.
So the Australian batting innings, in terms of your assessments of it, was it just unstoppable hitting by the Australians, or were there things that the English bowlers and the captain Heather Knight could have tweaked or done a little bit better to restrict things under 300?
I think she's made the right calls in the moment, to be completely honest. Whether or not you can get seam earlier to Talia McGrath, because she has been vulnerable in this series against the seam, the ball nipping back into her. But again, it just shows that once you get yourself in on this surface, you really can take advantage. So I think Australia just played it really well.
Shoot continues here into Heather Knight. This is outside the off stump, and Heather Knight's not going to miss out on those. That just sat up pretty as a peach, and Heather Knight just pounded it to the boundary at deep points. So another 4 for her. England moved to 1 for 23.
And I think in the other games, their first game, there was potentially a couple of drop catches where that have changed the game. In the second game, England just didn't bat very well. They bowled and fielded exceptionally. Today, there was that one drop from Eccleston, Talia McGrath, mid-off. But other than that, there wasn't really that much.
Yeah. Shoot in again. Knight's on 10. She's on the back foot on this occasion and really nicely punching through the covers. This is racing away towards the boundary. It won't quite get there, but it was beautiful placement from Knight. Poise and wonderfully timed to make it all the way out into the deep. They pick up a couple more.
Just shows how easy it is to score when the stumps aren't in play. England, in their first 15, 20 overs, bowled so well, just bowling to the top of off stump, bowl as straight as you can. Any width was easy to score off.
Shoots in again tonight, fuller delivery, defended. Well, they had Australia at 4 for 59. And that's opening 10 overs or so. That power play was very, very impressive indeed. And we thought, hang on a second, could this be a repeat of that 180 odd at Melbourne? Then, as I say, at the middle order, the cavalry arrived, and
Australia don't fail twice in a row.
That's true. In general terms, shoot into Knight once more, who's happy to defend again.
We spoke about the fact that Australia got less than 200 on home soil in an ODI for the first time since 2009. When was the last time consecutively they got less than 200? Because before you throw numbers at me and before Rick does his magic, I'm going to say it's like 1974.
Shoot into Knight, who he's happy to push this into the offside for no run.
No, I reckon it would be like, that was 2009, so I'm going to go 2001. Maybe is what I'm going for.
Is that just a random year that you've plucked out of your
I didn't even
brain?
watch cricket back then and play cricket back then, I don't think.
So you're just assuming it's that long ago.
Yeah.
That has to be at sort of the turn of the century. Pushed through gully. Dribbling out towards the boundary. Won't be 4. They'll turn for 2. They'll get home nice and easily indeed. So 8 runs added to the tally from that Megan shoot over, and England go to 1 for 27 after 5. So the early loss of Maya Bouchier in the first over, they've been able to somewhat steady in the following 4 overs. 1 for 27. Heather Knight is 14. Tammy Beaumont is 6 from 11. A change in commentary. After this, you'll be with Mac Lynch.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
Thanks, Chris. 282 runs needed from 270 deliveries is the equation for England. It seems a long way off at 1 for 27, so for the moment it's about building a partnership, which they have been able to do with a couple of their most experienced batters. Kim Garth starts a new over. Coming down the pitch is Tammy Beaumont. She plays it on the rise and it's fielded at point as Phoebe Litchfield does the fielding. As the chicken, Alex.
Is it chicken?
It's chicken.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. And Hobart's known for its press box food. What was that? Where are the oysters, the prawns, the seafood? Or is that just men's cricket?
Possibly. I hear what you're saying, though. Where's the best in which you've got to offer? Kim Garth comes in, trying to give her best as Beaumont once more strides forward. It's fielded by Phoebe Litchfield. She's one of 4 fielders inside the circle on the offside. On the SMS, 0467 920 222. Sal from Canberra's on your side. Hi, team. Happy for the ABC to use my taxpayers' dollars to get Hightley a sausage roll or 2.
Yes. This is where I said I don't like pastry.
Okay.
So sausage roll wouldn't be my thing unless I can peel the pastry off. Then I'll just eat the sausage.
Australian cuisine, but yep, sorry Hal, we need something a bit better than that. Garth over the wicket once more. Beaumont is defending back down the pitch. Ravi from Sydney, who's a regular listener. Alex, are you brave with your ice cream selections?
Yeah. What's the offering?
I think throwing back to a lot of the English language about being brave with their batting.
Oh, of course. Of course. I'm not switched on today, am I? I've missed a couple of things.
Well, that's okay. There's a lot going on, and you're covering a lot of miles. Kim Garth in her third over, none for 2 so far. She is often targeting the stumps as she comes into Beaumont. It comes down the pitch and just misses the off stump. So I'm interested in England's approach, given we noticed at North Sydney, Junction Oval, they batted very deep in their crease, and part of the conversation must have been these pitches haven't been bouncing as much as what we would expect in Australian conditions, so we need to try and adapt our style.
Yeah, and I like that from Tammy Beaumont. She comes down the pitch to try and meet the ball. It just swings away at the last minute, gets a little bit of movement away from Beaumont, which is why she missed the ball. But taking the game on, that's the bravery that they keep talking about.
Kim Garth into Beaumont, and it's played late but fielded by Gash Gardner, who does the fielding at backward point.
Gash Gardner?
Yeah, kind of combined the
today.
2 words in one. An incredible innings from Ash Gardner with the bat, her maiden century in the Australian colours.
I couldn't have let you slip.
No, nor should you.
Good one.
Nor should you. Beaumont's on 6. Heather Knight is on 14, and England, so much of this rests on their senior players leading from the front, trying to build some momentum. Even if they lose in this afternoon's match, a chance to show they can challenge Australia. Kim Garth comes in. Tammy Beaumont this time gets a single. Plays it off her toes, out back with a square leg, and moves to 7. England 1 for 28. After that 6th over, just the 1 run coming to close out the over.
It's been very hit and miss. Oh, Rick.
I've got an answer. Yeah, 2012-13, Australia were consecutively bowled out for 175 and 147 in the World Cup in India. That was the last time?
12-13. See, the 2009 on home soil really threw me there, didn't it? Really got me. It's still a long time ago. Record's still going.
Certainly is. Great to have Rick Finlay with us here at Belrive Oval in Hobart. Matt Clinch alongside Alex Hartley on ABC Sport and through the BBC. On the SMS, 0467 920 222. Was just about to send a text message to suggest Alex would be more interested in the ice cream than lunch. If you had the choice between the two, would that be an easy...
So I'm never having lunch if that's the choice. Ice cream every day. I've not had one since I got here.
Right.
I've not had one for a while. I ate so much, and I sort of became the ice cream girl, and I wanted to try and get away from that.
Right. Well, that's fair enough. Megan Shute starts a new over from the Church Street end. Beautifully played by Tammy Beaumont, who works it from waist height. Backward of square leg, picks up a single to move to 8 from 18 deliveries. England 1 for 29 at the start of the 7th over. Heather Knight is there on 14. The 1 wicket to fall so far, Maya Bouchier, who was caught by Talia McGrath, bowled by Shute, out for a duck. What did you think of, I guess, that dismissal? The contrast is that Talia McGrath made that catch look so easy as she had to trundle back, get in position, and in the end took a relatively comfortable catch. Knight awaits Shute, angling into the off stump, and she pushes it out into the offside, where Phoebe Litchfield does the fielding.
You can see why she's played that shot, trying not to allow Shute to settle. She's probably gone over the wrong side for me. Can she go with the swing into the pocket here? Mid-wicket is completely open, so yeah, I can see where she's coming from, wanting to take the game on, being brave, like England have spoken about, and probably just the wrong option.
Shute in past the umpire once more. Knight trying to just push it into the offside for the moment. This partnership is 28 now. England 1 for 29. The scores of 9 from 15 at North Sydney Oval, 17 from 20 deliveries in Melbourne. 26 years of age, very much seen as the next generation of players behind that bracket of players who are in their 30s now.
I put her as my leading run scorer in the...
Shute comes in, and is there an edge on that from Heather Knight? There is. Elisa Healy takes the catch. England lose their captain, and they're 2 for 29 in the 7th over. Megan Shute gets the breakthrough, and as you'd imagine, Australia are celebrating. They know that is a big wicket.
Yeah, huge wicket. In the context of this game, Australia probably got a above average total. England are going to have somebody go out there and score some runs. Shute was expensive in a couple of overs here, but that one, slower ball, runs her fingers down the side of it. Leg cutter, I think it was, from Shute, and it just grips in the surface just enough, just holds enough as Heather Knight's looking to drive the ball through the covers, and a good catch for Healy behind the stumps.
And that is what Megan Shute does so well, just mixing up her variety, getting the right length to draw Heather Knight forward. In the end, she thought it was a run-scoring ball, but she has to go. Elisa Healy takes those catches so well, which is probably another thing, given the fact that she has spent so little time behind the stumps, given she didn't keep in the series against New Zealand, barely played in the WBBL, and the various responsibilities she has as the top of the order batter, captain, making sure she's setting the tone for her side, and then doing her work with the gloves as well.
Yeah, I like a captain being the keeper though, because they see everything. You know, they're in the position, all the angles. And yes, she's not been behind the stumps, but you would never know she's been away, would you?
No, you wouldn't. Nat Sivabrunt makes her way out to the middle. After 35 in Melbourne, she awaits Megan Shute and defends. A little inside edge as it trickles past Elisa Healy behind the stumps. 2 for 29. Tammy Beaumont on 8. Nat Sivabrunt, the all-rounder, out to the middle. England need partnerships. They need to try and break this total down somehow to at least make it seem like they can mount a charge. Megan Shute over the wicket, back of a length, and pulled away by Nat Sivabrunt. She's away and off the mark with that boundary. That's the type of shot she can play. A little bit of width, a bit short. Able to get all over it and get off the mark. In England at 2 for 33.
She does pick up length so quickly, doesn't she? Sivabrunt, it was probably hitting the top of off stump, that delivery, but she's onto it in a flash with nobody out there on the boundary.
Thank you, Alex. We'll hear from Alex Hartley throughout the afternoon. Callum from Launceston says, send you down to Constitution Dock on a day off to get an ice cream. Lots of options and variety there. Down near Salamanca. She's taking all that advice. Callum on board. Thank you for that. 0467 920 222. Sarah Elliott joins you. England 2 for 33. Tammy Beaumont still there on 8. Nat Sivabrunt off the mark with that 4. And Kim Garth is going to continue from the river end here at Bellerive Oval.
stating the obvious. This is not the start they wanted, England, is it? It just looks like they're struggling to find a way to score off these Australian bowlers. Kim Garth in particular doing a terrific job.
I mean, if you take Heather Knight's dismissal out of it, it felt like Maya Bouchier was trying to create a more attacking game plan.
It's got to be calculated, doesn't it?
That's
like
it.
You can't just come in, and the Australians didn't do that. They didn't try and hit over the top in the first 2 overs.
In comes Kim Garth, and it's driven by Tammy Beaumont, but straight to Phoebe Litchfield, who does the fielding. 4 fielders inside the circle on the offside. Just fine leg out at the moment.
I think the strength of the Australian side is it's so competitive for spots within the team as well. Like, if you want to bat in the top 6, you've got to be in form, you've got to be doing stuff. Whereas I don't quite see the same competition in the English lineup for who's going to come in and take these batting squats if the players aren't performing.
Shoot in her 4th over, none for 3 as she comes in. Struck on the batters, Beaumont. Garth is up, but it did look a little high. The Australians come together to work out whether they will send this upstairs, and maybe slightly drifting down the leg as well. Healy's in the conversation. Kim Garth is pretty keen, but I think the captain has turned her back, which is an indication they've made a decision not to review it.
It's a tough job the captain's got, don't they? The bowler always thinks it's worth a shout and worth a look, but to be able to make those decisions, and under pressure, like quickly as well. But I think a good decision not to review. It did look a little high and a little down leg, but it would be a key wicket in the context of the game. I feel like they're really 2 wickets away from being well and truly.
Yep. England 2 for 33. And all of a sudden, Tammy Beaumont has her work cut out for her here. And she comes forward and this time gets them bat on ball defending Kim Garth into the onside. Sean Flegler, is it, who's the chief selector? And see who would make the phone call to Darcy Brown and say, look, I know you only bowled 3 overs in the last game, but you can see what's happening. There's a spin for any pitches, and unfortunately you're the one who misses out.
Yeah, I think it would be Sean these days. It was funny, Pike and I were reflecting at our time. We went on our very first tour for Australia together over to England. Probably times have changed in how messages get delivered.
Beaumont is 8 from 21 deliveries as Garth comes in. She drives and pushes through for the single. It's just to the right of Talia McGrath, so a good shot for 1. Beaumont to 9, 2 for 34.
It's got to be one of the worst jobs on tour, isn't it? Used to get the knock on the door, the note slid under the door. Sometimes that one happened. If you were out for a few times and they thought, or it just passed on to the teammate or roommate, can you just let Sticks know she's not playing? It depends how long you've been out of the team or if you're expected to come in or not.
Kim Garth right arm over the wicket into Nat Sivabrunt, who's forward and showing the full face of the bat as she defends into the onside.
The worst one I ever got, and I was rooming with Renee Chappell, and both of us, I don't think she played a game the whole series, and I think I might have played 1 or 2 towards the end. We were rooming with Stalaker as well, but the knock on the door, sorry, we don't know who to, we've lost 2, we're 2-0 down the series, but everyone's going so badly, we're not sure who to drop, so we're just going to leave the team unchanged. So it gave me great confidence going into the rest of the series that I might get a call up.
Oh dear. Kim Garth in back of a length, and Nat Sivabrunt this time plays it out towards mid-on, but decides they're not taking a single on Annabelle Sutherland. So the end of the over, just the 1 run coming from it. And Kim Garth has bowled 4 overs for 4 runs, none for 4. Putting the pressure here on England, who are 2 for 34, needing 275 runs for victory after Australia posted 8 for 308. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you on ABC Sport and through the BBC. Ash Gardner with her maiden century, 102 from 102 deliveries. It included 8 fours and 1 6 before she was eventually caught by Tammy Beaumont on the rope from the bowling of Lauren Bell, while 50 from Beth Mooney and 55 from Talia McGrath. And the quickest ever contribution, 38 for Georgia Wareham from just 12 deliveries. Got Australia to 8 for 308. Megan Shute starts a new over, comes in. Beaumont's looking to play it down the ground, but straight to Annabelle Sutherland, who does the fielding at mid-on.
Well, it's just testament to the depth the Australians have in terms of that Georgia Wareham innings. She's been one that had been sitting on the sidelines, desperate for her chance to play. She's been picked, obviously, as a spinner in this side, but had a real point to prove with the bat today. What a luxury to have someone of that calibre coming in to bat it. I think she was 7 or 8 that she came in the end.
Beaumont 9 from 23 deliveries, comes forward as Shute is once more looking to get just a little bit of movement off this Belrive Oval pitch, and It's defended back down. 2 for 34.
Where do you think she'd bat in the English lineup, Georgia Wareham?
3.
Probably, possibly.
4.
It's a luxury, isn't it? Someone that's sitting on the sidelines and just brought in as the third spinner for today's game.
I mean, probably Danny White-Hodge is the comparison. The shoot comes in, angling it in on off stump, and Beaumont is up on her toes defending. 2 for 34.
It's a shame we don't see Danny White-Hodge bowl a bit more too. I know back in days we played alongside in the Renegades, she played a valuable part with the ball, part-time off-spin. Great to see her have the confidence, and her teammates have the confidence to pursue that, because that's what Australia's got too. They've got all-rounders. They've got a team of all-rounders.
She was the victim of the Alana King ball at Junction Oval, which clipped the top of off stump, and she was out for a duck. Megan Shute just quite lost her last step there as she was about to release the ball and just held onto it. So 2 for 34, 3 dot balls in this 9th over. So Belinda Clark, you know, in terms of the captains back in your day, you think of the scenario in which Heather Knight finds herself in. Well, I'm guessing BC would have been a lead by example sort of captain as Shute comes in once more. Beaumont is forward, just defending as she pushes it down to Annabelle Sutherland at mid-on.
Yeah, I absolutely led by example, Belinda, and no room for kind of nonsense either, like in terms of just here to get a job done, get it done, just business. Great sense of humour as she did all that as well. But yeah, I don't think Brown would have been, obviously she's disappointed, but I think she would have been very understanding of missing out today in terms of just how impactful spin's been in the first 2 one-dayers.
Shoot in past the umpire, full delivery, which is clubbed back by Tammy Beaumont. That was well struck, and Annabelle Sutherland was never in the play that time at mid-on. Straight back past the bowler for 4 as Beaumont relieves a bit of pressure. Just the 1 run from the previous over from Kim Garth, and Beaumont moves to 13. England 2 for 38 in the 9th over.
I think that's the hunger that the girls play with those. Brown, she knows her spots. She's not going to play every game, so when she's playing, she's going to absolutely be switched on and giving it everything, and that competitiveness makes for a really good team.
Shoot in once more, back of a length, and Beaumont looks to push it to mid-off, takes off for the single as it's just wide of Talia McGrath. That's better from Tammy Beaumont, looking to rotate the strike, or maybe just hang on to the strike as she picks up the single to close out the over. So 5 runs off that over from Megan Shute, 2 for 38. Beaumont's on 13. Nat Sipper-Brunt is on 4. Matt Clinch alongside Sarah Elliott with you. The 3rd Women's One-Day International match coming to you from Bellerive Oval in Hobart. Of course, Megan Shute, Darcy Brown, teammates in Adelaide with the Strikers, South Australia. That old Darcy Brown's 21 years of age. You'll still have plenty of cricket in front of you. It never quite helps, does it, when you're sort of told those sort of explanations that, you know, Shooter won't play forever. Elise Ferry won't play forever.
That's hard.
Melissa Healy won't play forever.
Just bide your time, don't you? You sort of wait. That's really hard to get in. It's hard to make the squad, and then it's really hard to get a game. And absolutely, she's got a big future ahead of her. It doesn't make it any easier when you get that knock on the door. But she'll know her place in the side, and she'll be working. It's all about communication too, isn't it? I think that's the biggest job of the selectors and the coaching staff, to help the players feel valued, to know their role, and so that they can perform when they do come in.
Kim Garth starts a new over from the river end into Tammy Beaumont, who's forward and defending. 10 overs in. England 2 for 39, chasing 309 for victory. How would you say Shelley Nitschu's going as a head coach, having taken over a pretty established system and an order from Matthew Mott?
Yeah, I think she's doing a brilliant job. I think she's the perfect person for the job at this stage of where we're at with Australian cricket.
Crowd trying to get behind Kim Garth here as she comes into Beaumont, looking to drive back past the bowler. Garth gets a hand onto it. She's not giving up any runs at the moment, none for 4 in her 5th over, and this is very much the way Kim Garth likes to do it, bowling it all up front.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, back to that point on Shell, I think she's got a really good temperament for it. I think she's got total respect of the players because of what she did as a player. The best thing about her, she's very grounded, very humble. Catching up with her yesterday, just talking through that and talking about making the players accountable, not just on the field, but it's the off-field, staying grounded.
Right arm over the wicket from Kim Garth, and Tammy Beaumont's going in the air. Good calculated risk as she hits out to cow corner. It lands just inside the rope and will be cut off as Alana King reels it in. So Tammy Beaumont there would feel like Well, that really should have been 4, but she just gets 2 for it. As Beaumont moves to 16, 2 for 41.
This is what we saw in the Australian innings. It looked difficult, didn't look like a pitch where you had to get yourself in terms of the ball coming onto the bat early. So important for Beaumont just to recognise it was a good shot, picked up 2, keep the game moving, and keep on looking. The boundaries will come more easily as the innings goes on.
Beaumont 16 from 31 deliveries as Kim Garth comes in, and Beaumont defends late into the offside. England 2 for 41 in the 10th over. Yeah, I was having a look. Elisa Healy took over as captain during the 2023 One-Day International Series. 16 wins and 3 losses.
Been such a dominant side.
It's the transition from Meg Lanning to her taking over as the national captain. They really haven't missed a beat, with the exception of being knocked out in the semi-finals of that World Cup in which South Africa beat them. Kim Garth in to Beaumont once more, trying to work it off her pad. But straight to Alana King, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
It's sort of a product of the systems that are in place in each of the states in Australia. It's a really strong sort of pathway that you come through. It's really competitive. State cricket's competitive, and we're seeing that sort of grow and grow. And I think that's the advantage Australia have over some of the other countries, England being one, for example. But it's really competitive. It's really hard. It's a group you want to be a part of, and the standards that they set are really, really high. And again, I think that's why Shelley's such a terrific coach, because she's been part of a really successful era as a player. She knows the standards that it takes to be world class, and so that's the standard she's imposing on this group.
And to be fair, over Meg Lanning's reign as the Australian one-day international captain, Australia only lost the 8 games, had the 1 tie, 69 wins from the 78 games. It's an incredible record as to why they are so hard to beat in their own backyard, Australia. Beth Mooney coming into a slip-in position, and Kim Garth, just the 2 runs having been scored off her in this over, where Tammy Beaumont decided to take her on over mid-wicket. Kim Garth comes in. Beaumont looks to lash away at one, wide of the off stump, but straight to Phoebe Litchfield, who does the fielding at point. The end of the over with 2 runs coming from it. England are 2 for 41, chasing 309 for victory. Tammy Beaumont is on 16. Nat Severbrunt is on 4. More from Sarah Elliott in just a moment, and Henry Moran to join you.
ABC Sports coverage in January is all about cricket and tennis.
It's gone for 4. Australia have won.
Centre court heats up when the best tennis players from around the world do battle in the 2025 Australian Open.
The next big thing is tennis has arrived.
Cricket.
He's giving it room and he's bowled. That's it.
And tennis. Hear it live and ad-free.
On ABC Sport Digital.
And take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
Shoot comes in, and is there an edge on that from Heather Knight? There is. Elisa Healy takes the catch. England lose their captain. Australia are celebrating. They know that is a big wicket.
Yep, big wicket, no question about that. But England and Australia pretty much neck and neck in terms of where they were at comparative points in the innings, and England have just got to keep hanging on in there. Australia, well, want to keep chipping away. This would be a big wicket. Nat Severbrunt waits for Annabelle Sutherland.
This is ABC.
Into the attack, as this is pummeled into the leg side, and it's going to be 4 runs. So welcome to the game with the ball, Annabelle Sutherland, as Severbrunt swivels, pulls the ball away, and beats the dive of Kim Garth. That was a nice shot to get the next phase of the game out of the power play underway.
Yeah, shot. Absolutely put away as it probably should have been, a little bit short, a little bit onto the leg side. You can see how hard these 2 batters are working. They're looking for ways to score. They're trying to be creative, moving around in the crease, prepared to take on that slightly loose delivery and make sure it's a boundary. So some positive signs.
Well, 264 runs needed from 239 balls. Just got to keep ticking them away. Put the pressure back on Australia if they can, England. Sutherland in the sunshine runs in, digs it in short, pummeled into the leg side. An unusual fumble from Beth Mooney at mid-wicket. Throw comes in, and just having to get a little bit of the accelerator on was Severbrunt, as Lana King's throw was excellent. I think she might have been in trouble there.
It would have been close, wouldn't it? She certainly didn't have the burners on. Watching the replay just would have made it home maybe, but it was close. It looks to be a good batting deck. Once you get yourself in, it doesn't look like there's any gremlins in it. If you're going to get yourself out, it's probably at the result of sort of batter error. So important these two dig in, keep making good decisions.
Beaumont waiting, coming forward actually to meet him, angling the ball into the offside. And that's pretty much what England need to do, and didn't do quite as much in Melbourne. And I think really where Australia absolutely set the standard, and that is pushing those singles, finding the gaps.
Absolutely, playing to a plan, like having a very, very clear plan. Needs to be a low level of risk, but how do we keep scoring against these Australian batters who are bowling well? And that was a perfect example coming out of the crease and creating opportunity.
Sutherland, right arm over, bowls a ball which Sivabrunt tries to larrup down the ground, but gets a little bottom edge and it plinks very gently to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And probably the right decision was outside the line of the stumps. It was there to probably hit, didn't quite make contact with it. That's good, as long as it's part of the game plan. How you're scoring off good balls and which are the ones you're going to try and cash in on.
6 from the over so far, 2 balls left of it. Sivabrunt will play the ball into the ground. And I thought for a moment I heard a noise that might indicate that she'd played on, but instead it just drops to the gloves of Healy. It was not far away from those stumps.
A little slow ball in the end, just bearing her pace. Trying to create, and that's probably what the Australians need to do here. They know that these two are key wickets. If they can get through these, the game's pretty much theirs.
Beaumont and Sivabrunt together. It's Sivabrunt who's punching into the offside. Again, a fumble, but no harm done because Phoebe Litchfield manages to take the heat of it, and it drops gently to the hands of Talia McGrath, who was taking a bit of stick for her efforts with the bat prior to this game. I don't think she'll be doing much in the way of fighting off the criticism after this performance today. We've seen a brilliant innings, 55 from 45, as part of a partnership with Ash Gardner that was just outstanding. Gardner with a first Australia 100, 102 at a run a ball early on today, helping on a massive total of 308 for 8. And it is going to be Ash Gardner, who's been more prolific with the ball than the bat in the main of late, who now has the ball in hand at the far end of the ground.
It really surprised me that she hadn't made a one-day 100 before today, but I guess she's that impactful player, isn't she? She comes in, she only needs to bat for, 10, 20 overs, whatever it might be, and make as many runs as she can in that time. Her job, she's surrounded by Australian players that can make hundreds and that can bat for long periods of time, but her strength above others is her hard-hitting ability to really lift the strike rate. So great to see her make runs today, sorry.
Yeah, sensational and really brilliant innings, I have to say. She picked up 3 for 19 at North Sydney Oval, 1 wicket in the last game, as she comes into bowl to Tammy Beaumont, who flashes the ball into the ground, straight to the hands of Litchfield, who I saw sprinting around Hobart Harbour the other day. Phoebe Litchfield.
In the running session.
I don't know whether it was
running late or something. No, she had running gear on. She wasn't just running.
This is pushed into the offside, no run. No, I don't think she was sort of trying to get to the market before it closed or anything like that.
That's the standard, isn't it? That's what the Australian girls are out doing.
Straight off the plane, straight.
She probably ran to the hotel.
I would have thought so, with her luggage. Here comes Ash Gardner, defended by Beaumont, right on the money immediately from Gardner. 3 dot balls.
We joke around about that stuff, and I don't know inside the English camp. I know what an Australian camp sort of looks like. There's the intensity there in both. I mean, this may be being harsh, but looking in, it doesn't seem to be.
Gardner bowls to Beaumont, whipped away into the leg side, out towards the fielder in the deep, and there's a single taken. There in front of that grass bank is Georgia Wareham. England now 2 for 48. No, frankly, I would say. I do not see the players, obviously none of us do 24/7, but you do get a sense. Here's Gardner, and that's a little bit wide and punished by Nat Sivabrunt. A couple of bounces and out to the extra cover boundary. Lovely shot from the powerful England all-rounder. It was too wide, too full, and too easy. And the 50 comes up. England 2 for 52.
Yeah, great to be able to capitalise on that rare loose delivery.
Gardner bowls to Sivabrunt, who chips it in the air rather awkwardly, but it'll land safely of the fielders on the leg side boundary. So Sivabrunt will keep the strike. And the score at the end of the over stands at England with 2 down, 53 on the board, needing 257. Or 256, I should say, now, from 228. What I would say is when we were at the T20 World Cup, we were around the team hotel a lot, and where all the teams were staying. And I would say the intensity of gym sessions and amount of time doing sort of those extra bits and pieces. And again, I say that with the caveat that it might be that we just missed a lot of what England were doing, and that is possible. But I certainly, as I mentioned the other day, I saw Elise Perry bringing her own bike in with those attachments that meant that she could cycle in her room. And I think what you see from Australia is professionalism at every single turn, and that is the standard, and that is a standard that was set in place under the leadership of Meg Lanning and Matthew Mott, and it's something that's continued under Shiranitsky and Alyssa Healy, and that's why the success comes. Here comes Sutherland bowling to Siva Brunt, who's playing off the back foot into the offside, and there's no run.
It's certainly the era, the generation that I play with, the standards was so high, it was very hard and maybe over the top. But in terms of the accountability and the intensity and effort, you could have a chat to Piker when she gets back on air about the fitness sessions. We used to do at 6 a.m. while we're on tour, and
here's Sutherland and striking the body of Siva Brunt, who tried to launch into the leg side unsuccessfully.
You feel like that's what the foundation. It certainly happened before my generation as well, in terms of the standards that were set, and the 1%, the accountability, doing the 1% things, the professionalism is there, and that's been what's carried through. And I think that's why we've seen Australia be so strong for so many years. Certainly the intensity here looks quite different between the two teams.
In comes Sutherland, driven down the ground, and there'll be a single if they are quick. Throw comes in for Alana King, and had it hit, she was gone. Oh, it's a dangerous arm to take on, but England have to perhaps take the odd risk in scrambling the singles. Maybe that was a little bit risky.
That was a big risk, wasn't it? Being the linchpin of this batting lineup, really. But they're fine. They're trying to find ways to score. You've got to give them credit for that. Rotation to strike, push with your running between wickets. It's generally the low risk way to do it. Then cash in on the loose ball, which Siva Brunt did in the last over with that beautiful 4. Keep building. If they can tick away 5, 6 and over, build a big partnership. That's what Australia did, and then that was that platform to launch.
We spoke in the interval about the language used between the two sides and how England approached things and Australia approached things. And Hypercourse gets in touch with a very fair point, I think, as here comes Sutherland. Bowls a ball to Beaumont, pushing into the offside. I spoke about, vague statements from the England side. Hypercourse says, well, could it also be argued that micro-analysis and COD psychological analysis of every statement and sentence leads to bland and opaque language? Ultimately, it's about winning and losing, with the latter leading to more questions than the former. I think that's a fair point.
That's a very good point. Very well said.
Yeah.
Very well said.
Here is Sutherland, and hit our way into the offside. Again, a single is taken. Again, it was just a little bit risky as the throw came in. But you have to say, England taking the chances, and at the moment riding their luck successfully.
It's always much easier to give a press conference sort of talk when you're on the winning side. Doesn't matter, even if you perform not so well like Australia did the other day, but they won. Always much easier to be honest and take responsibility for stuff.
All I would say to that, Hypercourse, who is an authority like no other on the women's game, is I think sometimes as senior players you can say we didn't play well enough, and I haven't heard much of that from England this tour. As Siva Brunt plays into the onside up towards Alana King, and there's no run picked up at mid-on. The over comes to an end, a good one from Sutherland, who concedes just 2 from it. 13 gone. England need a further 254 runs from the remaining 37 overs. So I think it's that thing where perhaps if somebody had said after the game, it's a match we should have won, bowled really well, didn't bat well enough, but there was,
it wasn't that direct.
It wasn't quite that direct.
Well, maybe they're still in shock. But to tell you what, it was. They had a lot to process, or a lot to think through, maybe before they could make comment on it. I think your basic statement of we didn't bat well enough was probably a fair one to be able to, you could make pretty quickly. But there's a lot going on in that batting innings on Tuesday. Can't imagine how Amy Jones would have processed her part in it.
Ash Gardner comes in, bowls to Tammy Beaumont with a little flick of the wrist. She'll get a single to backward square leg, and Georgia Wareham in the sunshine.
It is so easy to sit up here in the commentary box, and I'm so glad it wasn't me in Amy Jones's position trying to bat through that. Hence pressure, Ashes cricket.
Gardner bowls. That's Siva Brunt with a little whip away to the leg side as she does so successfully. Another run taken.
Be so good to see these two make big 50s, if not more. Winning the game would be brilliant. It's going to be a big, big ask, given the big total. But to see these two have a really dominant performance and put some confidence back into the English batting lineup.
It's just drop and run from Tammy Beaumont. That's nicely played. It's a lot of what we saw actually in that partnership that was so effective, involving Mooney and Gardner early on today. It's just tip and run.
But they were under pressure. They went 4 for 50 odd or whatever it was. They batted smart.
There's a reverse sweep attempted. There won't be a run there. Again, Alana King is so quick to move. This time at short third to pick up.
Again, trying to just put Ash Gardner off her line a little bit. But again, in terms of looking for ways to score, when you've got a third man in place, a slow bowler, it's a reasonably high-risk shot for reasonably low return.
Again, still flicking to the leg side for another run. It's nicely batted by Siva Brunt. There's always a feeling in the days of football in the United Kingdom, back in the 80s, 90s, maybe even before that. Here comes Ash Gardner delivery. It's just a little bit short, and Beaumont's on top of it to get one into the leg side. Fry from the over. 14 have been bowled. England chasing a further 249 runs from 218 balls, where if you wore white boots compared to everyone else wearing black boots on a football field, you had to be pretty good. Ash Gardner's got some of the loudest spectacles I've ever seen from the sunglass shop, but I think today she's probably justified that purchase, because she has been very, very good today.
Absolutely, she justifies those.
I know. Thank you, Sarah. Having a break. We're going to be joined once again by Kirsten Pike as Australia on top in the game, but England just keeping their heads above water at the moment. 2 for 60 after 14 overs, with Beaumont there on 22, and she will be on strike as Sutherland comes into bowl now. A full delivery which is in the air and just over the head of Alana King at mid-on. It's going to be 4 runs. That's a positive way to start the 15th over. Nicely struck by Beaumont, who took a little bit of a chance but played it very nicely indeed. So hello to you again.
Hello, that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? I thought it might have just been going to hand there to Kingy for a moment in time, but beautiful clearance and nice aggression as well.
It's a nice piece of timing. Whipped away. Mid-on, mid-off up. Does create that opportunity down the ground. Fielders in the deep square on the offside and out on the leg side as well. And it's Beaumont looking for that leg side boundary, but she's only going to find the hands of Elise Perry, who's sprinting to pick up. We've also got a fine leg and a deep third. As England just need to keep that scoreboard ticking over, and Australia try and build some pressure.
If you were playing footy, what colour boots would you wear?
Well, nowadays they wear all sorts of coloured boots.
Yeah.
I think now to stand out you have to wear the traditional black leather boots. Sutherland bowls to Siva Brunt, who's going to get a single into the offside with a good piece of running. And it's worked away into the little bit of space that sees the score move to 2 for 66. Yeah, I think you have to... I like the fact that nowadays players have many more options, but then equally I look back in yesteryear and you see Dennis Lilly, the moustache, the medallion, shirt undone at the top, and you think that's style. Sutherland bowls a ball that Beaumont tries to angle towards deep third but can't do so. But the freedom for players to express themselves that's what you want to see. Certainly we see that from the way they play. Sutherland down below us, edge of the circle, begins her straight approach at probably a dozen or so paces into bowl to Beaumont, who comes forward to meet it. Wants a single towards Alana King, will get it as well with some good running. She was the one that orchestrated that. I'm not sure Siva Brunt was overly keen, but she said immediately there's a run there, and there was.
Yeah, well run and good cricket all round. That was well bowled by Annabelle Sutherland, nice and full. She could see Beaumont coming down the wicket at her. Beaumont bottom ball. Easy single in the end.
Sutherland bowls a full delivery, which is an attempted work into the leg side from Siva Brunt, missed out on. And the score remains after 15 overs with 67 on the board, 2 wickets down. And England requiring 242 further runs from the remaining 210 balls. Australia 4 points to nil up in the series. Well, they'd expect to close this game out having hit 308 for 8. England's previous highest successful run chase against Australia. Some way short of that at 264 in the Ashes of 2023. But you never know. We saw 100 from Ash Gardner earlier in this innings. Boucher out without scoring second ball. Heather Knight out for 14, both on the bowling of Megan Schutt. But Beaumont and Siva Brunt are together and just offering England a little bit of hope with this 37-run partnership. Sun shining, warm in the main, certainly in the sunshine. And umpires and players are having refreshments with drinks on the field. You'll be joined in just a moment by Chris.
The BBL is here.
Catch is taken.
Every match live and uninterrupted on the ABC Listen app.
Smashes this for 6.
Look for the BBL button.
Game on again.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
Gardner, and that's a little bit wide and punished by Nat Siva Brunt. A couple of bounces and out to the extra cover boundary. Lovely shot from the powerful England all-rounder. It was too wide, too full and too easy.
Yes, well, believe it or not, England, in terms of the comparison, are actually ahead of the game here. 2 for 67 after 15 overs. In comparison to Australia's 4 for 60 at the same stage of the game. Now, we know that things intensified greatly through the middle overs of the Australian innings, and especially in the last 5, as they went on to make that enormous total of 308. But England have somewhat recovered here after losing the wicket of Maya Boucher off the 5th delivery of the innings, and now find themselves at 2 for 67 and a little 38-run partnership forming between Tammy Beaumont and Nat Siva Brunt. They're going along okay, Kirsten Pike.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, this is a critical partnership for this England chase, and just to see how the Australians did with Beth Mooney and Ash Gardner coming in and really just working to ensure that they could lay that foundation and then give them the freedom to try and explode a little bit later. It's always difficult when you're chasing because you don't have that freedom of when you're trying to set a target, or you do have the freedom, but you're probably a little bit more concerned around how many wickets and what you've got in hand, knowing where you need to get to in the end. So this is a super important partnership, and I love how they're approaching it. They're still looking to take the game on as well. They haven't gone into their shell, so they're still looking to rotate the strike, and I think that's one of the differences in the games, that they are looking to get up and down the crease and keep that strike rotating.
This partnership, you feel, is still going to be crucial to their hopes, though, because they still have a very long road back. As I mentioned, Tammy Beaumont, she's 28. That Siva Brunt is 18. It'll be Beaumont on strike here as Ash Gardner continues from the river end out of the drinks break. That's just tugged into mid-wicket. It was in the air for almost long enough, but just wide of the fielder, and that was a half sort of a chance. If it was timed a little better, then who knows? Gardner's in again. Rocking back is Siva Brunt. Picks out the fielder in the covers for no run.
So it's that tricky period coming back from drinks as well, just looking to settle back into your rhythm. You've had a little bit of a stoppage, so to try and set yourself again.
Gardner to Siva Brunt once more, who this time's on the swivel and pulling forward of square. They're going to push hard here for 2. The running between wickets has been pretty good so far this afternoon by the England batters. They've worked hard to try to convert those 1s into 2s and the nuns into 1s.
And big pockets of this ground too, isn't there, Chris? You kind of saw that went to the right of Elise Perry, who's an excellent athlete and a fantastic arm.
Siva Brunt remains on strike, just slaps this one back down the track. It's rolling its way down to the long off boundary. It's hauled in. They just get the single. Fourth in the over so far. 2 for 71. England chasing 309 for an unlikely but miraculous victory if they can pull it off. Siva Brunt now advancing and clipping into mid-wicket. No run.
You just look at the field is straight as well, so the Gardner's got protection back in the deep. She's got the 2 drives back in the boundary, but mid-off is looks to be about 10 metres in as well, so...
Gardner's in again. Fuller delivery. Beats Beaumont outside the off stump. She was prodding forward. And Healy took it cleanly behind the stumps, removed the bails. Nothing doing, though. She gets out of the over with a dot. 2 for 71 England after 16. That was beautifully bowled by Ashley Gardner, who defeated her in flight.
What's going to happen with this ground when is the new oval being built? Is that what's happening? Well, what's the current state of play on that?
Kirsten, I ask myself that question every single day. More than you might know.
It's good when, we've got the Gabba and what's happening for the Olympics, so it's nice to defer and have other people having similar issues.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's going ahead until it isn't.
Okay.
Would be my answer. So what becomes of Bellerive Oval is still a question that needs to be answered. But long story short, Cricket Tasmania, which owns and operates the entire facility here, will essentially look to sell it off. So who to, I'm not too sure, and what actually becomes of it in terms of its use, I'm not too sure either. But they've identified a new home base about 15 minutes from here as Alana King comes into the attack. Her right arm leg spin. She's just noodled away down to deep mid-wicket for a single. But it's a fascinating conversation that's going to be had in the next 5 or 6 years, I think.
Is this ground one that can be used for AFL?
Yes, there is AFL played here. North Melbourne play some home games here.
So this is the ground they use?
Yeah, that's right, yep. Local footy as well played here. Alana King, this is high in the air. Massive chance here for the Australians. Oh, and it falls in between 2 fielders. That is a horror piece of miscommunication between Ashley Gardner and Beth Mooney. It went high into the Hobart sky and landed safely like a pitching wedge on the green. And they both sort of just looked at each other. Did Ashley Gardner coming off the cow corner rope and Beth Mooney fielding at mid-wicket. And that is a golden opportunity that goes begging for the Australians. That should have absolutely been gobbled up. A shocker.
Oh, yeah, 100%. That was awful. You could see that was always going to be Ash Gardner's catch coming in, and she made quite quick ground, so I'm not sure. She just stopped. And then she stopped. It was like it was in slow motion. You could see it happening, thinking, oh, my goodness.
Oh, Alana King, she'd be fuming. This one's flighted up, full delivery. Just whipped past square and fielded in the deep. They're going to push hard again for 2 here. They'll have to get on their bike, and that was going to be very, very close if the throw was a little quicker and a little flatter. And perhaps Tammy Beaumont might have been in a spot of bother there as she hustled back for 2, but all's well that ends well, and they had 2 more to the tally. 2 for 75. Go England. Alana King drops this one in short, and it's just flat batted back down the track. It'll be picked up, though, in the deep by Sutherland, who reels it back in, and they get just 1 for their troubles.
What do you think happened there? Where's the sun?
Sun shouldn't have been too much of an issue, I wouldn't have thought. The sun's probably just about directly above us. So the sun would have almost been behind Ashley Gardner. Tempered shout here for LBW as Alana King throws her head back, knowingly that the umpire was not going to come to the party on the appeal. So end of the Alana King over. There was a massive, massive chance for the Australians. It doesn't come off. 5 from it. 2 for 76 England. So very, very interesting part of the game here. So Nat Siva-Brunt is just sat down in the middle of Beryl Reeve, making some adjustments. What's she doing here?
She might be cleaning out her spikes. I have to tell her that she's got her back to us at the moment. Yeah, it looks like she was cleaning out her spikes, so maybe just a little bit tacky. Just probably on the side of the wicket.
The replay of that skied ball to mid-wicket, and it did fall closer to Ashley Gardner than it did to Beth Mooney. So I think Beth Mooney's got a case there to say to Ash Gardner that was your catch.
I don't think they looked at each other too much after that happened.
No, very frosty indeed. Back underway, Siva-Brunt all taken care of. She rocks back and punches into the cover for no run. So Gardner here, she can make up for things with a wicket. She's sporting those shades. She makes her approach, tosses this one up to Siva-Brunt, who gets forward and defends. What was the flashiest thing you sort of went with during your time as a cricketer? Anything out of the ordinary, out of left field that drew the attention, or was it just...
No, I was trying to
blend
fly under the radar. Yeah. No, certainly not.
Gardner's in again, strikes it on the pads, but outside the line.
I'm just even trying to think. I had a bit of zinc, or the zinc on the nose. The white zinc, because skin colour would have just been too vanilla.
That's all very stock standard. Attempting to sweep is Siva-Brunt outside the line once more, unable to connect. It dribbles into the onside for no run, unless you have like the fluorescent green zinc underneath the white.
No, once again trying to hide.
That's more for those on the hill, I think, rather than out on the field.
What about you?
No, I'm very much like you, just hiding out in the deep. Siva-Brunt down low and sweeping once again, forward of square, a single, an easy one at that. She cruises on through. One from the over so far. Ash Gardner with figures of none for 16. A maiden ODI ton earlier in the day. Was explosive with the bat. In here to Beaumont, who lashes out, rocks onto the back foot and pulls hard, forward of square once again. But only a single for her troubles, as there is plenty of coverage out in the deep. 2 from the over. England 2-4, 78. No sort of... I was just not good enough to justify a pair of, green footy boots or a flashy pair of shades or a gold chain or something like that.
Oh, yeah, the gold chain. That's very West Indian, isn't it?
Yep.
The chains.
The Hurricanes. They call them the Hurricanes, actually, at the moment, the BBL, because every second player is sporting some bling.
I even saw Chapper who's got the bling on now as well.
Yes.
Did he have... He didn't... I don't think he was playing for North, wasn't he, in Brisbane? I'm not sure he had the gold chain.
One of the original gold chain, but Chris Jordan has the gold chain.
Yeah.
There's a couple of others too. Getting forward here on this occasion is Beaumont, setting off for a very quick single, flashing shot at the stumps. Just missing, and again, they're just riding their luck here. The English, they scamper through for one. That is the 50 partnership up. A timely one too. Alana King with ball in hand, twirls it to herself and makes her approach. She comes to Siva-Brunt, who backs away and just lofts this into the air momentarily. It makes its way down to long on. Never in danger, really, and they get through for a single.
Always worried about the chains, how heavy they are. And if they would run in when they're bowling, could kind of come up and hit them in the teeth.
King, a little reverse lap sweep here from Tammy Beaumont. Just caught the top edge. It dribbles fine and it's hauled back in. Another single. Yeah, no, that was way outside of my wheelhouse as a very amateur sports person. There's a reason I'm up here and not out there, that's for sure. King just drops this one in a little bit short, allows Siva-Brunt to rock back and dab it out to deep point and get through for another single. King, who was absolutely magnificent in Melbourne, 4 for 25. Bamboozled all before her.
Such good control.
Such a good player. This one's Fuller. Getting back, though, into her crease is Beaumont. She glides this one fine. There'll be runs here, a couple. Hold in from the deep. They get home nicely. So this is good batting here from England, I feel. This partnership now up to 55.
Yeah, 55 of 73, so a really good effort by these two out there. They need to keep going and keep laying that foundation and see how close they can actually get to this end target.
We know there are runs out there. Beaumont again just poking through point for another single. So that's 7 from the Alana King over as the score just makes its way to 2 for 85. Beaumont is 36 from 58. Siva Brunt is 28 from 34, including 3 boundaries. Partnership, as I mentioned, now at 56. So we have a look at the comparison once again. Australia was 4 for 87. England 2 for 85. So I know that doesn't count for much with so long to go and so much can happen, and we know what happened during the Australian innings as well, but interesting point of reference, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I think that the Australians weren't they? They were close to 50, was it, of the first 10? So.
Yep, they were 3 for 46 after 10.
Yeah, so if you look at that and just that comparison for the next, it would have been probably the first 20, and then you look at that back 30, they certainly up the tempo.
Gardner continues, second ball of her over. Siva Brunt decides to attack her, charges down the track and just flicks her out to deep mid-wicket. Can't beat the fielder in the deep. A single.
But I do like this. I like the continued rotation of the strike. They're not getting bogged down. Australia's not bowling too many bad deliveries, but they're still managing to get that 5 or 6 and over.
Gardner into Siva Brunt, who gets low once more, sweeps. It's a pretty good shot. Won't quite pick the gap. There's some good work done in the deep. Hauled in by Elise Perry. And they get through for another. Yeah, this has been really sensible and mature batting, just building the innings, recovery job underway after the loss of a couple of early wickets. Beaumont and Siva Brunt, two of the more experienced batters, of course. Alex Hartley said that Siva Brunt had to put in a big shift if England were going to be a chance. She bunts this one down to long on.
Yeah, she certainly does. I mean, she's one of the senior players in this side and one of the world's best batsmen and all-rounders as well. So for her to have pretty 2 quiet games and to come out here, I thought she bowled quite well.
Gardner's in again, and they're starting to just get their tails up as Siva Brunt walks down the track once more, attempts to flick her onto the onside. She caught it fine and gets through for another single. Mistimed and wasn't exactly where she wanted it to go, but adds to the tally. 2 for 90. So final ball of this Ashley Gardner over. She comes to Siva Brunt once more, who's happy to just nurdle this through square and pick up another single to round out the over. Just the 6th from it. That's good batting from England. 218 still required of 180 balls. So still a mountain to climb for England if they'll reach that victory target of 309. But they're going okay here at Bellerive. Tammy Beaumont is 38. Nat Siva Brunt is 32. England 2 for 91. After 20, a change in commentary. Matt Clinch with you after this.
Grandstand Cricket.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Thanks very much, Chris. Alana King from the Church Street end comes in to start a new over. Nat Siva Brunt back and across and looking to play along the ground out to Beth Mooney at mid-wicket. England 2 for 91 with Beaumont on 38. Siva Brunt is on 32. This partnership, as Chris may mention, is now up to 62 runs. As the leggy Alana King comes in once more, gets some good rip as it breaks away from Nat Siva Brunt. She hits along the ground out to the fielder at deep cover to pick up a single, moves to 33. England 2 for 92, chasing 309 for victory. Hello, Pikey.
Clinchy.
This is what we've been asking for from an England side of things, a partnership to build on as King comes in. Down on one knee. Tammy Beaumont looking to sweep. She's struck on the body. Bit of height, the issue is sort of subdued appeal really in the end as she struck in the middle of the chest.
Yeah, it's what we've been after, isn't it, Clinchy? Just that fight and the willingness for the English batters to settle in.
King comes in to Beaumont, who this time paddles it around the corner. Picks up a single backward of square leg. Beaumont to 39 and 2 for 93. So deep cover at the moment as Megan Shute heads out. There's deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, and Annabelle Sutherland at long on. So 3 outside on the rope on the onside as King comes in. Flights his full delivery. Swept away by Siva Brunt. Out to that fielder, Elise Perry at deep backward square leg. 2 for 94. Siva Brunt moves to 34.
Not a big crowd, but they're active, aren't they, Clinchy?
Yeah, they're involved.
That delivery before, I think it was a crowd that was appealing. Might have been trying to get the ump to give something.
So Gillespie and Eloise Sheridan in the bright pink today in the middle as Tammy Beaumont pushes out into the offside. 3 runs so far off this over from Alana King. So 3 overs in, none for 15 for her. England are 2 for 94 after 21 overs. Tammy Beaumont's on 39. Nat Sipper-Brunt is on 34 after Australia won the toss and elected to bat first. They posted 8 for 308, led by Ash Gardner with her maiden century in Australian colours. 102 before she was caught by Tammy Beaumont from the bowling of Bell. Her previous highest score against England was 42. 55 from Talia McGrath, 50 from Beth Mooney, and 38 not out from Georgia Wareham from just 12 deliveries. While from an England point of view, Lauren Bell picked up 2 wickets. 2 wickets for Nat Sipper-Brunt and for Charlie Dean. England lost Maya Bouchier out for a duck, caught by McGrath, bowled by Shute off just 2 deliveries, and Heather Knight was the last to fall, caught by Alyssa Healy from the bowling of Megan Shute. She was out for 14. Zanabelle Sutherland comes in from the river end here at Bellerive Oval. Comes in to Nat Sipper-Brunt, who hits hard into the pitch, and the bounce eludes Sutherland, but she won't pick up a single as Beth Mooney moves across to her left to do the fielding. England 2 for 94 at the start of the 22nd over. 3 inside the circle on the offside, deep cover. And shoot it as a whitish deep third. Sutherland in, angling in a leg stump, hit in the air, but it's dissecting the 2 fielders. Kim Garth down at fine leg. Georgia Wareham out at deep mid-wicket. A boundary for Nat Sipper-Brunt as she moves to 38. England closing in, getting past 100. They're 2 for 98.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Just sliding onto the pads there. Annabelle Sutherland so strong off her legs is Sipper-Brunt. Played that ball beautifully just between the 2 fielders in the deep, a fine leg, and I'm going to say someone just in front of square, deep square.
Megan Shute comes up from deep third into Nat Sipper-Brunt, missed time, and Alana King races around to her right to do the fielding at mid-wicket. England 2 for 98. I probably could have checked this myself, but Rick Finlay's with us once more. Rick, just having a look at this partnership now, would this be England's best partnership of the women's Ashes so far? Would have thought, given the fact they haven't had a score of real note.
I feel like you've put the mocker on it now.
I sure have, haven't I? Sutherland comes in. Sipper-Brunt works it off her pads, but King once more tumbles to her right, prevents the single at mid-wicket. Australians trying to put the pressure back on after the 4 early in the over.
How many balls do you give it when you feel like you've let off? So
probably an over. Sutherland in once more. Nat Sipper-Brunt down the pitch, hits in the air, wide of Alana King. Out towards the mid-wicket boundary. They'll turn and come back for 2 as Georgia Wareham does some excellent fielding. Rockets it into the non-strikers end. 6 so far off the over. Nat Sipper-Brunt moves to 40. 2 for 98. And that is the 100 up for England for the loss of just 2 wickets in the 22nd over, chasing 309 for victory. On the road. They got a long way to go still. Sutherland wide of the off stump, chopped away by Nat Sipper-Brunt through the gap in the offside. Picks up the single out to Elise Perry at deep cover. 2 for 101. 7 runs coming from that over from Annabelle Sutherland. Nat Sipper-Brunt is on 41. Tammy Beaumont is on 39. Matt Clinch alongside Kirsten Pike with you through the BBC and ABC Sport.
And you can just see Annabelle Sutherland, the first 5 balls she bowled, she was really just angling in at that kind of off-stump, middle stump line. Siva Brunt got away with the first one. You could see the next couple of deliveries trying to almost force it. Hit that last one. I would have liked Sutherland just to probably straighten up a little bit. Not that final ball gave way too much width outside the off stump, but just to see if she would still look to work it, maybe inside edge onto stumps, or kind of shank a little catch into Kingy at mid-wicket.
Alana King from the Church Street end. The leggy comes in wide of the off stump, and Siva Brunt plays out to deep cover, picks up a single at the start of the 23rd over. England 2 for 102. When you think back to the 2023 Ashes series, Nat Siva Brunt was the leading run scorer across all formats. So they need her to try and get going. As this is flicked away in the air by Tammy Beaumont, down towards fine leg for a boundary. She is 43 from 65 deliveries, so has done a lot of work to try and get to this stage. And England moved to 2 for 106.
Matt, at North Sydney, England had partnerships of 51 and 50. And they've been the only two in the series until this one.
51 and 50 were England's previous best partnerships before this 77-run partnership now. As Alana King comes in, angling it in on leg stump, and Tammy Beaumont swoops away once more. Elise Perry won't be able to chase it down, and another boundary. So getting on the attack against Alana King here, who is angling it into leg stump, and this tactic isn't working at the moment as Beaumont closing in on a half century.
No, it's not working. Chester got the field set up either to protect that type of delivery. That's well and truly outside of the leg stump, too full, and very easy there for Beaumont to get down and sweep that one.
Tammy Beaumont moves to 47, so now there's a short fine leg.
And it does look like Perry at a deep backward square.
King into Beaumont, who hits straight to Phoebe Litchfield, who does the fielding at extra cover. So 9 runs coming from the over so far. The player of the match at Junction Oval, Alana King. None for 24 so far in her 4th over. She comes in, and Beaumont just mistimed as she tries to work it off hip height through the gap on the onside, just either side of the umpire at square leg.
And a much better length, that one as well. I think that's probably what King was trying to look to do in the first 2 deliveries, but that one just back full length and just allowing the ball to get a little bit of rip.
Partnership to 81. King flights the next delivery. Swept away once more. Out towards Elise Perry, a backward square leg. Good diving effort. Prevents the boundary, does she? As they turn and come back for a couple, and Tammy Beaumont moves to 49 at the end of the 23rd over. England are 2 for 112 with 11 runs coming from that over. This partnership now moves towards 83. England need 197 runs for victory from 162 deliveries. The perfect time to bring in former World Cup winner Alex Hartley. Bit of optimism all of a sudden.
Of course, never in doubt. Well, you know, it might be, you don't know. But I think I really like this partnership from these two. They're giving England a platform, aren't they? And I think that's the most important thing. Don't let that deficit get too many. If England can tick along at 7 and over here, they give themselves the best opportunity to stay in this game for as long as possible.
Tammy Beaumont, Nat Siva Brunt, both in the 40s as Annabelle Sutherland starts a new over. Nat Siva Brunt hits along the ground, down to long on to start the over. She moves to 43. England 2 for 114. And we don't see mix-ups between the Australian camp too often, but Ash Gardner, Beth Mooney, one of those little moments when Tammy Beaumont's on 29, you might look back and think what could have been.
How good? How good was that drop catch?
You're meant to be impartial in the commentary box.
Oh, I'm not.
No, we've worked that out. Sutherland comes in. Beaumont on 49, and that's a great shot. Plays it late and beats Megan Shute at short third. And Tammy Beaumont moves her way past 50 here at Bellerive Oval in Hobart. For the 23rd time, past 50 in English colours. A raise of the bat, England 2 for 117. Tammy Beaumont not out on 53 from 70 deliveries.
Just opens the face of the bat there, does Tammy Beaumont. A little bit of an edge.
6 fours in her innings. A full delivery from Annabelle Sutherland, and a little inside edge onto the body. Trickles out on the offside.
But she was looking to go that backward point region, short third region.
Alex, since you were here last, Australia's win vis has declined from 96 to 95.
We're on top, lads.
Annabelle Sutherland in once more, past the umpire. Beaumont looking to push it into the offside. Phoebe Litchfield does the fielding. 2 for 117. I mean, there's been a lot of talk, statements around trying to bat a little more braver.
Yeah.
Try and show more of an intent to score. These two have done exactly what was asked of. As a round shot from Tammy Beaumont, unsuccessful as Healy takes it behind the stump, so haven't got past 50. Now the creativity is on display. This might be a tough watch if she's going to play those shorter shots for you, Alex.
Just trying to, I guess, open up another gap, isn't she? And trying to just take Annabelle Sutherland on here. If she can get that reverse away, it's 4 runs. Doesn't get anything on it, though.
Short third and a backward point. Full delivery from Sutherland, chipped away in the air by Tammy Beaumont. Out to the fielder at long on. As Beth Mooney does the fielding, just a single for Beaumont to move to 54. 2 for 118 after 24 overs. So 6 runs coming from that over from Annabelle Sutherland. And the scoring in which we saw was such an issue at Junction Oval. All of a sudden now England are realising what they need to do.
Yeah, it's just building those partnerships, keeping yourself in the game. We saw in the first innings, once you're in, the flow of runs becomes so much easier. Before Beth Mooney and Ash Gardner got going, and before they got settled, there was 4 dot balls and over. When they were settled, that went all the way down to 1.3 dot balls and over. So once you get out there, scoring does get easier.
95-run partnership between Beth Mooney, Ash Gardner. Mooney eventually fell for 50, 102 from Ash Gardner, her maiden century in Australian colours. And then 38 from 12 deliveries from Georgia Wareham, who's now getting an opportunity with the ball from the Church Street end, so replaces Alana King. And this will be an interesting moment in the match. Does England look to attack the new bowler? Georgia Wareham, the leggy, comes in. Down the leg side, it's swept away by Tammy Beaumont, but fielded by Kim Garth at short fine leg.
She did so well with the bat in the first innings, Georgia Wareham. 38 from 12 balls. Some ridiculous striking. Let's see what she's about with the ball.
Wareham this time back of a length, and it's played by Tammy Beaumont to Phoebe Litchfield, who does the fielding at extra cover. 2 for 118. Beaumont 54 from 75 deliveries. That periscope batting technique, and she's bowled. Wareham gets the breakthrough, trying to use her feet to come down the pitch. Through the gate, and Tammy Beaumont has to go. Georgia Wareham, immediate impact. England are 3 for 118. Georgia Wareham, welcome to the attack.
Welcome to the game, welcome to the series for Georgia Wareham. What a day she's having. Tammy Beaumont down the pitch there, looking to just knock the ball down the ground. It pitches on leg stump, it hits middle stump. She almost yorked herself, did Tammy Beaumont, as the ball does spin off the surface, but it clips Tammy Beaumont's pad as well onto the stumps, and the partnership between Nat Sciver-Brunt and Tammy Beaumont has been broken. And Australia will have been confident at the halfway stage, and now England 3 for 118. They'll be more than confident.
So Nat Sciver-Brunt still there on 43, but England were just building nicely. Tammy Beaumont had used her feet so well throughout this innings, and maybe a lack of patience a little bit, wanting to try and take it to Georgia Wareham and put the pressure back on her. Australia get the all-important breakthrough.
Well, Danny Wyatt got a belting delivery in the last game from Alana King. Got a golden duck, the ball pitched on leg stump, it hits the top of off. It's a perfect leg spinner's delivery. And she strides to the crease now. I guess under not pressure selection-wise, because, you know, she's a brilliant player, but just in the back of your mind, you know that you need to score 300 plus. You got that duck slip, comes into play. There are no gaps. She loves to just block the ball and run, open the face of the bat, guide the ball down to that short third region, backward point region. The Australians will know that. They'll be onto it like a flash, in a flash.
Yep.
Like a hawk. In a flash.
Pick your metaphor, yep.
Whatever you want.
Whatever works. Georgia Wareham into Danny White-Hodge, who chops away and cuts just in front of point. Picks up a single to get off the mark, so that'll be a relief for her. England 3 for 119.
Well, that's the one you want when you first come in, isn't it? Short, wide, outside the off stump, cover out. Thank you.
Well, to be honest, in the run chase in Melbourne, she was the type of player who you thought could maybe put pressure back on Australia. If she could score quickly, she could have changed the game, and it was such a big wicket for Alana King. Wareham comes in, and Nat Sever-Brunt hits along the ground down to Annabelle Sutherland at long on, picks up a single to move to 44, and her role now all of a sudden becomes so vital. She's almost got to score 3 figures, if not beyond that.
Well, someone has to, don't they? Someone has to. We know how successful Sever-Brunt has been against Australia, back-to-back ODI tons in the last Ashes 2023.
Can she do it here in Australia? Georgia Wareham comes in, hitting high and over the top of mid-off Danny White-Hodge. Talia McGrath races after it. She'll get it just inside the rope as they come back for a couple. So White-Hodge is showing her intent to try and take it to Georgia Wareham. End of the over, and Wareham gets the wicket. 1 for 4 from her first over, and England are 3 for 122. Nat Sever-Brunt is there on 44. Danny White-Hodge is on 3. Alex Hartley sticky around. Henry Moran about to join in.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra, and BBC Sounds.
I'm broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor,
well, the
but
game
I'm kind.
reasonably poised. 187 off 150 sounds doable to me. The doing and looking doable are two very different things. That may sound obvious, Alex, but it is. I think it's an interesting game we've got ahead of us that perhaps could easily have just drifted away.
Yeah, absolutely. England have kept themselves in it, haven't they? They've kept themselves in this game. Tammy Beaumont there just coming down the pitch and being bowled by Georgia Wareham, but England tick along at 7 and over. They keep themselves in this battle.
Kim Garth comes into bowl to Nat Sever-Brunt, who's looking to whip through the leg side. And I'll tell you, Alana King has saved so many runs today. She's been brilliant. Another one stopped at mid-wicket.
She's probably furious about that drop catch off her bowling.
Yeah, probably.
Well, it wasn't a drop. No one got around to it. It was mine, yours, mine, to me, to you. The Chuckle Brothers out there.
It was, wasn't it? Hobart bathed in sunshine as Garth comes into bowl to Sever-Brunt. That's nicely played. A little ramp over the shoulder down towards the boundary, and quickly around to her right is Schutt, who herself manages to save 3 runs. And in the space of 2 balls, I reckon Australia have saved 5 runs.
Yeah, they're a world-class fielding unit, or Australia. Yes, they had that blip earlier on. They don't often make those mistakes to Australia.
Moving again is Kim Garth with mid-on and mid-off up. And the temptation there for White-Hodge to target her favourite part of the ground, over extra cover. Here is Garth in and bangs it in short. White-Hodge just pats the ball on its head and taps towards Perry out of deep cover. Somebody's rather excited about something. Have you met your friends with the sign?
I have.
Oh.
I have. I went to meet them at the innings break. Did a little interview with them.
From Tasmania?
I didn't ask.
But Australia?
Yeah, they were definitely Australian. I said, who are you supporting? And they both went, New Zealand.
Oh, well, that's, I suppose, fair, isn't it?
Yeah.
In comes Garth. Sever-Brunt will get 1 down the ground. The score stands at 3 for 125, chasing a target of 309. Won't be easy. It will be record-breaking territory by some distance for England. But 185 of 147 is doable.
Absolutely doable. We saw how quickly Australia accelerated in the last 10 overs, went at 10 and over.
This is ball onto the hips of Danny White-Hodge. She looks to get it square. She can only find Alana King at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
But wickets in hand are going to be so important.
I think it's a really good point. We're just past the halfway stage of this innings. At this point, Australia were 116 for 4.
So England on top.
Side by side, yeah. It's what happened after that might be different. White-Hodge just defending into the onside. She's 4 from 5. And the over comes to an end with 3 from it. Really good control from Garth. And she's not got the wickets today, but 6 overs, none for 9. Absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, she's bowled well in this series, hasn't she, as Kim Garth. I think for me it's the accuracy that she's bowled with. She's had the ball talking. She had 3 for 37 in the previous game and 2 for 46, so she's been economical as well.
Georgia Wareham, wicket in her first over. Big wicket as well of Tammy Beaumont. We've got Annabelle Sutherland on the long on boundary, got a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square leg, also a deep cover. As forward to meet the ball on the full is Nat Sivabrunt, and even if you've got fielders on the boundary, you've got to make sure that they're plugging the gap, and they couldn't stop that as a full toss is met by Sivabrunt to bring up a boundary. And it is a very good shot as well, cantelling away to the leg side, and with that it is 50. Rather muted celebrations, it has to be said, but Nat Sivabrunt reaches a half-century knowing there's work to do. Ready to go once again. Here comes Wareham, working down the ground, and Mooney will get there to her left to stop it. 50 off 53 balls.
Good innings from Sivabrunt, but she'll know she needs to double it and more if England to get over the line here.
Wareham again. Past the umpire. Another attempted boundary stroke towards that leg side, but Gardner this time can get on top of it, and it'll just be the 1 run.
Trying to work out what the crowd are clapping for there. I think just a good bit of fielding from Ash Gardner in the deep. A good throw to the keeper on the full.
We get expected wickets in cricket. I'd love to see expected runs and how many is saved by a fielding side. That's the next technology I want after my big thing. Here comes Wareham, bowling to Wyatt Hodge. You'll get a single to deep cover, and Megan should. 6 from the over so far. England 3 for 131. I want zinger boundaries.
Yeah, you've been campaigning for these for a long time, haven't you?
Yeah, because in this busy day and age, we haven't got time to mess about.
Well, we have, really.
He says, watching a game of cricket. In comes Wareham, bowling to Nat Sivabrunt, working towards mid-wicket, no run. But the amount of time umpires have to spend trying to work out if a fielder's in contact with the rope when they touch the ball. If the boundary was somehow electrified, not dangerously, but so when the fielder's in contact, it lights up. Forward, driving down the ground is Sivabrunt to keep the strike. She moves to 52, 7 from the over. And England's requirement of 138 balls stands at 177 runs. They're 3 down.
I just think to have a zinger boundary, the boundary's got to have wires running through it, so it's got to be hot. It's not going to be soft.
Well, it could be, because if you wrap it's in clear sponge. I appreciate the cost of mounting all the time, but...
Well, we've got unlimited money. We're running world cricket, Henry.
You're right. The IPL would be the place to start it.
It would.
I reckon they've got the budget. And so you could have zinger boundaries just to make that whole process quicker. Here's Kim Garth, bowling to Sivabrunt. Oh, it's not far away from the hands of Alana King. Out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder running round will save it. Again, brilliant work out there in the deep. She may have just bowled an over, but Georgia Wareham is quickly to her left to stop 4.
Yeah, just for a moment, there was a slight shout of catch from Alyssa Healy behind the stumps. Wasn't far away from Alana King at mid-wicket, but a good piece of fielding from Georgia Wareham. England only get 2.
Kim Garth with 2 from the first ball of the over. Is running in again to bowl to Nat Sivabrunt. Gives herself some room and gets in a bit of a tangle. There's half an appeal for LBW, but only from those square on.
The TV just interviewed John Lewis.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, we did. I took my headset off and ran over to the radio. I ran away.
Did you?
I ran away.
Why?
I don't think he likes me anymore.
Why? How could he not?
I slagged his team off, didn't I?
Well, he get knocked out of the World Cup. Kim Garth bowls to Nat Sivabrunt, field perfectly positioned at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Mitchell Stark found it hilarious that I shied away from that one. Nope, not me. I'm out. I've got to be on radio in 7 balls. I'm off. I don't have time. I don't know what I'd ask.
Do you like me, John?
Yeah, let's not talk about the cricket. Let's talk about our relationship.
Kim Garth again, running into bolting Nat Sciver-Brunt, who hits the ball down the ground with a good, clean strike and will get 1 run. She moves to 55. England require 174 from 134. And they are ahead of where Australia were at this point, but that is not really factoring in the brilliance of both Ash Gardner and Talia McGrath, and of course Wareham at the end with a really fabulous contribution. Here comes Garth, angling away nicely as Danny Wyatt-Hodge. She's going to get at least 1, should be 2, and they will push for a second. I think Nat Sciver-Brunt is beginning to look a little weary out there to me.
I think she's all right. I think she was just waiting for Danny Wyatt to make the call, to be honest, to come back for 2 or not.
Required run rate only 7.6. Achievable.
Yeah.
We're going to do it, Finn. With 4 overs to spare.
Garth bowls to Wyatt-Hodge, defended into the offside, and there is no run. So 28 overs gone, and we're going to see a little change in the commentary box. Alex, thank you very much. You can head on round, see who else you can upset and annoy with the score 3 for 137. Sarah Elliott's going to join us once again. 4 from that over. As we mentioned Georgia Wareham's contribution, well, it was brilliant. 38 off 12 balls, 5 fours, 2 sixes, strike rate of 316. Could yet prove a highly significant, as it did in that game in Southampton 2 years ago.
Absolutely. Could be the difference in this game, and then to see with ball in hand and picking up a wicket, that's pretty pleasing too.
Wareham running in to bowl to Sciver-Brunt. It's a little bit short, and she's on top of it to get 1 out to deep cover point.
It does intrigue me, that sort of King-Wareham battle that goes on. Like, who is the top leg spinner? They both perform incredibly well at domestic level. Obviously, quite different styles in the way they bowl their leg spin.
The best leg spinner is Amanda Jade Wellington, isn't it? Many would argue. Again, it's going to be run out towards deep backward point, this time from the bat of Wyatt-Hodge.
It's very competitive. Luxury to have 3 really, really good leg spinners, but there's got to be a bit of power play there. I know it's all for the team, but still you're desperate to play, I'm sure.
Competitive people. Forward and smacking the ball down the ground is Sciver-Brunt, but quickly to her left is Sutherland to collect the ball before it reaches the boundary. 1 more taken.
They've positioned themselves pretty well, haven't they? Even on the boundary, they're a good 5-10 metres off each of the boundary fielders. It's a reasonably big ground there to cut off the 2s.
Interesting, in the 15 matches they've played together, Wareham has taken 12 wickets, King has taken 24.
Wareham bowls, and Wyatt-Hodge looking to just drop the ball into the onside. Can't do so. Dot.
It's very much about timing, isn't it? Similar with the wicket-keeper, normally there's only 1 of them in the side.
Wareham again. Creeping in past the umpire. And this is nicely angled away towards backward point, where it's fielded by Alana King, the aforementioned. So 2 dot balls following the 3 singles. England can't afford to get bogged down really for any period of time, because that run rate will shoot up. They're ahead of the DLS par for what it's worth. Look, I can't actually see any clouds, so I'm not sure that's going to be a factor. Coming forward and driving is Wyatt-Hodge, and she can't find the gap, and so the over comes to an end. 3 from it. England require 169 from 126 deliveries. What, how many times Australia at home have played 2 leg spinners on the same side? Not terribly off at all. Actually 3 frontline spinners.
Trying to think back. Certainly it's been competitive when Amanda Jade has been in and around. It happened a few times. Traditionally just the 1. And obviously missing Molyneux as well in terms of left arm finger spin to win.
The surface hasn't been quite as conducive to the turn that we saw both at North Sydney and Junction Oval in Melbourne. It's been a little more placid. Kim Garth
running into bowl. He's in past the umpire now. Siva Brunt is whipping that away into the leg side. Fielder sprinting round will do brilliantly to stop it. And again, it's Wareham out there in the deep. 2 runs saved. England require 167.
No doubt Darcy Brown would love to have the ball in her hand as well, given it isn't the spin-friendly sort of wicket that they thought it would be. But spin has played such a big part in the first 2 games. They kind of had to pick the extra spinner.
Garth again runs in towards us, into her 8th over now. Siva Brunt is looking for one into the leg side. She'll get it. Moves her personal tally to 60.
You'd have to think they'd consider Wareham a genuine all-rounder these days. So you've got Perry, you've got McGrath, you've got Wareham as 3 that could come in and out as genuine sort of all-rounders.
Signalled as leg buys, so Siva Brunt remains on 59. Wyatt Hodge on strike. Keep her up to the stumps. Mid-on, mid-off up as well. Wyatt Hodge will tickle that ball round the corner, down towards fine leg. Chase on for Megan Schutt. She'll stop it. England will get through for a couple. Feels at the moment that every single run is being so keenly fought for out there.
They're doing a terrific job. These English batters running hard, putting some pressure back on Australia. When they look up, the total's still so far away. They're not even halfway yet in this chase, and the effort to stay in the game has been enormous. How long can they sustain it for?
Well, the required rate's now up over 8 and over. Here comes Garth, bowling to Wyatt Hodge. No is the cry. She's set off looking for a run. 5 from the over so far. 2 balls left of it.
Certainly some players in the English lineup to come that can play some real cameos, similar to Georgia Wareham. Capsey had a terrific one for the Renegades in the recent WBBL. Team were out of it, and she came in and really turned it on its head.
So here comes Garth from the far end of the ground, runs in towards us. Wyatt Hodge gets a good piece of that out towards the deep. Perry sprints for all she's worth in front of the Ricky Ponting stand and will prevent anything more than just a single.
The Australian outfielders are doing a terrific job here. They're being forced to work hard, getting their Ks up, I reckon, covering this boundary, but doing a terrific job, restricting to just singles rather than the 2s.
Ricky Ponting stand all in shadow now, those blue seats, many of them occupied by fans that are watching on. Really compelling game of cricket. Kim Garth bounding in once more. And Siva Brunt gets a little bit of a shorter ball that she'll get a single from. Now it does move to 60. England require from 20 overs, 162 runs. You'd say if it was a T20, that's a pretty good effort to chase down, particularly when you're 3 down. But equally, let's not forget that fielding restrictions, power plays and things are all different, so it's not quite the same way as looking at it. And equally, you've got 2 players out there in the middle that have got themselves set. So Siva Brunt on 60, Wyatt Hodge on 11, and our partnership here is going to change. Sarah Elliott remains here. In a moment, you'll be joined by Chris Robot.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, I'm liking this. From the England batters, 3 for 147 after 30 overs. Australia was 4 for 145, so they're making a pretty good fist of things, it has to be said, and it all hinges, I think, on that Siva Brunt, who's down the wicket on this occasion and just carving out into the offside to point for a single.
They're showing some really good fight, aren't they? The way they're batting today, I'm sure if they wish they had the time again, that they'd have applied themselves into the game a few days ago. They just couldn't find a way to score, but today that intent is really there. They're really challenging the Australian fielders, the Australian bowlers.
Yeah, and it reveals a lot about the conditions as well. Lots of runs out there today. Georgia Wareham's continuing here from the Church Street end, and this is high in the air. It would be a tough opportunity to land safely in the deep at long on. Wyatt Hodge got underneath it. Didn't time it as well as she might have liked, but they add to the tally.
It's a brave shot. partnership's going really well, but Wyatt Hodge still just 13 off 32 deliveries, so she'll be looking at that, wanting to contribute a little bit more as this run rate is over 8 at the minute.
150 up for England as well for the loss of 3 wickets. Wareham's in again, punching away through the covers is Wyatt Hodge, happy to take the single. So this has just been a really well sort of crafted middle order recovery from England. Really mature stand, been very gallant. They are right in the hunt. Wareham just drops this one short. Well, it's gone through and bowled her. What a delivery from Wareham. It's skidded on. And the crucial wicket of Nat Sivabrunt has been taken. Massive breakthrough for the Australians just as England looked to be getting set. And Georgia Wareham into the team today. Grabs her second.
You just see how happy her teammates are for her. Very quick to get around her. It's a straighter one. Went right through as she tried to play it across the line and just missed it. How unfortunate. Just when she looked set for a big innings, Sivabrunt, she has to walk back, and you can see her disappointment at the decision, the shot selection.
Well, it was a nicely crafted innings. 61 from 68 for Nat Sivabrunt. She set about leading the rescue mission, and she did a pretty good job, but with that wicket, England's hopes take an almighty sort of a hit. Amy Jones is the new batter out to the middle. She can wield the willow, don't worry about that, averaging 30, strike rate of 82. And a high score in this format of 94, so she knows what she's doing, but she's going to have to reach deep into the kit bag and pull out something special.
She was good in the game, the Junction Oval, making 47 not out. Isn't enough to get her side over the line, but she certainly fought hard. She'll be hoping that form can continue.
158 of 116 is the equation for England as Wareham continues, and immediately Jones is playing fluently through the offside. She'll pick up 2 for her efforts here as she just works the ball down to deep extra cover.
It's a nice way to get into her innings. A little misfield there from the Australians. Again, something very rarely seen.
4 for 153. So they're almost halfway. Wareham into Jones again, just off the back foot, rocking back, dabbing into the offside, getting through for another single. 4 for 154.
This is the important part, that they're able to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Unfortunately, Amy Jones doesn't have time to settle. 8.2 is the required run rate. She needs to come in and hit the ground running, get herself off strike, give as much of the strike as she can to Wyatt Hodge, who's batting well, but admittedly been the slower of the two in the previous partnership.
What was that partnership worth, Rick? I'll get a check on that, but it was a very, very handy one. So, Ryan Bouchier was first to go in the first over of the afternoon, or the 5th ball of the night. Went for 14. That meant England were 2 for 29, and then Tammy Beaumont for 54 to send England to 3 for 118. And most recently, moments ago, Nat Sivabrunt for 61 off 68. England 4 for 151.
33 off 6 overs.
For 154, so 33-run partnership off just the 6 overs. So a very useful one. Ash Gardner's going to re-enter the attack here from the river end.
Valuable contributions. What England really needed today was someone to rival Gardner's 100.
They certainly did. What can Jones produce? Off the toes, through that mid-wicket region, into the deep, through for a single.
Danny Wyatt Hodge, so capable. She's so strong, hitting straight down the ground over that cover region. Real dynamic power player. She's done well just getting herself into her innings. She's certainly got another couple of years she could go up when the time's right.
Yeah, and I was just about to ask, we're into the 32nd over now. I wonder when that happens. If there's a specific number in terms of run rate required, or if it comes down to something else.
Just that loss of that wicket makes it hard, doesn't it?
They would have loved Nat Sivabrunt to bat through as Gardner continues around the wicket. White Hodge now turning this around the corner. She hustled through for the first. She was thinking about a second for just a few moments, but elected against it. So another single added. 2 from the over so far, 4 to come. Gardner's into Jones, who can't do much with that, backing away and just bunting it back down the wicket, straight into the hands of Gardner.
No doubt Australia will be trying to get through their overs as quickly as possible in this little phase. Trying to push that run rate up as quickly as they can.
Trying to make the new batter uncomfortable, of course, as well, as Jones rocks back, and there's nothing uncomfortable about that. That was a glorious stroke. Just pushed it through the offside and notched herself up a boundary.
It's a great shot. Hit the gap really nicely. I'm sure she'll be keen to make amends for the game that they lost on Tuesday, where she played beautifully but just wasn't able to take the game on at the right time.
Yeah, she had that mix-up, didn't she, late with the no-ball free hit. She failed to turn the strike appropriately and was left at the other end and was unable to be there at the death like she would have liked. This one's just bunted back down the track for a dot. Gardner's in again to Jones once more. Grabs her up again, but is able to push this off the pads, board of square for another single. That is the Ash Gardner over completed. England 4 for 161. Danny White Hodge is 15. And Amy Jones is 9 from 7 deliveries. 7 from that Gardner over. She has figures of none for 30. It was her earlier in the day who had a massive say on that total of 308. The maiden ODI ton. But it was Georgia Wareham, who has ball in hands and figures of 2 for 21 with some late hitting, 38 off 12, that may just prove to be the difference. So in she comes from the Church Street end, getting forward is Jones, just into the onside, nothing doing, no run.
Really quite remarkable that they were able to set the total that they have. Australia, Ash Gardner coming in at 6 was the one that made that 100.
Wareham flights this one up, driving now down to long on is Jones once more, and she'll cruise on through for a single.
Valuable contributions. Mooney's 50 I thought was really valuable when they really had their backs against the wall. Australia, they dug deep. That partnership with her and Gardner, followed up then by McGrath making 55, and then Wareham just the icing on the cake. They had a platform from which to launch because of the hard work done earlier in the innings.
Well, they scored 55 runs off that last 5 overs, did the Australians, and the bulk of that came from the bat of Wareham to push that out beyond 300. She's in again here, rocking back is Wyatt Hodge, just past points, a single for her efforts.
It's got to give you great confidence, doesn't it? When you make runs, then you get to come in and do your primary skill set and have a bowl.
Yeah, she's been very, very good. Her first match of the series, of course. She replaces Darcy Brown in the lineup this afternoon. Australia going spin heavy. Just picked up a couple of wickets, and this one's just tugged away down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport, ABC Sports Digital, the Listen app, BBC 5 Live, BBC Sounds, and of course the good old-fashioned regular radio as well. 0467920222, the text line. Wareham's in again. This is a rankful toss. It's in the air, dispatched. Will it get to the rope? There's a fielder getting around in the deep who does really, really well to get there and prevent the boundary. Ash Gardner got hands to it and reeled it in. Wasn't quite collected out of the middle of the bat.
That's unfortunate, isn't it? They're the ones, the rare ones that you really want to cash in and try and go big on.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed. That was a rare miss from Georgia Wareham, but unable to be dispatched to the rope. They need a few of those if they're to get this 309. This is pushed into the offside for a single. So 6 from the Georgia Wareham over. That means the total for England is 4 for 167, and the equation is 142 of 102 deliveries. It still feels doable, doesn't it? The numbers don't sort of scream impossible.
Yeah, absolutely. The game's still there on offer for England. They're going to have to bat well. It's still a long way to go. This intensity, this partnership needs to continue.
So a quick wrap of the score. 4 for 167 are England. Danny Wyatt-Hodge is unbeaten on 19 from 21. Amy Jones, 11 from 10. We'll take a short break with Tricks on the field.
Hi, I'm Corbin Middlemass.
And I'm Ed Cowan.
He played Test cricket for Australia.
And Ed Cowan gets his first Test match century.
And he commentates the cricket.
Hits it clean and flush over the long-off boundary for 6. Together, we're giving you your weekly cricket conversation.
We're pulling apart the biggest stories in the sport and delivering them to you each and every week.
It's called the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
Wareham just drops this one short. Well, it's gone through and bowled her. What a delivery from Wareham. It's skidded on. And the crucial wicket of Nat Sivabrunt has been taken. Yes, and it was a crucial wicket at that. Nat Sivabrunt, who was leading a really, really strong England recovery, gone for 61, but they're still in the hunt. Are the visitors here in this third ODI of this Women's Ashes series at beautiful Belrive. They're 4 for 167 for England, with Wyatt-Hodge 19 from 21 and Amy Jones 11 from 10. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Grandstand Cricket. Rick Finlay is part of the team today. He's been on absolute fire today, Rick.
Australia's score of 308 is in fact the highest score in any ODI where the team was 4 for 59 or worse.
Yeah, so that just speaks to that incredible recovery from the Australian middle order led by Ashley Gardner and then later Georgia Wareham. And you're right, 4 for 59 in England. Would have thought, here we go. Got the Australians on toast here early in the innings, but to Gardner with a maiden ton.
The previous highest was 275, incidentally, by Australia against India at Mackay 4 years ago.
I'd suspect that Australia hold quite a few of those spots recovery in the top 5 and spots in the top 10 because, as Alex Hartley has pointed out, just when you think you've got them on the ropes, they always seem to come back from the dead. The zombie hand raising from the grave must be absolutely horrible to play against.
Just unrelenting, isn't it?
It is.
You get a wicket and in comes someone else that strikes it over 150 and has a great average. Just never say die.
Depth of talent combined with professionalism has meant that this Australian outfit has been the dominant force for a long time now, but they're not home here yet in Hobart, and England are still in the mixer. Could they pull off something miraculous? A famous win. Ash Gardner to continue here to Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who leans back and cuts. Can't beat the fielder at point. Megan Shute rifles it in.
Well, every over here, under the required run rate, Australia will be well and truly in England's ear. They'll be racing through overs. They'll be letting them know that run rate's growing with every over.
Gardner in again, around the wicket, tugging away is Wyatt-Hodge, forward of square. There's a sweeper in the deep, getting around and hauling it in. Elise Perry, a strong arm from that deep mid-wicket boundary. What would the chat be like from the Australians around the bat of the English batters?
Oh, absolutely. They'd be letting them know, just quietly. Well, I'm not sure Midge is too quiet, but just letting them know how, in positive terms, how well the Australian bowlers are going, how quickly that run rate's growing.
He's up to 8.52. Noodled away through the onside once again here by Amy Jones. Another single. So just up to 8.5. Manageable. They wouldn't want to lose too many more wickets.
It's just hard to sustain that run rate for the length of time that they're going to need to.
Gardner in again. Wyatt-Hodge rocks back and sends one out towards the rope. It won't quite get there, but it takes some chasing. They'll add to the tally, though, and pick up a couple. So with some intent on that occasion, Wyatt-Hodge. There was maybe a third there if they really, really hustled, but they probably took the smart option knowing that another wicket would make it supremely tough.
No threes in this innings yet, Chris.
Interesting. 138 off 99, the equation. Gardner in around the wicket, and again White Hodge with a very, very similar stroke, but this one's even better. She got it out of the middle. It rolls along the carpet all the way to the rope for a boundary. Well played.
Terrific shot. Just getting deep in her crease on that one. Good enough to get the gap again. Just timed it a little better. That's exactly what England need. They need one boundary and over. Try and score off everything else. Easier said than done when you're facing the likes of Ash Gardner.
And she's in again. This time hoiked onto the leg side, and she's picked the gap with absolute precision. Surgical from Danny White Hodge. A pull shot on this occasion. Back-to-back boundaries now for England. 4 for 179.
Oh, that's a terrific over. Takes a little bit of pressure on. You're watching that run rate. Just drops down again. Keep themselves in the contest. That's what they've got to do. Back themselves to be able to go big like Australia did. Take the game deep.
So maybe it's around these overs that they just start to think about maybe just nudging the accelerator. 4 for 179 after 34. Australia was 5 for 165 in comparison, so they're 14 runs better off and with an extra wicket in the sheds. But as I mentioned, it was that final 5 overs where things really changed. We saw an over of 14, we saw an over of 15, and then 13 and 17 to round out the innings from the Australians. So that was where the hurt was really inflicted. Alana King back into the attack here from the Church Street end, tosses one up, but this is met beautifully at the pitch of the ball and driven all the way to the long off boundary. And that's 3 in a row for England, who are going to go down swinging here in Hobart. 4 for 183, and maybe, just maybe, something special is brewing at Bellerive.
That's a lovely shot. Didn't have much angle there to get through the field.
Alana King here into Jones once more, who's carving her again over the offside, this time over deep extra cover. 2 bounces and it rolls into the rope. That's 4 in a row for England, and they are getting motoring now. Amy Jones all of a sudden up to 20, the partnership up to 36. Alana King goes for back-to-back boundaries.
Just backing her hands there. It was a little over-pitched, heading through the line of the ball. Another terrific shot. There
weren't nerves creeping into the Australian camp before this over, then maybe they're starting to think about things. King now tosses this one up, chopped down into the Bellerive surface by Jones. Happy to take a single on this occasion. 9 from the over so far. 121 off 93. The equation for England.
It's been really smart batting, playing to their strengths. Playing traditional cricket shots. Brought the required run rate back down under 8. First time it's been under that for a good few overs.
Yeah, 7.8. Alana King in again. Backing away from the stumps is White Hodge. Just easily works that into the offside. They look reasonably untroubled, it has to be said here. The England batters. Pardon me, frog in the throat.
Smart cricket.
Alana King over the wicket. Again, just nudged into the offside by Amy Jones. Doesn't time it, so won't pick up a run.
Was there one there, did you think?
Yeah, I thought there might have been too. Yep.
They're the little things that can make a difference at the end.
Yeah, that should just be an easy sort of bunt away for a gimme sort of a single. This was spooned momentarily. Talia McGrath patrolling at mid-off. It won't get there on the fly. She takes it on the bounce. And Alana King notches up 2 dots to round out the over. But it was a big one. 10 from it for England. 4 for 189 at the same stage in the game. Australia was 5 for 172. White Hodge is 31. Jones is 21. We've got a game on our hands here at Bellerive. A change in commentary. Matt Clinch with you after this.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds.
Thanks Thanks very much, Chris. Welcome back to Bellerive Oval, where England are 4 for 189. Mr. Pike joining you on ABC Sport and through the BBC. 10 runs coming off that last over of Alana King. Like, it's funny what a difference 72 hours can make in a different pitch here to what we saw at Junction Oval. England all of a sudden still with their work cut out in front of them, but this partnership now up to 38 and just a few sort of hesitations in terms of what might be possible. Megan Shute is going to start from the river end here. Comes in and bowls to Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who's back and cutting. Well fielded by Alana King, ludging to her right. Just a single as Wyatt-Hodge moves to 32. England 4 for 190.
Yeah, Clinchy, it's a really nice period of play here as well for the English ladies, just seeing them get up and get about, playing a little bit of, I'm not going to say it's more aggressive cricket, but just being able to hit the boundaries, and a boundaries relieves so much more pressure.
119 needed for victory from 89 deliveries. The shoot comes in, pulling momentarily in the air by Amy Jones, but it's wide of Beth Mooney at mid-wicket, and they turn and come back for 2, so that's better in 10. Always going to get 2 out to those cow corner deep boundaries here at Bellerive Oval with the Derwent River on our left, the Ricky Ponting stand on the right. So the intent of the batters is really tested.
Yeah, so much room out here to get those 2s, and just to either side of the boundary riders up and down, nice and quick, and I think it's just the intent. Look for the 2.
Amy Jones on 23 as Shute comes in. It's hit back down the pitch and Shute does the fielding. 4 for 192. 3 runs off the over so far. Jones 23 from 17.
And it's just little milestones as well that the England players will be looking to hit. So 4 for 192. Let's see if we get to 200 and then keep moving. And once that score, the runs come under 100, they play that much T20 cricket these days that anything seems basically chaseable.
Shoot in past the umpire. Jones goes the ram shot over the top of Healy. It won't reach the rope as Kim Garth races around after it. They do turn and come back for 2 though, so Amy Jones to 25. England 4 for 192. Amy Jones unbeaten at Junction Oval, 47 from 103.
I did suggest to you, Clinchy, maybe she should have played like this at Junction.
That's what I was going to say to you. 2 fours and 1 6. So it's almost like she's realised that the intent in which she showed at Junction Oval wasn't going to get the job done, and she's made that own adjustment in her game.
My goodness, I didn't realise it was that much. I was going to say that bad, but that's probably poor.
Shute comes in, rocking back and pulling as Amy Jones plays it out to the fielder. And moves around from long on, out towards deep mid-wicket and through for a single. Jones to 26. England 4 for 195. So 114 runs needed from 85 deliveries. What would they need to get sort of within to start thinking, well, this could be half a chance?
I reckon right now they're thinking they're half the chance. 114 off 85. That's not too bad a ball differential. My maths isn't great, but that's probably, 7?
Shoot in on leg stump, and Wyatt-Hodge clips it away. Backward a square and through for a single. Georgia Wareham comes up to do the fielding. She's got a couple of crucial breakthroughs from an Australian point of view, but good over once more from England. 4 for 196 with the single to close out the over.
8.2 and over, Matt. 8.2 and over.
8.2 and over. Which is achievable, which is key while they do need to get those boundaries when they're on offer, and just to try and maybe be a little bit innovative, see if they can create something. It's just a big pressure releaser. If they can get that, get up and down, they're getting the singles, so they are rotating the strike, which is good, and they're not getting too bogged down. So if they can get that, the 2s to the sweepers, it all starts coming together a little bit nicely. But they'll still be thinking they're well and truly in this game, and particularly with these 2 batters out there right now.
Australia won the toss and elected to bat first here. Ash Gardner scored her maiden century, 102 from 102 deliveries. 50 from Beth Mooney, 55 from Talia McGrath, and 38 from 12 deliveries from Georgia Wareham. Got Australia to 8 for 308, which was a great effort given they were 4 for 59 at one stage. Alana King starts a new over from the Church Street end. Hit in the air, but it's safe out towards Elise Perry, who does the fielding at backwards square leg. And a single to start the over from Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who moves to 34. England 4 for 197. 2 wickets for Lauren Bell, for Nat Sever-Brunt and for Charlie Dean. All the wickets to fall. Maya Bouchier was out for a duck. Heather Knight for 14. Nat Sever-Brunt for 61. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Amy Jones. Picks up a single just wide of Beth Mooney out point. Moves to 27, 4 for 198. That's Eva Brunt out for 61. The last to fall. Did wonder at that stage as to how England would approach this. A couple of their most senior batters having been dismissed. Alana King comes in over the wicket. Backhand, playing off the back foot. It's Danny Wyatt-Hodge and into the gap in the offside for a single.
I think one of the questions around how would they approach it was probably having Amy Jones and how she approached that last innings weighing on your mind, thinking how will she go about this one? Is she going to play a similar role and perhaps get a little bit bogged down, or will she try and be creative and take the game on?
4 for 199 as Amy Jones back in a crease to Alana King, plays it through the vacant mid-wicket region. King goes scurrying after it like a terrier, trying to make sure there's only one on offer, and she does that successfully. Jones to 28, and that brings up the 200 for England for the loss of 4 wickets. In the 37th over, 4 singles so far in this over off Alana King. England need 109 runs for victory from 80 deliveries. Wyatt-Hodge on 35, awaiting King, flights his next delivery, slashed away over the infield, no! Litchfield, spectacular catch! An extra cover, lunging her body back to dismiss Danny Wyatt-Hodge. She would have thought she had enough on it to clear the infield, but she didn't. And a great catch from Phoebe Litchfield. 5 for 200 as England lose another wicket, and Danny Wyatt-Hodge with her bat above her head. She can't believe it. Out for 35.
Yeah, didn't get enough of that one for Danny Wyatt-Hodge, but what a wonderful catch there by Phoebe Litchfield. I'd almost say that's her bread and butter, Clinchy. She goes back and she just follows it and full body dive, outstretched, safe as houses. What a wonderful catch.
We know she is an emerging leader in the Australian side, but she also is one of the best fielders. We see it regularly in the WBBL, where she's the captain for the Sydney Thunder. And unfortunately for England batters and England supporters, they got to see it once more there. A spectacular catch, lunging herself back to dismiss Danny Wyatt-Hodge out for 35 from 32 deliveries. And England are 5 for 200.
I think that just makes it that little bit harder.
That's the thing, isn't it? We felt while those two were there, building a nice partnership.
And she looked good, she looked comfortable, probably just tried to reach for that one a little bit too much. Alana King gets good drop and a bit of drift on it as well, so maybe just dropped a little bit too much, caught it a bit too early, and a wonderful catch.
49 runs, that partnership, which comes to a close, and Alice Capsey is the new batter who makes her way out, awaiting Alana King. The leggy comes in, it keeps low as she drives out to the fielder. Phoebe Litchfield this time gathers off the ground. The end of the over, Australia get the breakthrough. Alana King picks up her first wicket, 1 for 40 from 6 overs. England are 5 for 200, chasing 309 for victory.
You kind of felt that Danny Wyatt just need to stay in there a little bit longer, probably get that score up to maybe around that 70, 60 run mark, and just to see if then you can give it to the likes of a Capsey, Dean, Eccleston, who can all bat and bat well and score quickly, but not leave them with too much work to do. And I feel like this might just be slightly too much, but still in the game, and they're good hitters and good clean strikers of the ball.
Just trying to hit against the spin. Danny Wyatt-Hodge, start of a new over. Megan Shute comes in from the river end. Hit down the ground in the air momentarily by Megan Shute, down to Annabelle Sutherland, who does the fielding at long on. Jones to 29, 5 for 201 at the start of the 38th over. Shute with the figures of 2 for 41. England now needing 108 runs from 77 deliveries.
And interesting, Jones once again in that position where she probably needs to lead this chase. To see how she goes about it, probably a little bit easier having a top order bat in there with you. She's got probably a little bit, perhaps a slightly more trust in how they will execute. And Capsey, key to see how Capsey copes.
Yeah, 40 from 35 in Melbourne. As she's struck on the body by Megan Shute, and she's given out. Alice Capsey is out for a duck, and Megan Shute strikes once more. Australia with 2 big wickets in consecutive overs. First Alana King and now Megan Shute. Alice Capsey is looking to review this.
Oh, it looked like it actually got her probably on the backside, actually, when she was threw a shot way too early. Probably clipping maybe middle to legs. Height didn't look too bad.
Face off from Megan Shute.
delivery. Can we go to front on vision, please?
We'll hear our TV umpire here as we go through the protocols. But Alice Capsey is hoping for a miracle here.
I think she might be in a little bit of danger.
Here's a there's no back. Can we confirm with Ultra Edge, please?
Legal delivery.
It's hitting her around about that between middle to leg stump. It's just if it's going to go on.
Claire Polsack is our TV umpire.
Hits her thigh pad.
Original decision was out. Pitching outside off. Impact is in line.
The Australian camper celebrating. The DRS confirms that it would have hit in between middle. Well, in fact, the top of leg stump in the end. And Alice Capsey is out for a duck. What a breakthrough for Australia. England 6 for 201. Amy Jones left at the other end on 29, needing some friends to hang around with her.
Yeah, I think this is a real concern for the English team and how they actually can have that lower order power hitting that the Australian team possesses. That was a pretty ordinary shot there, you've got to say, by Alice Capsey to try and hit through there, particularly with the state of the game as well. She needs to stay in and be around and partner Amy Jones through this last part of the innings. Anyway, she's got to go, and Dean comes in and see what she can do.
Charlie Dean strides her way out to the middle of Belrive Oval. England 6 for 201. She's just seen the wickets tumble around her. Danny Wyatt-Hodge out in the previous over. Out for 35 from 32 deliveries, and Alice Capsey out for a 2-ball duck.
Just seems such a it's a stark contrast, isn't it, to have Georgia Wareham, who is coming in at number 8 for the Australian side, and then looking at perhaps what Capsey and Dean can offer. It's just that explosive power hitting.
Megan Shute comes in, full delivery, which is driven by Dean back down. Shute got a hand onto it, but this is going to be hit towards the rope for 4. An effort by Talia McGrath trying to run it down, unsuccessful in the end. And Dean into the attack and onto the board with a boundary to start with. 6 for 205 in the 38th over. Charlie Dean pumps fist mid-pitch. Good way to start.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for a ball to get off the mark, it's a nice juicy full toss. So played that nicely as well, nice and straight, held her shape, and runs away quickly to the boundary.
6 for 205. Shoot full toss once more. Struck on the body. And it rolls out into the offside where Alana King does the fielding. 5 runs and a wicket so far from this over. Social media that fans are getting excited at Junction Oval because we have Dean on top and Jones underneath. So tribute to the late Dean Jones.
What a wonderful tribute, and also as well for the one-day competition.
One-day competition. Trophy named after Dean Jones, the late Dean Jones. Megan Shute gets a little bit of a waist win there and a tickle of an edge from Dean, which runs past Healy down towards the rope at deep third, fine behind the keeper, and able to pick up 3.
I always think as a lower order bat, that's a very clever shot. The sneak through slips or the French cut.
If you can get away with it.
If you can get away with it. Generally no fielders.
6 for 207. I gave her 1 addition there. Just 2 they came back for in the end. So we're still chasing our first 3 for the England innings. Dean is on 6 as Megan Shute comes in. Full delivery outside the off stump, and it's driven down to Talia McGrath, who does the fielding at mid-off. So the end of the over, 7 runs coming from it and the wicket. England 6 for 207 after 38 overs. Charlie Dean on 6. Amy Jones is on 29. England need 102 runs for victory from 72 deliveries. Matt Clinch alongside Kirsten Pike with you through ABC Sport and the BBC through Test Match Special. What would you say, in fact it's not even a question, to Alice Capsey if she's in the change rooms and you're in the periphery as she makes her way back in, you just clear out, wouldn't you? There's not really anything to say in that scenario.
Yeah, I'm not sure how she responds, but certainly that there are a few players that you do steer well and truly clear of.
Give them a chance to cool down.
Give them a chance to cool down. You can generally hear them coming.
Yeah, the piece of equipment being flung.
Yeah, I remember one. I won't tell you who it was, but because spikes are super slippery on cement.
Alana King starts a new over from the Church Street end. It's short on off stump and pulled away down to Annabelle Sutherland, who does the fielding at long on. Jones to 30. England 6 for 208 at the start of the 39th over.
And they'd gotten out, and it was just, it might have been cement or it was tiles. I can't even remember what it was in the change rooms. But they were blowing a foo-foo valve. They had bats and a kid everywhere, and they went A over T.
Alana King flies her next delivery, hit in the air, and it's over the top of Phoebe Litchfield by Charlie Dean. Picks up a single out to Megan Shute at deep cover. Dean to 7. Not all that timed and controlled, but was able to get away with it there. 6 for 209.
And it's always quite funny because you are having a little chuckle to yourself where you do see the equipment flying. You're going, ooh, that's no good. And then when they fall over.
King in. Jones takes a big stride forward and just pushes it back down the pitch and into the offside. Alana King races out to do the fielding.
And they're so cranky with themselves that you can't help but laugh when they stack it. They usually have a little slight giggle, get a little bit more cranky.
King on leg stump, flicked away by Jones, and the catch was taken. Fine leg was up. Jim Garth lunges forward to take the catch. Amy Jones thinking she's got a ball down leg side she can capitalise on. A top edge, and Australia get the breakthrough now that might bring about the England resistance to an end. 7 for 209. Amy Jones has to go for 30. And Alana King picks up her second wicket, 2 for 42.
Yeah, good catch there. Probably a ball that should have been dispatched. Just unfortunately got a like at the toe end of the bat, and a wonderful catch there by Kim Garth, just getting her hands right underneath the ball, ever so slightly away from hitting the turf. But unfortunately for Amy Jones, she needs to go, and I fear, as you're saying, Clinchy, that might be the end of their chase.
Out for 29 from 23 deliveries. It included 3 fours. England now 7 for 202. Still needing 100 from 68 deliveries for an unlikely victory, chasing 309. Just when you think maybe today's not the day for Alana King, she picks up 2 wickets.
Yeah, she did. And I thought the English batters played it really well early, and probably that ball was one that we saw Beaumont play quite well, and she was able to play it, basically almost suffocate the ball and play it nicely along the turf and score those back-to-back boundaries. But big effort here required for the English, and just to see where they can get and where they can get the total to, and try and use these last 10 overs.
Sophie Eccleston makes her way out. She made a golden duck in the last match in Melbourne. Faces Alana King from the Church Street end, and she hits it this time along the ground through the gap in the covers for a single. She's off the mark, 7 for 210.
And it's interesting just to think about what is a win, what is a good outcome here for the England side. I think it's a difficult result. You can't see them getting on top, particularly with the way Australia's bowled and then fielded and allowing the tail order to get these 99 runs.
Alana King comes in, back and across goes Charlie Dean, plays it out wide of Phoebe Litchfield on the offside and through for a single. Dean moves to 8, England 7 for 211, so in theory they've surpassed their 204 at North Sydney Oval, so they get a tick for that, but Australia posted 308, so you would have thought, I don't know, anything under 250, 260 it would be across.
Yeah, you'd think so, and just to see what can they get out of it. Going in now, we'll transition from the one-dayers into the T20 format, and to think about how will they approach that format of the game. What are they thinking? What will the matchups be? How will they play differently? Because they really do need to have an impact in that first game, otherwise this series is going to get well and truly away from them.
And Sophie Eccleston has a higher score of 33 in Women's One-Day Internationals. Charlie Dean 47, so can they fight it out? As Dean awaits Megan Shute off the toe of the bat, she's looking to get creative and rolls out backward, a point where Alana King does the fielding. 7 for 211 at the start of the 40th over. Megan Shute, in a match that's favoured spin, has picked up 3 for 48 as she starts her 8th over.
Yeah, a little bit expensive early, but obviously picked up that wicket nice. And did she get Heather Knight?
She did. As this next delivery is wide of the off stump, and Charlie Dean is looking to rock back and pull. She fails to make contact, and Alyssa Healy's moved up to the stumps and she takes it cleanly.
Yeah, picking up the 2 wickets earlier, that's what she does best. She gets those initial breakthroughs. Probably was a little bit more expensive than she would have liked to have been up early with the new ball, but once again, she builds that pressure, creates those opportunities.
Right arm over the wicket as she comes into Dean, who tries to turn it off her pad, but it's chopped off at mid-wicket by Beth Mooney. Dean just trying to get down the other end, or at least to continue to try and score, but they need to find a way to try and score some boundaries. 98 runs needed for victory off 63 deliveries, 7 for 211, but the bowlers, it's trying to show that they can show some fight here. 3 dot balls so far from Megan Shute in this over. Comes in. Dean's able to chip it back down the ground, and it's fielded long on. And she moves to 9, 7 for 212.
What do you think of the pink umpires' tops? Clinchy, I'm a huge fan. I love them. I think they're great.
I don't mind it.
Yeah.
Not going to get them confused with any of the players, are you?
No, I love it. It's a lovely shade. It's like what would you call it? It's like a Sixers.
It is a Sixers, bright, hot pink. Fuchsia sort of pink as Megan Shute back of a length, and Eccleston is able to pull this through the gap at mid-wicket. Out to Ash Gardner, rockets in the throw from deep mid-wicket just inside the rope, and 2 runs so far off the over. Eccleston moves to 2, 7 for 213.
Do you think it was the umpires themselves trying to advocate for change and just say we need to move away from the white?
Oh, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, somewhere in a place someone's made that decision for them. The Shute comes in once more, back of a length, and Dean is able to pull it out into the deep, where Ash Gardner once more does the fielding at deep mid-wicket. So a couple of singles to close out the over. 3 runs coming from that Megan Shute over, and England are 7 for 213. Dean is on 10, Eccleston is on 2. Kirsten Pike is with you on ABC Sport, and about to join you, Henry Moran.
Grandstand Cricket.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio and across the UK via the BBC.
So Australia on the brink of victory. 95 off 60 balls feels a very long way away for England, who have fought valiantly. But Australia just turning the screw with the runs on the board. They've had the ability to put so much pressure on England. Charlie Dean on strike. Alana King is in to bowl to her, worked into the leg side, and there will be a single taken. What I would say, Kirsten, I think this has been comfortably England's most positive performance with the bat in terms of approach and attitude. And I think all round both teams have played much better today than they have on other days.
I think you're right there, Henry. They certainly have come out here in this batting innings and really applied themselves. I like how they've...
Next ball beats the edge. It's a lovely piece of bowling. Eccleston not good enough to do anything with that.
I just like how they have gone about it. They've been keen to rotate the strike, get up and down the wickets. I think that's something they haven't done particularly well in the first 2 games. They've looked to score, and that is key, obviously, in this format.
Launched into the leg side for 6. I'm sure it is. No, not quite. Brilliant catch, is it? Oh, sensational! That is marvellous! Goodness me, at mid-wicket. When it's your day, Ash Gardner. That is as good as you will ever see. It had to be 6. One arm reached high, and the ball stuck. But not only that, as she fell backwards, tossed in the air, leaping back forwards. Ash Gardner with one of the moments of Women's Ashes history.
Yeah, they're having a look at it, but to me, to the naked eye, that looked out. The only concern that I've got, Henry, is if when she did step back, she released the ball before her foot hit the ground.
She's fine. I'm sure she's fine. She's in the air, takes it again. My goodness me, what have we seen?
That was wonderful. Talk about a highlights package, that'll be on it. That was brilliant. Just her ability to maintain that control and have that awareness as to where that boundary rope was. She might have been in probably a fractionally too far to take that catch. One of those ones that, you know, oh, I might be slightly out of position. I really do need to secure this. And an excellent outcome and a brilliant catch.
Australia's outfielding today has been nothing short of brilliant. It has been absolutely outstanding, I have to say.
The only blemish is that one that kind of fell between Beth Mooney and Ash Gardner early on, but I also think the difference between the two teams is their fielding and their ability to save runs and save boundaries. It's that application, isn't it? And just their ability, that catch of Phoebe Litchfield. You saw a couple in the Australian innings that probably were similarly hit, but Phoebe Litchfield had the courage to put her that full-length dive and just secure the basically the grab. And I think on a couple of occasions through the Australian innings, if they had done similarly, they might have been able to turn those kind of 1%ers, those little moments in time that can swing a match.
England 8 down, still needing, well, target of 309. Give me a moment. Here comes Alana King. Bowls a ball which is beating the edge of Filer's bat. England's target 309 stands therefore 94 runs away. That's not far from the off stump, I tell you.
What do you think they go back now at the end of the game? They go back, regroup, and think, how do we go about the T20s? Is that...
Who, England?
England.
I think they have to approach it like they've approached the batting today, which is positive, going toe-to-toe. I think, had they found themselves in the position with the bat where they were at points in this innings, batting first, they'd have thought, well, we're in a good position here and we can turn the screw with our bowling.
Yep.
The fact is they were chasing a massive target. It was very, very difficult. Left alone outside the off stump by Lauren Filer, just trying to get a handle on what's coming down from the other end from the hand of Alana King.
I think the benefit of this format as well, you do play the one days first. You do get siders as to all the bowlers, what they're doing.
Skewed in the air, should be taken. Backward point running round takes the catch. England 9 down. Australia on the cusp of 9 to give me 6 points to 0 in this Women's Ashes series. And Alana King strikes again for a 4th.
The end is near.
Well, it is. And as we see Lauren Bell come to the middle, England will be thinking what might have been. They were in this game. They're out of it now.
They were in it, but I think it just talks to how important that top order is for the English side and how much more they need to get out of it to be able to compete with this Australian. Their lower order, the Australians, they've got so many all-rounders in that side that could almost genuinely play as a bat. And that's where the difference sits with this English side. They don't have that power down the order to be able to make that comeback.
Well, we look at the contribution of Georgia Wareham, the way that she played in that final little flourish for Australia today in their batting innings. Knock of 38 off 12.
Yeah.
I think you could maybe see Eccleston doing that, maybe. But then you go back to the Women's Ashes match that took place at Southampton that ultimately secured the Women's Ashes for Australia, and they drew the series, having eventually lost that final game at Taunton. But Wareham hit 26 runs off the final over. Australia won that game by 3 runs.
Yeah.
Tiny margin in the end, and that last over did it all. So Megan Shute to run in with 3 wickets to her name. Bunted down the ground by Charlie Dean up towards wide long on. I'm just still getting over that catch, Mashgard.
It's brilliant. It's like, I don't know if you watched much of the Big Bash, but the catch from Glenn Maxwell. And just the ability to manipulate it and understand where their feet are in the field of play, have that balance. And the time as well, just to kind of freeze yourself in the moment and work out what you need to do.
Oh, that beats everything. And Lauren Bell, it has to be said, looked as though somebody has given her a vague idea what cricket batting is about, but not necessarily shown her any more than that. That was not necessarily the most elegant stroke. Whether that's come off bat or nothing at all and it'll be signalled as byes, I don't know. She's got a smile on her face. I think that might be giving us runs. Toe end of the bat through the legs of Elisa Healy.
She'll be saying well played.
Yeah, the scorebook, that's 4 runs. Years to come, she'll say, as I stepped forward and drove it through the covers.
No one will know. It's a nice full toss as well.
Crowd know it's nearly done. In comes Megan Shute. Bowls a ball that Bell will punch into the offside, and there is no run. you just think, when you see someone like that catch with Gardner, and the hours of practice that goes into it, and the fact that we see these things reasonably regularly in international cricket these days, it still boggles the mind. I remember Harleen Dool of India did something similar against England. Here comes Schutt, low full toss, it's just driven into the offside. She's looking for that Yorker, can't find it. Perry will pick up, and Bell moves to 5 from 3. England 2-2-1, but 9 down, chasing 309.
Yeah, it's practice, and they even do it in the warm-up these days as well, just to practice and find out where they are in relation to the rope. And
this is going to be Megan Schutt again, running in with Charlie Dean slapping the ball back towards her rather painfully, but it's a good stop from the Australian opening bowler.
Megan Schutt 3 for 57. One more ball to come in her 9th over.
Schutt again, looking to wrap things up for Australia. Charlie Dean on strike. Is hitting the ball, cross-batted, slapped towards McGrath mid-off. And the over comes to an end with 6 from it. 42 overs have been bowled. And England need 88 notionally from 48 deliveries. Chasing 309. Australia need 1 wicket to take a 6-0 lead in the Women's Ashes, and that would feel unassailable to me, as they'd only need 2 more points to retain the Ashes, which would see 6 consecutive series where Australia have either come out on top or retained the trophy. Alex Hartley is grabbing a seat alongside me, having made her way around the ground. Al, did you see that catch?
Yeah, I was just about to leave the TV commentary box and I heard Lisa Stelica shouting and screaming, so I ran back in to watch it. Best catch I've seen in the women's game.
Do you think?
Yep.
Oh, amazing, wasn't it?
Phoebe Litchfield was outstanding, and then she's been out-trumped by Gardner.
This next ball from Alana King, looking for Pfeiffer, is angled away by Lauren Bell, who's managed to accrue 6 runs so far. King looking for a 5-wicket haul. She's deserved it with the way that she's bowled in this series, I think. She's been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, she has. If we're going to be hypercritical, which this Australian team are, she's been slightly too full today at times.
Here comes King, and stomping gone. There it is, 5 wickets for Alana King for the first time in women's one-day internationals. Australia win the game. They will check this, but I don't think they need to. And indeed, as Australia come together, it is celebration time for them, who have won each of these one-day internationals. And as England gather together on the boundary edge, Australia gather together in the middle, I think we know what the outcome of this is going to be. As we see the side-on view that tells us all we need to know, and it's that Australia have won this game. They've won it comprehensively. And Alana King finishes 5 for 46, her first 5-wicket haul for Australia. Ash Gardner scored her first Australia 100 today. We've seen one of the greatest catches you'll see in Ashes cricket, full stop. It is a day in the sunshine that has delivered so much for this Australian side, this brilliant Australian side. England and Australia both underperformed, I think, in the first couple of matches. Today, it's been better from England. It's been pretty much at their best from Australia. After those early wickets fell, they've barely put a foot wrong.
Yeah, Australia were in real trouble at one stage today when they were 4 for 59. England were on top, they were in this game, and then that partnership between Ash Gardner and Beth Mooney changed the game completely. 50 for Talia McGrath, 100 for Ash Gardner. And England, we say they've been better, they have been better. They kept themselves in the game for as long as possible, but they lost consistent wickets. They lost wickets consecutively. Easy for me to say. And Australia win this ODI series 3-0. England under the pump in this Women's Ashes series. And they have got a huge mountain to climb.
They do. And Australia winning this game by 86 runs is some margin in the end. We'll get some reaction live here on Grandstand Cricket and Test Match Special. But what it means for the series, Alex, is that England are in a position where they have to win everything.
Yeah, they're 6-0 down again, aren't they? So it happened in 2023 when Australia won the Test match and then won that first T20. England came back to draw the series, so England are going to have to do it in a harder way, a different way. They're going to have to win the T20 series 3-0, and they're going to have to win the Test match. Australia, as you say, outstanding today. I feel like they've been back to their best. They've performed, everyone's performed. That catch from Ash Gardner, probably the best I've seen in the women's game. Georgia Wareham at the back end of the innings, 38 off 12. Brilliant from Australia, brilliant.
Absolutely outstanding. And you have to say Ash Gardner will rightfully be player of the match. Half centuries also for McGrath and Mooney. But that Gardner 102 off 102, you just have to hold your hands up and say it was one of the great knocks.
It was. And I think for me she showed so much maturity in the fact that Australia were under pressure. England had bowled so well to get Australia 4 down early. And then Ash Gardner and Beth Mooney just absorbed that pressure, and once they got in, that dot ball percentage changed. There was 4 dot balls and over, and it went down to 1.3 dot balls and over. And the maturity that Ash Gardner has shown, I think we all know how good she can be. She's not scored as many runs of late as she would have liked, but she's proven why she's one of the world's best today.
What about England's performance? 222 all out, comfortably their biggest score of the series with the bat.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because England stayed in the game for a long period of time. There was a couple of soft dismissals in there, but there were for the Australians as well. You know, it was a tricky wicket. England got ticking along at 6, 7, 8 runs and over. They stayed in the game. That run rate didn't climb too much out of control until the very end of the innings. England were so much better with the bat than they have been today, but it just wasn't enough.
No, I think they are probably excused from as much criticism as perhaps previous matches, because they did play with a real strength of purpose, I felt, with the bat. As you have to say, it was a game that showed a lot more resilience from England, I think.
So much more resilience than we've seen.
Right, let's head outside. Matt Clinch.
Thank you, Henry. Nat Severbrunt top scored for England today. She's been good enough to join us. What sort of reflections do you have after a match where it was much better from a batting point of view, but unfortunately still not quite enough today?
Yeah, I mean, made some improvements. We probably weren't at our best in the field, really. But yeah, I mean, we weren't at our best in general, I guess, today.
Against an Australian side who just keeps challenging you. Ash Gardner today came to the party with a century, contributions from Tali McGrath and Beth Mooney. They're a hard side that when you feel like you pick up a few early wickets and you're getting on top in the wrestle, they challenge you at the back end of the innings.
Yeah, of course, they obviously bat very low down. So yeah, make it really hard for us. But we thought, I guess, with the start that we had, we'd put a lot of pressure on them, and yeah, they came back well with a really big partnership. So yeah, the jostling in the first innings was apparent, but yeah, they played very well today.
From a batting point of view, what was the application you wanted to show today, and especially yourself and Tammy Beaumont were able to see some good partnerships to really sort of put the pressure back on Australia?
Yeah, absolutely. And if we had extended that, I guess it might look a little bit different or a little bit closer, or, you know, whatever it is. But yeah, I think everyone showed that intent, and when we were, I guess, pushing the runs a little bit more, it looked like we were scoring a bit freer. But yeah, I mean, when they've got 2 good wrist spinners as well, on a wicket that got a little bit drier, a little bit more tired, yeah, they made it very difficult for us.
Yeah, what was it like to bat out there? It felt like at times it got easier, and then there were patches where it was still pretty tricky.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think if you've got it in the right area as a seam bowler, you make it very difficult for the batters to score, but also then obviously the wrist spin turned quite a bit, so using that knowledge and using your skills for that to combat that really is what I wanted to do, and yeah, couldn't do that for long enough.
I can tell from your body language, your tone, you're pretty gutted. Obviously, Australia winning the first 3 one-day internationals. It makes it tough from here. You have to basically be perfect and try and win from this point onwards. It is a position you've been in before. How do you try and lift the spirits and bounce back again?
I think a change of format will do that for us, to be honest. A bit of T20 will loosen everybody up, and yeah, we'll have some new recruits in as well, who will certainly bring some energy. So yeah, we're looking forward to going back to Sydney.
Thanks so much for your time, Nat.
Thank you.
Henry Natseva-Brunt with us.
Thank you very much indeed, Matt Clinch on the boundary edge. We'll hear, I'm sure, from Ash Gardner in due course, perhaps the Australian skipper too. Alongside me also Kirsten Pike and Sarah Elliott, as well as Alex Hartley. So from an Australian point of view, Sarah, it's a brilliant day's cricket, isn't it? And it's a side that if they were in first and second gear in the first couple of games, they roared through and were playing it pretty much fifth by the end of today.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I still think they've got one more gear to go. The back half was brilliant of the batting, but there's still some very hungry batters. You know, Perry, Litchfield. There's still a couple of Aussies there that'll be desperate to make runs, but to post over 300 today, just remarkable from the position they were in, and full credit to the depth and the confidence of the playing group.
So what did you make of what we've seen over the course of the last few hours?
Yeah, look, probably similar. I think Australia they didn't start out dominant, but they certainly put on a dominant display that last 30 overs, and to chase 300, that's a rather large chase, particularly on this ground where there are deep pockets, and it is quite difficult to clear the boundary rope and to also get those runs where they are squeezing. I didn't think Australia bowled as well as they probably have. They did get wickets. I think some of it was a result of just trying at the end, the English batters trying to probably accelerate and get closer to the total. So I think they'll look back on that and just work out where they probably, for Australia, where they went wrong in their areas. But, you know, that's probably been pedantic as well, because they've won easy and they've won very, very convincingly. And I think it's a dominant display going into the T20s.
You take that 40 runs that Wareham scored at the back end of the innings, and England are chasing a chaseable target, aren't they, especially on this surface? And I think you've got to look at game-changing moments. For me, the Ash Gardner 100 was absolutely outstanding. It was the game-changing partnership. But for Wareham to come in and score 38 off 12 deliveries, to be able to open up the offside, go up and over extra cover, through extra cover, into the deep mid-wicket pocket for 6, she was absolutely outstanding. Then she comes onto bowl, gets a wicket first ball. I think the Australians, I agree with you, they have another gear to go. I think when you look at the top order and they've not fired, it can be pretty scary and pretty daunting how good this Australia team can be, but we haven't seen them at their best throughout this series, and they've beaten England convincingly today, and they're still not at their best.
And that's the thing, isn't it? That'll be the worry from England's point of view, and that is the enormous positive from Australia, who have now got 12 wins in a row, which is some record, isn't it? And they are a great big green and gold machine when they get going, and it's very hard to stop this series as tight as this as well.
Oh, absolutely. This is sort of the pinnacle. This is the theories that everyone, when you compete against England, it's the big one. But I think it's a product of the systems that Australia got in place and the accountability that's within this group, which has led to great depth. And then there's competitions for spots. So everybody that's out there, like poor Georgia Wareham today, was 12th of the previous game, and who knows whether she'll play in the 2020s. She's playing as the third spinner, bowled beautifully, batted unbelievably, but she's still fighting for her spot.
Yeah. And that's the amazing thing, isn't it? When you've got that depth.
And we've got Georgia Voll that we were talking about at the start of the series. Of how could Australia get her in? Could they get her in? So, yeah, look, this Australia side have been dominant for such a long period of time. They've had the Ashes for over a decade. I can't see it going any other way than Australia retaining the Ashes again. England are going to have to play extremely well. Well, they're going to have to play better than extremely well to beat this dominant side in 3 T20s and a Test match.
And that's the thing, isn't it? That the task now feels a nigh on impossible for what England have got to do.
Yeah, I think you don't really want to say this, but I think for all intents and purposes they need to kind of think it's not about securing the Ashes, it's just about how can we be better, how can we get ourselves in a position in these 20s to really T20s to have an impact. And look, they've certainly got the arsenal in their camp to be able to produce a good result. And I think the benefit of the T20s as well is that it brings the sides closer together. Someone can just have a good day and they'll be able to change the way the game flows. And I think that's to their advantage and be able to really capitalise on that aspect. So I think T20s is probably where it will be a closer competition. I'm not sure where the Test will go. That could be a different game altogether. But for the sake of cricket and, you know, hosting at the MCG and just putting on a really good show, I really hope that's a great event and both teams play as well as they can. But I think T20s, I think it's going to be exciting. I think it's as you know, so we're saying put this format away and let's start again, start afresh and see how good we can go. And I think there's certainly an opportunity for them to put on some really good performances.
We'll be hearing from the Australian camp shortly. Matt Clinch is down there on the boundary edge, and inevitably there's a lot of people that want to speak to Ash Gardner today, and the Australian side are signing autographs down there in front of the Ricky Ponting stand, which has a staircase, an honours board staircase, rather than an honours board traditionally. So each step of the staircase is the honours board, and Ash Gardner has done something special today, and it was not that the catch is one thing, but that 100, her first in Australia colours, Alex, is it's you sort of run out of superlatives really to run a ball.
Well, that 100 was outstanding, but I think that catch was even better, and she's got a huge smile on her face as we see her doing a TV interview now. And I think to score your maiden ODI 100 is, you know, it's an amazing achievement. She deserved it. I was surprised that it's taken her so long to get that 100, to be completely honest. When she came out to bat today, you just presume she's had 100 before because she's such an explosive batter. But for me, it was the ability to absorb pressure when needed and the ability to accelerate at the back end of the innings. And she was devastated to get out when she did, because she's like, oh, I had 3 overs, I've left 50 out there. And it was like, she could have got 150. But an outstanding day for Ash Gardner, an outstanding day for Alana King, Georgia Wareham. I mean, this Australia side, they very rarely lose games of cricket. You very rarely get them in vulnerable positions, and England have managed to do that throughout this series so far, but they haven't been able to capitalise on that.
There won't be much time to celebrate because they've got another game in 2 days' time in Sydney, the first of the T20s. How will Australia use that time? Will they go out and have a drink tonight and celebrate and think about what they've done in this ODI series?
I think that's something they've always done well, the Australian girls. They'll recognise the importance of this. This is one thing they've ticked off, so I reckon they will celebrate tonight in a small way.
Well, let's find out how that camp is feeling. Matt Clinch is out there. Who have you got with you, Clinchy?
Well, thank you, Henry. There's some days you're happy to get a general reaction, but today we had to speak to the lady of the day, Ash Gardner. Ash, congratulations, 86-run victory. How does it feel to be standing on the boundary line knowing you've claimed all 3 of the women's one-day international matches to start the Ashes?
Yeah, I guess after the last Ashes, there was certainly that little bit of a redemption feel. We didn't play that great a white ball cricket, and I think we've set the marker for us in the ODI format, and being able to come away with a clean sweep for the start of the Ashes. We know how good England are, and they've certainly shown glimpses throughout. So to be able to come away with 3 ODI wins, 6-0 up in the Ashes is pretty important points, and hopefully going into the T20s we can kind of just keep going with that momentum and just take a lot of confidence out of what each individual's been able to do throughout the series, because there's been someone different step up every game, and I think that's been the most pleasing thing to see.
I want to come back to that in a moment. Do you want to talk about the catch or the 100?
We can talk about either.
We'll probably end up talking about both. So talk us through the catch against Sophie Ecclestone. Obviously trying to get in position and then to work your way through where the rope was and how you were able to execute it.
Yeah, well, I knew I was in a hot spot for Eccles because she hits cow pretty frequently. So I knew I was in the game, but I probably was off the rope just a little bit too much for her. But the ball was in the air for an eternity. So, I just tried to obviously set myself under the ball and probably misjudged it slightly. Thankfully, I've got quite big hands, so I was able to wrap my hand around it. And then after I initially caught it, being able to obviously find where the rope was and knowing my momentum was going backwards. So to be able to, obviously throw the ball back in with my feet in the air was pretty important as well. So I made a bit of a meal of it because I threw the ball too far away from myself, but there was a bit of mayo on that.
So that's the thing, there's all the different elements that go into it to making sure you keep your balance, to making sure your foot doesn't touch the rope. Have you trained for that? Like, have you practiced those sort of scenarios much?
Oh, you do here and there. Like, it's one of those things. Obviously, I do a lot of boundary fielding, and sometimes those moments come up, and it's probably 1 in every 30 games that you're going to get that type of dismissal, because normally you're probably hugging the rope. But here at Bellerive, there was a bit of a breeze, so it was kind of coming off the rope a little bit. But it's one of those things that you sometimes practice. If you know you're playing on a small field where there's a potential that there might be more of those catches to be caught. But I certainly wouldn't say that I meant it, but I'll take it.
I guess when you think back to the most recent Ashes series, and obviously it was pretty tight throughout, and the moments that tend to shape a series, and Phoebe Litchfield took a great catch, but when you compare the two sides, both sides had improved batting days today, and yet it was probably the Australians fielding that really, in those crucial moments, you're able to make sure that you held on to those catches and capitalised in the key moments.
Yeah, and it's so important, and I know as cricketing teams, you always say the best fielding team probably wins games when both teams bat and bowl quite well. I certainly felt like we got out a bit of trouble early with the bat and just being able to build some partnerships. And then I guess taking the momentum from our batting innings, Georgia Wareham absolutely blitzed it at the end. And to see her come in and play what was such an important role and then take that momentum into the bowling innings as well. And like you said, obviously making sure that you take those catches because sometimes they're pretty pivotal to winning games. And I guess for us today it was on our side, which is really pleasing.
7 times you've gone past 50. What did it mean today to go past 100 for the first time in the Australian colours?
Pretty emotional, to be honest. It'd been something that I'd been searching for so long. My previous high score in international cricket was 93 in a T20, and I got so close, but that was so long ago now. So it was something that I guess I'd been searching for quite a while, and I knew that I wasn't that far away, but it was just being able to stay out there long enough and I guess stay composed, where sometimes you kind of want to get a bit too far ahead of yourself. And I know when I reached 50, Moons kind of told me that's only a half job done. So I guess just hearing that and being able to build partnerships, and the batters that came in around me took all the pressure off me. I think Tyleen McGrath, that's the best I've seen her bat in a very long time, and it made my job a lot easier as well because I could score more freely and she was scoring freely at the other end as well. So those partnerships certainly don't go unnoticed when someone makes a big score, but to finally be able to I guess tick that off, he's really special.
So when you think back to the first game, it was Lisa Healy, Elise Perry in Melbourne. Did you feel that responsibility today? You mentioned batting with Beth Mooney and Tali McGrath. There were patches where it looked a little bit easier and then patches that it didn't look as easy. How did you try and make sure that you made your innings one to remember today?
Yeah, I guess coming in at 4 for 60, the game can kind of go either way. And for us, it was just, or for me and Moons, we just spoke about trying to build a partnership, knowing that if we were out there long enough, we'd be able to capitalise on their bowling. And for me, it was obviously if I got in to really make it worth it. And we always speak about someone going big and having those big partnerships, and we were able to tick that off today. But to obviously come away with a personal milestone is fantastic, but more importantly, we just put our team in a winning position, and that's what I try and do when I go out there. I try and take the game on, and if I make runs, I make runs. But today was pretty special.
And Georgia Wareham got her opportunity today. Darcy Brown obviously missed out. These pitches have been so spin friendly, and as you mentioned, her contribution with the bat to come in and do what she did, it's like she'd been waiting a long time.
Yeah, we know how much of a freak she is with the bat. She hits the ball harder than many people I know. So for her to come in and kind of have that licence to play the way that Wolfie plays, and she ended up 35 off not many in the end. And to see her strike the ball the way she did, we all know what she's capable of doing. So I'm sure if she gets a go in the T20s, we'll see more of that. So fingers crossed we can kind of take this momentum from the ODIs into the T20s, which I think is probably England's best format. They like to take the game on early in their innings, and I guess it's for us, it's being able to capitalise on that if we are let back in the game.
And obviously, as you mentioned, you shift now to the T20s. There seems a bit of a steely determination about this Australian side to try and make sure you are dominant in your own backyard, and to make sure you set this series up to not have it as close as what it was in the UK. Is that the mindset you sort of take heading into these T20s? As you mentioned, England's strength has been in this format.
Yeah, definitely, and we know what they possess and the strengths that they're going to play with. And for us, T20 cricket's probably been somewhere we've been just off the mark with, but there's been a lot of talking, and I think the group's in such a great place at the moment, and people are coming in confident. And I think, like I said, after these ODIs, people are coming in with confidence because people have stood up at different times, and I think we've got the team to beat most teams. So to come in with a lot of confidence, England probably not as much confidence into these T20s, which is obviously pretty important. We want to win every single game we can, and to be able to come away with 3-0 going into what's another important game, not that far away. I don't even know what day it is, but it's a couple of days away. So to take that momentum into that first game at the SCG, playing on my home ground, I can't wait. So hopefully we can start the T20s off really well.
Friday today. I think we see you in Sydney on Monday. Personal milestone day, how do you celebrate? Do you keep any of your sort of gear as a memento? Is there anything you do special?
Oh, I don't know, to be honest. I obviously haven't made that many hundreds throughout my career, so just to be able to just relish in this and to soak it up with my teammates, I think is going to be what's most special. And I think what's most important is what we've done as a team. Personal stuff's great, but that's certainly not what I do when I play games of cricket. I just want to put my team in a winning position. So to be able to soak this up tonight with my teammates, winning the ODI series was something that we really wanted to do. So we've ticked that off the bucket. Now it's just being able to, like I said, just take the momentum into the next game.
Thanks, Ash. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Henry Moran, Ash Gardner.
Thank you very much indeed, Clinchy. Brilliant to hear from Ash Gardner after a really special day. And I think what was quite telling there was, there was for somebody that doesn't often sort of show much emotion in terms of interviews, you did sense this mattered quite a lot, Sarah, today.
Yeah, absolutely. Can see that from Ash. Like you said, she's not someone that normally displays much emotion. That's a really special day of cricket for her. Absolutely terrific to make that 100. Like Alex said, I was surprised as well that she didn't have one, and I think that's because she's an impact player. She comes in, plays high risk, plays she only backs herself back 20, 30 overs at most kind of thing, get the job done, and back someone else to do the long haul. But today she really dug deep when Australia needed it. Their backs, they were down in this game, and she came in and fought really hard, concentrated really hard, and did that for a long period of time. So she should be really pleased with herself.
Turn myself on. I mean, if you were an Australian cricketer now, you head into Salamanca and you're enjoying that Ash Gardner 100, aren't you? I mean, they don't come around very often. She said, I don't know if I keep a ball or stump. I don't know what's going on. But look, Australia, we spoke about them not being at their best today, but it was more than good enough. And I think for me to have seen Ash Gardner's journey on the way that she came in, she was just a slogger. She couldn't score the runs. Then she started bowling well and taking mountains of wickets. And today she's put the two together. I mean, it was an exceptional innings, an exceptional day. And we spoke quite a lot on the fact that Australia saved so many runs in the field. But we've seen two world-class catches from the Australians today. Ash Gardner's catch has almost taken the limelight away from Phoebe Litchfield, who took an absolute screamer. And you compare that to the England innings, the opportunities might not have been there. I don't think they really had the opportunities. But, they're a team that are on the incline, which is quite scary to say how good they actually are as well.
Well, Kirsten Pike, where does this leave the series? Because England have no wiggle room now. They've got to win, and they've got to win everything. And for me, Australia, with all the momentum, are going to be a very difficult force to stop.
Oh, yes, certainly they will be difficult. But I think that's the exciting part as well for the English team to go back and reset and just give it their all. They've got nothing to lose. They can go out there and as Ash was saying, they'll go hard early with the bat, and I hope they do, and I hope they really go out there and just throw everything that they've got and just see where they land. They shouldn't fear anything, and I think it's an exciting opportunity for them to try and embrace it and see how well they can go, but it's in their hands right now.
The Ashes might be on the line, but in a way, England have absolutely nothing to lose, because the way they're going, they're going to lose the Ashes anyway. So you want to see them go out and be aggressive and really take the game on.
And what an exciting prospect as well for some of the younger players, or players that, are just kind of finding their feet in that English side to really step up and own it. If their position's kind of there or thereabouts, show the selectors what they've got and use this as an opportunity to absolutely shine.
You've got to kind of park the context of the series and forget that you need to win every game. You've just got to try and enjoy it and do what you possibly can, Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. One game at a time, and T20 cricket things can change really quickly. Like Piker said, one person, one player, one key moment can really take a game away. So back to level playing field when it comes to the T20s.
We shall see what happens. Australia take a 6-0 lead in this Women's Ashes series. They have been dominant. Ash Gardner's been dominant. Goodness me, what a performance from her. 86 runs. The margin of victory for Australia. England know there is nothing they can do apart from win. That is their only option to get back in this series.